I'm ready, dude. Come on, I've done this.
Welcome to the LanceScurv Show, everybody. Tonight we're going to speak about crack cocaine in Queens, New York City in the 1980s. Now, why do we speak about this in such a specific term? Well, we're going to start out that way, and then we're going to venture out further and talk about the whole country. Because once you heard one crack story, you heard them all. But tonight we have the Great Beasley breaking it down with the facts. And the funny thing is that I am from Queens, New York, Southside Queens, and Beasley probably has more facts about the place than I do because I was there living it. Never touched crack, never smoked it, never sold it. But I can tell you it has touched every single household out here. And people from that generation will understand what I'm talking about. If anybody in your family didn't sell it, they were using it. And if you were blessed enough to not have someone using or selling in your home, you were affected by it because somebody stole something from you. That being said, I want to welcome Beasley, the Great Beasley. Yes, Simply Deep, how are you? Sweetberry, how are you? Everybody's here. They're coming in, so we're going to warm up. It's been a while. I've been doing a lot of short videos to keep things going, and we're always going to have a good size show on the weekend that's live. So I'm very laid back. Mrs. Scurv is kicked up in the next room. She can hear us. I'm here. So we're going to enjoy ourselves. I had a wonderful day, and I have these things. I have to say it before we start. I call them love sandwiches, right? And there's no meat inside of it. And it's just vegetables in there with this gluten-free brown rice type bread. Man, that thing is so good. You couldn't put a Big Mac in my face. You know what I mean? And the transit time is just off the hook. You know, I'm in and out of the restroom like a bandit who robbed the bank. 10 seconds and I'm done. Anyway, Beasley. Yes, Ace. I want to tell you, Ace. I booty dialed you the other day, but I meant to call you, and I started to call you, and then I had something come up, and then I booty dialed you and hung up. But I've been meaning to get, which has been a hectic week, but a productive week. And I'm looking forward to this year of us doing more deep shows. There's a lot of good stuff coming production-wise in the next few months. Not right now, but I just have to put it out there. And I want to thank Brother Saul, if he's listening. We're going to do some great things, and we're going to take this to the top level and grind and make it look easy. The Troll Father. What's up, Troll Father? Is he a good troll or a bad troll? You know what I mean? I don't know.
It's a close associate of mine.
Oh, okay, good. As long as you approved them.
Good or bad, depending on the circumstances. He's part of my cadre.
Okay, all right, Troll Father. I was just asking. You know, the Beasley says so. All power. You know, yeah. So
he's good.
Yeah, definitely. All right. This is like the mafia, right? If you're part of my family, or they're part of your family, if they're part of your family, and they're good with me, they screw you over. You know what I mean?
He's a friend of mine, and those that know don't tell, and those that tell don't know.
Exactly. That's how you got to do it. Just keep the hum off of your phone there, Beasley, because I know you have the volume issues. But we want to talk about crack. We're not on it. We're not interested in it. But let me tell you something. That's like Corzetta. How are you doing? VM Eri. Yes, I'm seeing you. I'm right here. You know, that when I say special, as far as a special thing, you know what? Let me get this right, because I want to record this several ways. I don't just want to depend on the YouTube sound. Let me push this. Hold on 1 second, y'all. It may not be professionally getting up and doing this, but I can do that.
A lot of your listeners are associates and friends of yours that you're associated with in Queens, right?
Yeah, and beyond. I mean, it's all different levels because let me just tell you that I've met people online that knew people that I knew up in Queens. We actually went to some of the same, I wasn't a party guy, but if I went to a gathering or whatever, we were at the same place at the same time and probably just gave each other the what's up. You know what I mean? So that time, and I just have to say this before you share the facts and stuff, Beasley, for me, even though there was a lot of crack and drugs and stuff and the cops beating people up, and I got beat up by 11 cops, I had my story out there. The bottom line is, let me just see here if we have to control or block this. How are you, Aisha? I see you. If there's any background noise, we have a lot of other people on. just mute your phone if you're not going to talk. But I'm glad you all are here, and it's just a good feeling. I've been working hard. But anyway, when I say it was a special era, I'm not saying I liked it, right? But what I mean special is that even though there were a lot of bad things going on there at that time, there was a lot of other things to counterbalance that as far as the culture is concerned. Whenever you find a culture or a people who are in great pain and suffering for some reason, you know, whether it's drugs or poverty or even slavery. Now, I'm not going to say something like Dr. Ben did the other day. I'm not going to say anything good about that. But we as a people have a way of coming up with ways to keep a smile on our face, even when we're in pain. And that's what gets us through. That's that ability that we have that others, I'm not going to throw off on other races, but they say, God, I couldn't deal with this. How did they get through it? You know, if you have $1 million, Beasley, and you lose 800,000, you still got 200,000. Now, say your home is paid for, you got your vehicle, everything. You're not going to jump off a roof. But other people, oh my God, I just crashed in the stock market. I got to kill myself. Why would you do that?
No.
Life is beautiful. So it was a special time because the creativity, the camaraderie of those of us who weren't involved in certain things, and we had fun because we weren't involved in those things, right? But we observed. And the 80s crack era, the 1980s going into the 90s, right? And whether you're from Newark or LA or Houston, Texas, or Chicago, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. But at that particular time period, especially with the killing of Eddie Byrne, police officer Eddie Byrne, around that time it was vicious, but it was history. And it may be another 10 years or 20 years before people look back on that time like they do with the gangsters in the 1940s and all this stuff. And I'm not glorifying that, but it was a special time for clean people who live clean. And it was a historic turning point in this country on many different, we're still feeling the repercussions from that time right now in our families and in our psyche. But talk to me, Beasley.
I couldn't agree with you more. You know, as a young man and listening to hip hop and listening to, I mean, we glorified, not everyone, but there's a tendency to glorify the guys that, you know, get down in this profession.
Right.
Well, the country's always been obsessed with gangsters, you know, with gangsters, and these guys were glorified in rap records. You know, where you have Nas talking about Alpo and Fat Cat. You have 50 Cent that's, you know, in his Ghetto Quran, he mentions these guys, and you know, I even saw Irv Gotti on the Breakfast Club. And I realized that he's a music guy, but I kind of respected him a lot, the way that he was able to stand up with the pressure that the government put on him. They took everything from him, and he didn't distance himself from Kenneth Supreme McGriff. And they said, you know, that basically that his company was founded on drug money, and it wasn't. It wasn't. This guy made hit records. And he happened to get in bed with this guy and associate with him, and it, you know, it led to him, you know, it led to the government, you know, coming at him with both barrels. But I saw him on the Breakfast Club, and he said he went to go visit Supreme. That's Kenneth Supreme McGriff, who's a pivotal.
You're humming, brother. Your phone's humming.
Pardon me?
You're humming. No, it's okay. It went away. If you hear me say hum, hum. Let me just say I'm not eating regular ice cream, yo. I got So Delicious coconut milk ice cream. It's dairy-free, low sugar, gluten-free, soy-free. This is my pig out. And Mr. Scurv, if you fall asleep and don't eat yours, it's going to be gone. Go ahead, Beasley.
These guys were glorified. And looking back, having gotten older, and looking at I mean, come on, crack tore through the black community. Children were raised by grandchildren. In between, you know, part of the reason I'm 54, you're about around my same age.
Yeah, next month I'm 54.
But you know, you have a real gap where you have these younger people talking about your generation failed us, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm not your child. I mean, you're not my child. I'm not responsible for you, but I get what they're saying. because there's so many people that were affected, and that's affected with AFFECET. Look it up. That were affected. It destroyed our communities. It destroyed black families. Destroyed other families as well, but it hit hard for the black people, and it's particularly sad when you research Queens, Jamaica, Queens, and the South Side. There were projects, but surrounded by the projects, there were single-family homes with mothers and lawns, middle class, lower middle class, folks that worked at the city, that people that have made it. You know,
right.
Maybe a generation before it come from the South, people that made it, and to have all that destroyed.
Yeah.
All that destroyed, because that's the reason. It was said that at the Beasley Projects, which was Kenneth Supreme McGriff's, one of his strongholds, that they was divided, they would take the playground, they would divide it into four.
Yes.
It was very, and now, of course, I wasn't there.
I was there.
Twice I was.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't indulgent, but I lived.
Twice I was when I came to visit, but I'm not here to tell on myself.
Right, right.
What I'm here to talk about is what I've read in books like Queens Reign Supreme.
Yes.
I'm here to talk about the documentaries that I've seen on Fat Cat Nicholas and the Supreme McGriff, on articles that I've read and I followed on the website Guerrilla Convict. I'm giving you I'm not a first. Usually, I like to talk about things that I know about on a first-hand basis. So my interest, information behind some first-hand accounts of people who were there, for the majority is purely academic. Okay, and that's my bibliography. That's a real popular it's a real popular word in the sector that I'm from. What did you notice a change? When did you first realize that crack was in your neighborhood?
I would say.
What year was it?
I would say, because I didn't run with this crowd, right? I would say about 84. Something strange was going on in 84, right? Because you see people, and this might be a long answer, maybe like 2 minutes long, right? But you see people back in that day.
You know, that's what I appreciate about you, that you're so brief and not long-winded. But go ahead.
You know, you can joke with me, right? But I like to be thorough because.
Well, it makes it much easier for me. Go ahead.
No, but you got to understand, up in New York City at that time, you know, there was a focus. I'm gonna say this to say that. We had herpes. That's what dominated the newspapers. Herpes. You can catch this and it doesn't go away. Then all of a sudden, AIDS, which was Kaposi sarcoma, I believe, right? And AIDS was the face of gay white males. It wasn't black people. Then all of a sudden, you know, you used to see these guys with the sunken in faces and the bulging eyeballs. And when they caught that, it was a matter of weeks or months that they dropped dead. When you got that, you were dead, right? So now in my neighborhood, which my side was predominantly black, but New York City's so mixed, I'm seeing people that I know losing weight and looking aged out, but they had energy. Okay. They were nervous, they're jumpy. I'm like, this is something different going on. Their movements, and then people's houses were broken into more, and women that were, and I'll say it in a decent manner, formerly untouchable and unapproachable because they had their nose up in the air, because they were the beauties of the neighborhood. They were coming at you, making offers to perform acts. It's like, wait a second. And you walk down the street and people are just standing there staring at you. 30 and 40 people in the intersection, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, every car that goes by, they're looking at the car. What you looking at me for? So I caught on. I realized that this thing called crack, and it hit so unexpectedly. I mean, anything that could make people crave that more than sex, I wouldn't want something like that. You know what I mean? I was never that way. I was into taking good care of myself. So again, I didn't run in those circles, but it was so close to me. Every single household on my block was touched by crack, whether you were smoking or selling, right? Which I've done neither, right? But it's no secret that I speak on these shows that my older brother got hit with that, 11 years older than me. I've spoken about it. I'm very real about that. And that was my personal dealing with that. And I have other stories too, where it really affected me and touched me on an emotional level. And I'm passionate about that story. But it was just off the chain. Now, go ahead and talk, man, because ask me for some real live confrontations and I'll tell you all about it. I'll paint those pictures because I never did it, never sold it, but I was there right up in my face.
No, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
You saw it from a total different perspective, that you weren't associating with these people. You did your own thing. But you noticed a difference. You noticed if you were walking home at 2 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people hanging out, looking skinny and with their eyes popping out of their
That's
head.
right.
Did you notice like vials on the ground in New York?
Yes.
They put it in vials.
The vials with a little blue cap. You know, there was a lot of those. And then you saw these guys and females walking the street looking down, just picking stuff up and looking at it, looking down. And it was like, it was frightening because it amplified something in these people.
When did you realize, and I'm going to call you a square, I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Okay, because
I've been called worse.
Square.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's what they would call you.
Yeah.
You're not involved, you don't know, and you're probably like, what is going on? When did you find out someone told you, yo, man, they got a new way of doing cocaine and it's got people strung out? That's basically what it is.
Right.
They took cocaine to powder, and they added baking soda, and they created, rock cocaine. I think they called it base at first.
Yeah. In different parts of the country, they had different names, but it was the same. I mean, I've actually seen guys cook up crack now. I wasn't that square. I didn't run with those guys, but there are people who, might have been raining, and I say, hey, man, let me stand up in front of your door before. I didn't know they were doing this stuff. Hey, man, I got to take a leak. I got to pee. Let me inside and take a leak. You walk through on the first floor, past the kitchen, and they're sitting there cooking this stuff up. Like, what the hell y'all doing? Oh, man, don't worry about it. And these are people that I know. They know I'm not going to say anything. And they're telling me, like, I'm like, oh, I was scared when I saw that.
Before it became unfashionable. I'm the same age as you. And, this drug came around in California. I'm from Los Angeles, and I've always gone between Northern California and Southern California.
Nicole, you're going to hear me call out names when I see people in the chat room. Just ignore me. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. We can multitask.
Barton.
It was in California first. Okay, I remember 1978, 1979. I would go to certain places with older people, and what they used to do, I think they used to put it with ether or something, and they would spit it out on a mirror, and they would scrape it up and put it in the pipe and smoke it. The first people that I saw do it were hippies, actually, like regular hippies in Northern California. And what they were doing, there was like 20 people in the house, and they were doing it. And instead of one person just blowing the smoke out, I could have been an orgy scene. And they would go to the other person and blow the smoke out of their lungs into the other person's lungs. But back in Queens,
those crack-driven orgies, I wouldn't even demean the word orgy and say it was an orgy. That was like when you do drugs and do sex like that, that's something else. Yeah, and I'm just saying to clarify, I mean, it's wrong to do any of that, right? But that's something really nasty.
Let's call it counterproductive. It doesn't help the man.
Exactly.
No, and I'm interested in your audience.
Yes.
Because I know there's other people from Queens. And, a lot of people, what I was going to say was this. That drug came out, you didn't know how dangerous it was. People are trying it, and I'll try it. People try it. They tried it, and not everyone got hooked, but a lot of people got hooked. And like you said, former beauties, prom queens. The next thing they're on the corner and tell you that they'll suck something. They'll suck your thing for $5-10.
10
or crack or come over here, or you look at her and she's nowhere near as beautiful as she was.
I had a chick walk up to me in the street and offer to perform that act. And this is when it was real bad. She's like, don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody. I'll do it for $1.
Spike Lee pictured this, the advent of crack, in, I think it was the movie Jungle Fever. Where you had Samuel Jackson, I think his name was Scooter, and he'd do little dances. He'd ask his mother for money, and he'd get money. He was a crackhead. He was probably one of the first crackheads that were depicted. Now, maybe there were others, but he's probably one of the more famous ones.
Mm-hmm.
And in that movie, Halle Berry herself, and I'm just going to go ahead and quote it. Just going to go ahead and take it out there. In the movie, hey, I'll suck. No, that's also New Jack. I don't know if it's New Jack City. She played a crackhead in New Jack City, maybe two movies. But her line was, "I'll suck your dick for $5."
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Looking back, what I think is sad is that here it is that you have black folks, a couple of generations from the South. I mean, there's been black folks in New York for forever, but there are a lot of people came up from the South to establish a foothold. Many of the people over there were primarily homeowners. I know there are different spots where you have public housing and then you have homes, and I don't know it that well.
It was a happy mixture. It was a happy mixture. I mean, the spirit of Queens at that time, before, they didn't differentiate like, well, you live in the projects and I live in a private home. The spirit, the way it was, like coming out, let me tell you something. First of all, it came on the heels of the 1970s. Yes, we had problems with gas and the early 70s, the Vietnam War and the heroin addicts coming back, and New York City really wasn't doing that good for a time in the 70s. And, you know, Gerald Ford told the city drop dead because we didn't have any money. And folks in the Bronx and Upper Manhattan were moving out. And it was, Queens was so nice that the people in Manhattan would confuse it and say, oh, you live in Long Island. It was a status like that where it wasn't a nose up in the air status, but it was a status where, oh, you got away. What's going on in the inner city. But crack quickly turned Queens, Queens is part of New York City. It's so commercialized now, packed up and all of that. But we had neighborhoods to the point where if anybody wanted to move, it was like, why are you moving? People moved into those homes in Queens, and many said to themselves, this is it for me. I'm going to retire here. I mean, even the bugs left and animals left. When we first moved out to Queens in 1968, of course we had squirrels, we had fireflies, we had praying mantises. There were a few rabbits running around. There were a few snakes running around. But as the place got more commercial, and you know, the greenery's knocked off.
Snakes, right?
Say it again.
Oh, I was saying human snakes and animal snakes.
Well, yeah, I can more deal with the animal snakes. But this is the thing. The 70s was such a sweet period. I'm going to get Carlos to call in soon if he's not already in or whatever. He's going to really add a lot of dimension to this. But it was really one of the sweetest periods, and I had the best childhood. My only thorn, like I always say, is that I always use brilliant, you would use drugs, and I always crave that relationship with him. Resentful against the whole drug thing because it robbed me of that close relationship with a brother. And this is why I've always gravitated toward larger families when I had friends, because I love to sit back and see how the brothers and sisters dealt with each other, that love and that overwhelming warmth. I love being technically an only child. I mean, he was never around, so I was like an only child because I had the tranquility and everything like that. So I had that extreme experience and you know, growing up, and it was so pure. The heroin addicts didn't bother anybody. As long as they got their stuff, they nodded out, they were tranquil, they never hit the ground. You know, we kids, we'd make fun of them. You know what I mean? They never bothered you. They never came into your space. They were just odd. They just did what they did. Sometimes they'd steal something to get what they wanted, but, you know, they pretty much did their thing in their own world. They had a place called on Jamaica Avenue back in the day, way back in the day, when the J train ran all the way down Jamaica Avenue. If you're from Jamaica, Queens, and you're really from back in the day, I can't penalize you if you're someone who was born later, but if you really remember, you'll remember before they tore that elevated line, right? And we had Kings Park on Jamaica Avenue, right? And in Kings Park, It was some big little mansion there, some historic spot, but it was a cut through. You know, you'd come down Arch or Jamaica Avenue, you'd cut through there, and you get to Parsons Boulevard easier. And at night, you had the heroin addicts all grouped up because I think there was a program there, right, close by. And even the heroin addicts who were out there, they were on methadone. Methadone it was. But methadone got you high, right? So they had a thing where they would go to the program and get this methadone, which was like a shoehorn, not to put your foot in the shoe, but to ease you out of heroin addiction. But they got hip to it, and they wanted to make money off the methadone, so they go to the program, and the doctor would give them the thing in a cup, and they drink the water and say, "Thank you, doc," and they spit it out because they put it under their tongue, and they called that spitbacks. And so now you had this slimy, saliva-laced pill. They dry it off or whatever, and now they sell it so they can go and get real heroin. So the state was funding heroin addicts to stay on heroin. And they would go in Kings Park and they all congregate and they would nod out, and we laugh at them. Me and Angelo, me and Mike Scott, all our buddies, it was by the time. It was a song called Get It Up. Get it up. And so they're nodding and they would always get it up. And it was the perfect heroin song. So we would hum this song, and every time we heard it, it was like, that's the King Park's heroin addict song. But anyway, they didn't bother nobody. They weren't bothered. You had to approach them, or they was just zoned out and doing. So they had their space. They would do their thing and crawl into their symbolic cave and not really want to bother anybody, you know. But crackheads now, they were aggressive. They were like meerkats. When you look at the nature programs and you see the meerkats on the corner, out in the, looking for danger, not on the corner, but those are the drug dealers, right? But the crackheads are always looking for that opportunity. And it was deeply spiritual. I don't mean spiritual on a good level, but it was on a spiritual plane where they were almost mind readers. They were quick. But I don't know. I'm hearing some background noise. Let me see who it is here. We got some more people on. Cool. If you're not talking, just mute your phone. If you're on the line, let me just finish this point, Beasley, because I know you got so much to say. And when you want to shut up, because I'll keep on going. I'm getting juiced up off of this dairy-free chocolate ice cream, and I'm feeling real good and high. I earned it. I was good on my diet. Of course, no meat, no fish. So when that happened, it was like, this is one thing I want to say. Why does it take a drug to cause us as humankind to dig deep into all of our resources, to come up with all kinds of ingenious ways to make money, aside from stealing, and even stealing, scheming for something? Because a crackhead would look at you and you knew what the crackhead wanted. He wanted something out of you. And he knew you knew, but he was still going to try, and he still got it 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? I mean, they had these roach abilities. Like, you sitting here eating something, and there's a roach all like, yeah, I'm going to get a couple of them crumbs. You ain't going to get me. And before you go to smashing, that bad one just jumps off the wall and flies out. It's like they had these demonic powers, and you couldn't hide from them. If they wanted to get in your house or wanted to get in your yard or do whatever, they came up with all kinds of ways. They come up and try to sell you anything. I had a cat try to sell me a dashboard off of a pickup truck for the Buick that I had. And he told me, you can still buy it. You can take your circular saw and cut it down to size if you need a dashboard. I don't think too many of us need dashboards, but they'll try to sell you anything. I had a dude who came to my front door. Ding dong. Homeboy had a bow window from Home Depot. I'm like, yo, how did you get that? Right? Any type of TV you wanted, any type of VCR you wanted, all you had to do is say, you know what? I want a 19-inch Sony Trinitron. Remember the Trinitrons back in the day? And you drive along and, hey, you see them walking and you honk your horn. What kind of TV is that, man? Oh, it's a Toshiba. No, go ahead. VCRs. Everybody had TVs and VCRs, and then again, they had them stolen from them too, But it changed everything because the psyche, the love in the neighborhood was still there, but now we had to check out who was coming at us because you didn't really know who was on it. You had that period before the person got sucked in. but you couldn't believe a person who looked healthy because a lot of them were undergirded by a home still, where they were on crack and the family knew it, but their clothes are clean. They always had food. They had a place to lay their head so they can fool you. And it was those people that could fool you who would always do the hookups. I'll tell you another one. I'm not going to mention no names, but we had all kind of, not we, when I say we, I mean those in the neighborhood, all kind of ways of making money and hustles, right? There was a woman who used to go and boost, who used to go and steal from the stores, right? And this is what I know. She would take orders. She'd bring you to the store, try this on, try that on, and she'd write a list. And she always had credit cards to go and buy stuff. And now we didn't have the high-tech stuff that we have now. So she would, and she had the look, and she was very intelligent. How did she get these credit cards? She had a boyfriend who worked in the post office and who would feel up the mail, know what kind of mail had the blank credit cards before you signed off or called in or whatever to authorize them. And he'd get them, give them to her. And people walk around, yeah, I got this, I got that. It's like, wait a second. You make like $6 an hour. How are you buying all these clothes? Well, I got the hookup. Oh, I don't want nothing to do with that. And she never got caught. Go ahead, man. Let me get a few bites of this and keep talking.
No, I mean you're illustrating everything all around of how you saw the neighborhood change.
Yeah.
And you know the people in the chat are chiming in from what they remember. You know, you were lucky.
Sneaky Kiki trying to sell a couch. Go ahead, man.
Oh God, I can't think. A friend of mine,
Insanity.
I worked with, and I worked in the commodities business. Guys made a lot of money, and guys liked to party. A guy came over my house when I had two of my friends over there, and pitched me and tried to sell me an authentic cow skin for $900.
Wow.
I just really wasn't interested in it, so I let him leave it as collateral. I gave him $200. He picked it up, but I watched him go through a lot of stuff, an authentic cow skin. You had some legendary figures that came out of this area in Queens. From and many have heard the names, and the top of which would probably be Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols.
Yeah.
Underneath him, or one of his associates, was a gentleman who wasn't Jamaican, but he wore dreads, and he was the leader of a gang called the Pappy Mason that was called the Bebos. The Bebos. They were also associates of a very charismatic character that was at one time a member of the 5% Nation, Clarence 13X. That would be Kenneth Griff, and he's a legendary character. The timeline, apparently, I think it was around, and let someone from the chat room or someone knows it's from Queens.
Right.
I think there was an intersection. There was a store that Fat Cat and his family owned, which was a store, but outside you could cop. You can get drugs. You can get coke. You can get heroin. I guess you can get weed. It was 150th in something. 150th, and I'm not familiar with the area, but apparently it was a very poppin' area. He had done 5 years in prison as a relative youth. I think it was called Spotswoods, and that's a real rough and tough place. It's like a juvenile hall.
Right.
In fact, it was featured in the movie. Can't think of the name of the movie off the top of my head, and the movie doesn't matter.
Right.
At any rate, it's a youth.
Beasley, do you have a computer on behind you? Because I'm echoing behind somebody. I had to mute a few of the lines here.
It's not me because I do this all the time.
Oh yeah, right. So whoever's on the phone, we have a bunch of people. I muted 2 people. Just mute your phone so I don't hear them. Because I said right and I heard it again. I'm like, am I a ghost now? But go ahead, man.
Okay. Well, Fat Cat Nichols. Fat Cat Nichols.
Yeah.
Nichols. Excuse me. All right.
No, I'm just,
Fat Cat Nichols. While he was in Spotswood, he was famous for being a knockout artist. He was a tough dude. He was a tough dude. And in there, he met Pappy Mason. And Pappy Mason liked the way Fat Cat had, ultimate respect. the ultimate respect. And they got out, and he got into the drug business.
Right.
And Pappy Mason acted as his enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you have to hold it down. Like I said, Supreme McGriff was underneath him, and they had a relatively a short run for, I'm assuming, how much money that they made. They said in the Beasley product that the deal was for the worker, okay, or for the guy that was sitting there selling the crack to the people, that he would get $10 for every $100 that he brought in.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were making $5,000 to $10,000 a week. So just imagine that.
Yeah.
They had a real strict protocol where, this guy would be in this corner and there would be lines drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like supposed to be an operation. It was like, it ran with military efficiency. People were encouraged not to come short. And you went from one person to the other person, and those guys wore the same. The Supreme team wore the same colors, the same outfit. They were military minded, and Angeles. You saw the guy. From overnight, guys were driving Cadillacs to.
Oh wait! Oh, I got to talk about that. Oh, and I remember going up to the 165th Street Mall, right? And at that time, looking back at it, that was the epicenter of so much, especially with the hip hop culture, which was already in existence before then.
Right.
But something about
the clothes, the gear,
the clothes, the money,
jewelry, everything you got.
Yes, the cars. When I dated somebody who worked in the beauty salon there, right? I used to pick her up, and if you want to see cars, the cars now are much better and much more advanced, right? I guess the effect that it had on me, because let's just say in 85, 86, 85, I was 23, 86, I'm 24, and so on and so forth. So I was in my mid-20s when that thing hit hard. And the cars, the way they had them hooked up so much, they had spin-off businesses. I remember on Queens Boulevard, we had a place called Big Boys Toys. And those guys sold the skirt kits, the sound systems, all the space age stuff for luxury and or regular cars. And they had legitimate businesses. And these were guys from the Middle East. And they were smart. They said, they got that drug money going on. They have this ego going on. They want their car to look better than the next car. Well, you know what? We're going to deal with them. And when you went into Big Boys Toys, there were things in there that, and they had other stores, but that's the one I remember. And there'll be people who leave a comment and say, I remember that place. The skirt kits, the spoilers, the gadgetry, the lights, the this, the that. And these guys would spend double the money that of the price of the car, even if it was a Benz. It was also about ego. And so the hip hop community, not the people in it, I'm not saying it was about drugs, but there were some people, look, a lot of drug dealers wanted to come off like rappers. And a lot of rappers wanted to come off like drug dealers. It was almost like a compliment to some that I remember when they thought that you sold drugs. Tell me if I'm wrong, whoever's listening, who remembers that. When I wear this chain to the party, them girls gonna be on me because they're gonna think I'm hustling. Now, that was never me. I was about my body and keep myself clean. But it was emerging. So you had drug dealers who had money who wanted the attention of a rapper. Guess what? They got into the studio, some of them, right? And likewise with rappers who wanted to kind of come off like they had more than what they had. Because the money in hip hop back then wasn't all that. So now you take a place like Queens, leaving the Bronx, but where I'm from, Queens, born in Manhattan, raised in Queens, on Jamaica Avenue, which Jamaica Avenue today is much, much different. You know what I mean? You got a sushi joint up there now. That's not Jamaica Avenue. That's not the one I know. But that was a gathering place. Now, before that, in the 70s, growing up in Queens, that was a gathering place because the routine was teenager, You get up and you listen to what your parents say to do. They want you to do some chores, you do the chores. And when you finish your chores and what you have to do, it came on 11 o'clock, I think, in the morning till 12 or 12 to 1 or whatever. And then you got with your friends. And if you had allowance or little money, you went to Jamaica Avenue. And so now when hip hop grew in the 80s and crack came, that was the place to be seen. Jamaica Avenue by the 165th Street Mall and coming all the way down, and guys would drive their cars around, girls and women, you know, I'm not just calling women girls. They showed up, they had their tight stuff on, but it wasn't the dress that the Instagram, if I can call them that, you know, people, they call them Instagram hoes now. I'm not saying that, that's just a term, but they weren't as revealing, but the little bit they did show, a skirt that was a little too short or a little too much cleavage would be corny now on today's standards, right? But it was what it was because the women wanted to be the recipients of this drug money. Not all women, but there was that certain type, that club type. And guys would come out, they'd have their gold on, they sold drugs, they were hustling. They had their Jaguar, their Benz, or some exotic car hooked up. And it was all about attention and ego. They sold drugs, but they had this other side where we're going to have fun tonight. And so all of their friends or people in their crew lived it up. There were also the shootouts and the killings and the fights. It was expected that a lot of these guys, I'm not saying anybody in particular, but a lot of these guys, it was expected that they had 5 and 6 and 10 women. They were throwing themselves on these guys because of the money. And I'm not a judge of any man because I don't look at men in any kind of way, but from what some of the women said, that man over there is ugly as heck, but he got money and I'm going to get with him. And so there were a lot of baby mamas out there. And a lot of these guys, you know, hey, you know, you need so-and-so, they pull off their money, boom. And that's what a lot of these ladies wanted. And to keep them in gold and keep the bills paid and whatever. You had a lot of drug mules, a lot of women who would go and smuggle, right? And I happen to know, without saying names, here's the circumstance. It was a young lady who, and even this might be saying too much, situation there long ago, way back in the 80s, she did hair. And there was a young lady who came to her, Jamaican lady, who came to her, because that girl was Jamaican, and said, listen, I don't have a business sense, but I have a brand new shop. I have a brand new beauty salon, decked out, finished and everything, but I just don't have the business sense. I just don't want to let it sit there and be paying rent on it. I want you just to go and run it. You don't have to give me anything. Just keep everything paid and run it. You keep everything, you hire, you do everything. I just want to travel. And I don't know whatever happened to her. She was just crazy out of mind because she got weaves like every month or every couple weeks, brand new weaves. And the weaves at that time, I got to tell you, if you were good with hair, you made drug money. I saw it with my own eyes. You know, the appearance and the ego, it was larger than life. It was like a dude who is a homosexual, but also he wants to go and drag and they live out their fantasies. On the flip side, while you had the people that they were making money from that were losing their lives and their sanity and their dignity, on the flip side now, you had people who are living larger than life. I mean, every street after a while was a sad case of something. And it was also a fashion show, a car show, a woman show, a show of flamboyance. Cops would sit there and be like, no, damn it, we don't make this kind of money. Go ahead, Beasley.
No, that's a great point that you made. You know, there was this beautiful woman.
Yes, Paul.
I dated briefly. And her husband, you know, and he screwed around on her. He had like 3 kids within a 4-month period, you know.
Busy man.
Her husband in Los Angeles, I'm not going to say her name, but I dated her for about the 6 or 7 month period. Beautiful girl. The guy got 30 years in jail. He was like the dude, you know, around. And when I'm saying he was more or less low key about it, he wasn't street level. He was a big level. At any rate, one day we're riding, and she was like, "Look at that crackhead in the street. Oh my God, what is that?" And you know what I said was, Los Angeles had an awful lot of crack. Los Angeles was an entry point. It was an entry point earlier after the drug, after the crackdown in Florida, they were importing through Los Angeles. Plus, they had a little help from the CIA. They weren't responsible for everything, but they sure through. But what I told her was, it illustrates just what you were saying. I said, well, some people's treasure, while we're in her convertible Jaguar, you know, I said, some people's riches is other people's pain.
That's right.
And destruction. And I just want to say, you know, who the hell are you talking about and judging anybody and everything when you're part responsible for the lifestyle that you live? No, you're not responsible, but you knew what was going on.
Exactly.
And I just put it that way. And she wasn't a dumb girl. She got the message. She definitely got the message. So in your circles,
yes,
you didn't hear about these legends, these street legends. You never heard the name of these street legends?
Of course. Fat Cat Nichols, the home that he had was firebombed, right? Now, you know the facts, because you see, me, at that time, I was in a different world, right? So I was like, yeah, I'm not into the drugs, whatever have you, but girlfriends, you know? So I was in a whole different world. So it really wasn't even important to me because, okay, for me, I didn't really hang out in Queens at that time. Crack was everywhere. I was being into Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, just, you know, because I was a bodybuilder, but I did other things, right?
At night.
Yeah, you know, I made money. Not no prostitution, but, you know, you're showing your body and stuff. I was in a whole different circle, but those other drugs and stuff was around in those circles too that I saw, and I was like, wow. But coming back.
Hold on. You used to shake your ass for $1?
Yeah.
Say that.
I'm an old fat man now. You know what I mean? I had hair and I had a 27.5-inch waist at that time.
Ask the statute of limitations. Or
exactly.
Family show. I mean.
Yeah. But there's a way to say. I'm always careful how I say things, and it's not ego driven.
I got you. I'm listening to you, but I'm just trying to, to get the right idea.
Translate for me. Some of them a little too, and I'm not shy. I have no shame in me.
I'm a little blunt. I'm a little blunt.
But that's good. That's why we work good together.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bull in the china shop sometimes. But I need to understand right from my perspective.
Right. So for me, hearing about it from other friends, because see, when I really affected me, of course, my brother, but in January of '89, and I have the whole story on another videotape that I'll drop the link later on when this uploads as a video. I had 11 cops beat me down on 89th Avenue and Parsons Boulevard.
Wow. Because
they thought I was into that. And it was at night that I was driving around, and on that street was heavy prostitution. But I wasn't there for that. We were going to one of the all-night stores to get some food for one of my friend's mothers. We were hanging up by his house, and she said, listen, I don't have eggs and this and that, and get some milk. Could y'all run out and so? And my car was the one that wasn't deep in the driveway. So I said, come on, we'll hop in my car, we'll go. And I had just got this 89 Buick Regal. I got it in December of '88, but it was an '89 model. It wasn't the square one. It was the ones that it was aerodynamic and had the handles that were sideways. So as corny as it looks now when I see it, back then, it's like, man, that's a nice car. Now I don't do American cars. But anyway, we went there and came out and they followed us. And that's what kind of got me all messed up in a way, in certain ways. And I discussed that on that video, and I'm not messed up now. But when Eddie Byrne got killed, and I know you're going to come up to that part too, but we're going to go back. But when he got killed 4 blocks from where I lived and about a block from where Joe Neckbone lives, right there, that set it off. The New York City Police Department, in my mind, became an aggressive gang. Not even just let's be a little more aggressive. It was like you could be sitting on your steps, and I had police officers drive by, and I'm sitting on my steps. They're driving by slow, like it's a drive-by. Looking at me, about what the F are you looking at? Get up inside your house. It was rough like that. You didn't even want to be in the streets. It was truly a battle zone. Now, down here in Pine Hills, Florida, they say they're having a task force to deal with the drugs and crime in Pine Hills. This is Pine Hills right here. It's a beautiful place. They have a little rough area on the other side of Pine Hills. It's a beautiful place. And they talk about a task force. So I'm going all over the place. There was a passenger who told me, yeah, you New York guys coming down here, the police got something for you because y'all think y'all are all of that. There's like a little clash, and because they're subservient, the ones who were born and raised down here. And New Yorkers, they do what they want. Within, but we have a little arrogance about us. We want to live here. We're not scared of the Klan. We want to live there. We live there. So they're like, there's something going on down here. But to me, it's like, if you survive that, back in the 80s, just being around it, and the things you saw, the fights, you'll see people running out of houses naked. You just crazy stuff. Weird looking people who are so strung out, and it's like they don't come out until the nighttime. The real crypt keeper looking ones. Remember that? Or Tales from the Crypt? Dun, 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 dun. Remember that? All sucked in. I've had people come up to my car at night. I'm at the red light. Damn, you scared me. Get away from here, man. You got $1? You got? You know what I mean? Like that. Hunts Point in the Bronx. HBO had a series about that. The hookers at the point. It wasn't just hookers. There's crackheads up there too.
Thought I'd add that the creator of that is a blood relative of mine.
Oh, really?
Close blood. Yes.
Wow. Small world.
Yeah, the close blood relative of mine, and one of my underlings, my niece who's in law school just asked me to shout her out.
Yeah, give her a shout.
Shout out Malia Doobie Doo. Malia Doobie Doo.
Malia Doobie Doo.
Yeah, because when she was a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, she'd answer the phone and she couldn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't know how they talk. She answered the phone. She'd say Doobie Doo.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, she had to.
Yeah, it's funny because
She had to have been there.
I was thinking of my niece. My brother's daughter. She's very successful. I won't even put a name out there because of the association with, very, very successful in the entertainment, behind the scenes, and she had little words and that's what affected me also because of him not being there for her all the way and how she became successful. And still, I know that there's a sting there, but my father, see, me and my brother had different fathers, he's a little older than me, but my father and mother were married and everything. So that was my father's stepchild, my brother. So when my brother had his daughter, he took to her. Even he could say, well, you're not really blood. And she took to him, and it was such a bond. And she couldn't really say, granddad or, whatever. She used to call him, she used to say.
People are uptight about some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Blood is probably thick, but it could even be thicker than blood.
Yeah. She used to call him doy doy. Doy doy. Doy doy. And even when I last spoke to her, she was saying, remember how he used to say doy doy? And I said, yeah, it was just so precious. The love she had for him, and he would sing to her. And it was such a close bond. Even how she would dance. She had she was a toddler and just walking, but I told her I have to show her too. She's in New York and I'm down here. I got to do it through a FaceTime thing. And the kind of way she danced. And with the sadness behind what we knew by her father, my brother, that still some beauty would come out. It's almost like that picture where you see the concrete sidewalk dirty, but you see a beautiful rose growing up out of the cracks. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of situations like that out of that era. And to me, that's a spiritual and emotional way that the world balances itself out. You drop a nuclear bomb, eventually something's going to grow up out of that soil, maybe a couple decades. But even out of bad situations or what seems to be tragic or something that is not ever going to be good, sometimes and oftentimes good will come out because this universe is perfectly balanced. You may not see it right away. What magic power keeps proportions the same of male to females on this planet? You ever think about that? Not to get off subject, but all I'm saying is that when you have a tragedy there's always balance. Even when things become imbalanced, there's a shift after a while for it to go back. And I trust in that. So while we have crack babies, there are still babies that are born that are brilliant. And I hate to call any baby that. There may be people listening right now who say, you know, my parents want crack, and I guess I am a crack baby. I'm not throwing off on you. Just trust in that universal balance that even though you were dealt a certain deck of cards in the beginning, it doesn't mean that you can't turn maybe certain physiological things around, or don't let people throw off on you. You know what I mean? I don't know where that came from, but I just wanted to throw that out because, you know, we tend to get desensitized, you know, like, oh, crackhead. Yeah. And we're saying that for the purpose of not having to go through the whole thing. And there are a lot of people who are listening, a lot of people that I know on my friends book. Is that the new thing now? Friends book? No. On my Facebook friends list that have shared things with me. And I would never blow them up, but they're okay now. But there's some who never came back. Never came back. And that's sad because our generation, it's like we took a hit. We took a hard hit, and many of us don't have life, and many of us never lived up to our potential because we had to deal with that demon. And let me tell you something, it goes to a spiritual, that drug there, in a wicked way, it's demonic.
You know, let me say something. You know, I spoke to a guy.
Yes, Scoletto, it's true. Go ahead.
Maybe an Israelite. He says, that right there, brother, is fire and brimstone.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't know this person anymore.
Where do you find fire and brimstone, Lance?
In hell. Oh, I mean, like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah.
Fire and brimstone. You know, Fat Cat Nichols, excuse me. He was born on Christmas Day.
Wow.
Of all places, in Alabama. And he didn't make it up until New York until he was 10 years old. 58 years old now, so he's a bit older than us.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a member of a gang that still, I saw a documentary on the Seven Crowns gang. There's probably some people that are listening that are familiar with it. But in 1976, he committed a couple of armed robberies and got sentenced to 8 years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He only did 2.5. He got out in 1990 and got into the drug trade. So I think they were actively selling powder, cocaine, and heroin. And they raided the location on 150th. It was a deli.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine how I don't know where it was situated, but you know, it was a different era. There weren't cameras all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
They probably could play off. They could probably pay off local cops.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's New York City still, even if it's Queens. People walking in the street is not a big deal.
Right.
You know, it's common with traffic. But he was caught in this location. I think it was 1985. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was arrested in 1985. I'm going to fast forward a bit. He hasn't been out of jail since.
Wow.
Okay. So for 5 years, he was having things his way, as they say in the street.
Mm-hmm.
But God, for 5 years, if no matter how much money that he made, apparently he made lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of money. He was. They said he had the connection. From what I read, he had the connection with the mob guys with the heroin, and they trusted him because I guess he paid them on time. And he put, as they say in the street, he put his hood down. He put everybody down. So he only had 5 years. He was caught in 1985, where they raided the location, and they raided the location. And these guys were gangsters. And when I say they're gangsters, I mean you have what you think are gangsters now that'll kill each other and shoot each other in the streets, and when the cops come, they throw their guns up, right? They throw their guns up, and they're scared of the cops. Well, no, this is a different group.
Right.
This is a different group. He got caught in July of 1985. The deli was called Big Mac's Deli. They caught him with 2 guns. They found $180,000 in cash, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, charged with drug and gun possession. He was able to get out on bail. but he's arrested again by his parole officer, Brian Rooney, for violating parole, because he probably went right back to work, you know, or he probably did something that he wasn't supposed to do.
Right.
And they probably were aware of it, and they had probably had informants, and they just had to build it. Well, I guess they already had a case. I mean, you find somebody with $180,000 of cash and all types of drugs. I mean, you know, they're in trouble. Well, he's arrested by his parole officer, Brian Rooney, and he was apparently Fat Cat was ordered. He was angry that he was in jail, and angry just because it was at the discretion of the parole officer. So he ordered a few associates to beat up Rooney.
Wow.
Except they said Pappy Mason got together with a few people and they shot him to death.
Mm.
They murdered a parole officer. It was just like a police officer.
Right.
He got indicted for that killing in 1987. He said he never intended for Rooney to be killed. He still ran his drug operation from behind bars, dealt with everybody, you know, like with the iron fist.
Right.
That's how powerful he was.
Right.
He still was able to order murders. So for only 5 years on the street, this guy became a legend, and is actually responsible. He and this group here, with the office, what they had, I'll let you tell it, but I'm going to put it in a nutshell. The draconian drug laws were changed.
Yes.
The draconian drug laws
put us all away.
That were to come under the Bush administration.
Mm-hmm.
Started with Reagan, but they really stepped up, gave the government all types of power with wiretaps, and expanded conspiracy and RICO.
Mm-hmm.
And RICO was just like a continuing criminal enterprise where you can take separate crimes 20 years apart, and if they're put together for a group where it's a continuous enterprise, CCE, a RICO charge, where they can take everything. They can just really circumvent the Constitution. It's responsible with the killing of Officer Edward Byrne. You guys can Google that.
Yes,
he was murdered because, that's probably the main thing. After that happened, laws were changed, and that's part of the reason. And it continued with the Clinton administration because of that murder.
Mm-hmm. 4 blocks away from where I lived. It was crazy.
The powder and the crack cocaine and the disparaging sentencing that has led to mass incarceration.
Yeah, and
so we're
go ahead.
We're not just talking about some neighborhood and some guys with some drugs. We're talking about the actions of these guys, and what happened changed everything.
Right.
Changed the entire climate.
Just add that when you weren't in it like that, especially, the main thing is that there was a lot of killing and shooting and different things. But if you weren't involved or part of somebody's crew, pretty much you still had a lane where you didn't have to worry about anything. I mean, because it wasn't like, to me, you had to watch out for the cops more, because the guys who are hustling and trying to get money, they wanted to continue making money. So I'm not saying this as a way to condone what they did. I'm just stating and giving an assessment.
You have to continue making money.
Right. So
you have to continue making money.
They weren't trying to beat people up and start stuff and act tough and what you're looking at. They wanted to make money, and they didn't want trouble. You had trouble with them if you made trouble on the block, right? And then now they can't make their money. Now they got a problem with you. So if I wanted to walk to the store or even take a walk late at night, it wasn't like I had to worry, because crackheads didn't have guns. If one dude told me one night, I was walking home from I wasn't driving at this time, and I was walking home from Sutphin Boulevard from the train. And this dude jumped out of nowhere. Hey man, I got a gun. And I need to have everything that's in your pockets. I said, right now I only got lint in my pocket, man. But you can have that. But I'll tell you one thing. I know you to be a crackhead. And if you really had a gun, you try to sell it to me. You ain't gonna try to shoot me with it and catch a charge and blow yourself up when you get locked up and can't get more crack. Get out of my face. You know what I mean? So it wasn't where you just saw all the weird things going on. And as far as breaking into somebody's house, well, the best place to rob was where you lived if you were a crackhead. Oh, grandma got a nice TV in her bedroom. You wait till everybody goes to sleep. There was one Indian dude, what was his name? Which callers would call in? We used to call him One Deer. I don't know why they called him that. It was an Indian from India, strung out on crack, some money, and they kept him in some credit cards. They didn't realize, well, he had access to these credit cards from the family, and he would buy whatever you wanted. And he was in high demand. Oh, there goes One Deer. And the small dealers got to him. The little 2-bit dealers that had to get their girlfriends to bail them out because they were just making regular job money. They just didn't want to work, but they weren't making drug dealer stereotypical money. You know, and when it first came out, it was like, it seemed like everybody was getting money. That's another thing too. I'm not condoning it, but I'm not even saying it's not wealth. It's temporary ghetto riches. Wealth is something that generations, Paris Hilton and the Hilton Hotel or Mayweather's now, you know what I mean? Not even Mayweather. But
that's the point I was trying to make.
Big change.
That's the point that I was trying to make. This man spent all his life in jail. From July 29th, 1985, he's never got out of jail. Okay? And he had a 5-year run. And he's famous. And people call his name in reverence.
Right.
How do you think he feels?
Right.
I mean, you change. I mean, Muhammad Ali probably said it best. The same way at 20, or the man that thinks the same way at 50 as he does at 20 has wasted 30 years of his life.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain things that are not even on my radar now that you know, that I see, but it's like, I just don't see it. You know, it's just like not even part of my fiber. I'll put it this way. To me, what was important to me at 20 years old, 25 years old, 30 years old, at coming up on 54, it's a whole different thing for me now. The world is so different. And I wish I can take this mentality and go back to 20 and maybe go up different paths. But you just never know. No, it's not a regret thing because I love the experiences I've had. It's made me who I am, but I've been very lucky to come through so much as many of us who are here and alive today. No matter what the path, Beasley, you're blessed to be here. And I say that not even just on a religious, oh, you're blessed by, just blessed like, hey, this is some real stuff because we know so many people who are not here right now. You know?
Well,
and that makes you very careful how you move in the present.
Having me on your platform. I appreciate you for having me on your platform, Lance, and the chance to talk about this. I am definitely blessed to be here on your show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You bring a wealth of experiences, and like I said, you know, for you to share the respect that you did toward me, you know, and you got to know me over the years a little more, you know, that meant a lot to me, you know, because you've always treated me fair.
You're a class act, Lance. You're a class act.
I'm a clown when I want to be, but thank you, though.
Well, a clown and a class act is not mutually exclusive. Okay? But evil, mean, mean-spirited, you know, troll-ish, that's not you. You're a gentleman. No, you're a good guy. You're a good guy. And
thank you, man.
I sense that in you. And, you know, probably blessed for having just witnessed this whole scourge.
Say it again?
Having participated in it, because I think you were probably blessed by having witnessed this scourge. Because, look, man, our age group, I would probably say 70 to 80% tried crack or cocaine.
Yeah.
One form or the other. One form or another.
Right.
You know, when that era, you didn't know in the beginning, the first couple of years, you didn't know what it could do to people. And by that time,
it's too late.
People that knew,
it's too late.
They still did it.
Yeah.
Right.
But let me tell you, another thing on the insight tip for me, I would say my old girlfriend, Charlene, I won't put her name out there, right? But this was back in 1980. And in 1980, I had turned 17 in April. I was competing as a bodybuilder from 16 years old. So I had a man's body 17, 18, 19. I was real, you know. And I used to go to these little clubs. They didn't know I was that young age. I used to put my little mustache on, get my girlfriend's eyebrow pencil, and be like, okay, I'm going to do it up a little more. And my body spoke for itself. And so nobody questioned me. There was a little club called The Scene. Many people who, Van Sanity, I know you probably know about that. So just speaking about Parsons and stuff, let me go back to the chat room and see. It was a night spot. It was a house. I realized it was converted and added on, and they had parking lot. So you have to step back to say all this that was built on it. I can see that the structure was really a house. And here I am at 17 years old going there. And also I got a lot of bouncing because I was heavy, big at that age and strong. I mean, I was strong, right? I got a little bouncing gigs from people that worked like that in my gym that said, hey, Lance, we need an extra body. Just come along, look mean, just stand by the door. And not just The Scene on a Guy Brewer below Foch. I'm name dropping so people can think back. I don't know if it's still there now. I doubt it, but here I am as a bouncer sometime getting to work the restroom, whatever, because in the restrooms, people who do coke would like to go in a stall sometime. They'd bring a young lady with them. They'd get sniffed up, get oral sex or whatever have you.
Like Scarface.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here seeing this.
Scarface, when Manolo brought the woman in the right.
Right. Here I am, 17.
You never done that, Lance?
You mean the cocaine?
Yeah.
Never. I've never touched.
I know you brought pretty women in I know you brought pretty women in bathroom stalls, but maybe not for that purpose.
No comment. No. But see,
right.
No. But see, the world I ran in was different. See, it wasn't a drug-driven thing where, oh, she's after me because of drugs. It was like, ooh, you look a certain way.
Look, sex is a drug.
No, it is, but let me just say it this way. I was very finicky that way, even though, I was very finicky. And they're not just on my belt, mind you, but I was never a type of guy.
You were a finicky freak. You're a picky freak.
Well, yeah, kind of. But no. Let me tell you why I was picky. A drug-driven sex drive never turned me on. Because at a young age, I was very experienced from the different worlds that I traveled in. So I wasn't a ooh, ah kind of guy. Like, I better grab this because I might never get this type of thing. By the time I was 19 years old, I did more than most men that are 60 can look back on. And I'm humble with it, but I have to tell it that way. Because where guys would say, oh, that's a crackhead, and I get her to perform this act, I'm like, she's not doing that because she likes you or she's into you. You want somebody who's into you. My head was in a whole different place. Plus, I was dealing with much older women anyway, right? Just wasn't I got to get her to do this. So I couldn't hang with guys who, man, she said she'll do this for $5. I'm like, she's doing everybody for $5. What is that?
Oh, I got you.
You're not a real freak if you're doing something just to get a drug. You see what I'm saying? You're not a connoisseur. You're not on a higher level. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, we'll go back to the crack conversation, but I have to say that.
Because let's stop. Because you're going to tell me that you wouldn't do it with a crackhead, but the girls at the orgy were so virtuous. You remind me of my uncle.
No, I can break that down. And when we do that interview on That World, I want you to.
I know the uncle that did Pimps Up, Hoes Down.
Right.
One time we went to some strip club in Florida, and the Brazilian girls, and the one that he gets with, both nice looking. He says, "Oh yeah, she's a lawyer in Brazil. She's a doctor. Whenever you get one, he's like, oh no, she's a doctor in Brazil. She's just doing this for the money. Oh, the one that you got. Oh yeah, she's a scumbag, slut, and a whore. Reminds me of that. It's all right. Sorry for the sideline.
Yeah. But like I said, you evolve, and I was younger. And you evolve, and you get into your 20s. I was still doing crazy things, but you evolve. But I was raised right, and I always knew where home was as far as getting away from certain things and keeping myself from losing myself in any of these worlds. But no, I never did cocaine, never did crack, I never smoked weed. I never did those things because remember, I was a competitive bodybuilder also. And I saw what even steroids were doing to people. I never did that at that time. I never did any of those things. And because my brother was always on drugs, in my psyche, I saw what that did to him. So anything.
Oh, he was older than you.
Yes, 11 years.
You know something?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And so I saw
testimony right there, like this
right.
Is what can happen to you.
Yes. From growing up, I mean, I remember him breaking the window in the bathroom and coming back into the house that he lived in when he lived with us, because he was living there. Sometime he would be gone, living in and gone, 2 years gone, 6 months there, so and so. But my childhood was beautiful and was wholesome. My parents did an excellent job, gave me a wonderful childhood. But that was the only thing. So I can talk about it because, you know, it's no knock on me from young. And I had my father. My father always said,
no, go ahead. No,
yeah.
A living example.
Yeah.
Of, oh, shit. What can happen to me? And I don't want to be like this.
I would see my brother nodding out when he was taking heroin. And I love my mother. She was the greatest mother, but she was somewhat of an enabler. You know what I mean? Full person, but it hurt her, you know, so she had to go the extra mile with him.
Of course.
She didn't worry about me. You know, I mean, I had a bunch of girlfriends, but it was like, okay, that's all he's doing. And I ran buck wild too now. But they never worried about me through that crack era. They knew that I was not touching drugs. My father instilled in me such a pride, a righteous pride, not the cocky pride, but a righteous pride of me taking care of myself, putting in the right foods from young. You know, he'd give me these big things of nasty tasting herbs and teas because he's a Jamaican man. He said, listen, you drink this. This has nothing to do with your training that I'm going to have you do later on, but you'll be strong until you're 80, 90 years old. You won't have to lift weights and work out to be strong. He was right. You know, I mean, I still maintain a certain strength, and it's not even a strength physically. But when you're raised right, there's something about your id that radiates where people know I can't mess with him that way. You know what I mean? It's a strength that it comes in the spirit, the soul. And so when you have that kind of thing, even though I did the multiple girlfriend thing and all that stuff, that was my crack, right? But I still, even in those days, was respectful of women. It was like, let me go over here and find me some hoes. Never. I was always polite, always a gentleman, never a roughneck or disrespectful. Matter of fact, they were the ones coming at me,
right,
more so than anything else because of that. Looking back, but to have all that going on and see the crack era and to see people that I knew get taken up by that, you know, it just reaffirmed what I knew that I needed to do. The temptation was never a problem. It was never a problem. Like, I want to try that. And I had some women that would try, and I would never even deal with them if I knew they were dealing. And I didn't look down on them, right? But I just couldn't deal because
I would.
No, but I'm not knocking you if you did it that time because
Well,
this stuff was thrown at us.
But you know, if that's part of somebody's get down, so to speak, it's going to always be around. Right. No, I get what you're saying.
And Galata's gifts. I have your letter, and I'm going to call you tomorrow. Maybe we can talk tomorrow at some point. I'll be home all day, and I want us to talk, and we got to really push this thing. Get your letter. Thank you so much. And I had it all week in my bag, reading it over and over while I drove the bus. So also before, download the app, y'all. If you don't have the app, go to the Google Play Store, the app, or the Apple iTunes App Store, or Amazon. You can download the app. Totally legit. LanceScurv at the Google Play or App Store. But that world
thumbs up too.
Say it again. Oh yeah, you can write a little testimony, a little good word or whatever.
Like what you're hearing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. And like I said, we're not out here hustling anybody. We're just having a good old time, stimulating. We're talking about some real stuff. And when we make these programs, we want to make programs that people want to listen to. And you're more than welcome to call in 888-575-3769. But in that period, right, it was almost, and I've called it before like that, the anti-60s. The 80s were like the anti-60s in many ways, where you had the 50s and that conservative period. And then you had the 1960s come and John F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, I'm not putting Kennedy online with Malcolm X by no means. I'm just saying we had these figureheads that stood for something or did stuff, because we know John F. Kennedy was nailing Marilyn Monroe half the time, and his brother, right? His brother was doing her, not John and Robert. But Muhammad Ali.
Not just her.
You're right. No, I know. But we had Muhammad Ali. Let me just say one thing about him. Right? You couldn't have created a more perfect presence to deal with that time in the psyche of black people than a Muhammad Ali. A man was handsome. The man was strong. The man was articulate. He didn't learn much in school as far as being degreed or lettered or even getting a high school diploma, but he was a gift and right on time. Black pride, he was a shot in the arm to Black America at that time. And he's what we needed. And, we had the free love period and all this stuff. And culturally with music, it was kind of rebellious. But then now we have the 70s. And many folks got a little older. And it seemed to be a party period. The blaxploitation movies came out. Folks like, okay, the revolution's over. Let's just buy my home and settle down. Come. And black people are getting, and all people for the most part, but black people, we're focusing on that. They're getting more conscious now. They're coming back around. The party stuff is getting over. We got Public Enemy coming out. The generation coming up is getting more conscious. They're getting this drum beat going on. They're getting more serious, more aware. And all of a sudden, here comes crack. Nation of Islam is being built up again. Minister Louis Farrakhan, whether you agree with him or not, he has a message and he's laying the groundwork for later on the Million Man March, right? Whether people agree with that or not, or say, oh, that was a big nothing, but there was consciousness on all levels, not just him. So here comes crack. And it's true. It seems like every time we get on our feet as a community, there's something that comes and knocks us down. And I've noticed that it's followed by a party period of denial, the drugs, and let's just get laid and let's just hang out and it's all right. And then we get out of that and we start to wake up and get serious about the world around us. And here it comes again. It's like when you're at the beach as a kid and a wave comes and hits you and it goes over your nose, the water in your eyes and your ears, and you shake it off. And just as soon as you wipe the water off, you turn around, bang, and here comes another wave. Well, that's the way it was. And we didn't have the heroes in the 80s that we had. All of a sudden, rap music and hip hop community and rap music was compromised by the late 80s. Gangster rap was pushed. Public Enemy had controversy and they weren't focused on it that much. And the entertainment industry was the new crack in a way. Those who didn't get cracked out, we're going to crack you out with this entertainment and these beats that sound like something you're receptive to, but it's going to be poison. Like smallpox, in the sheets and in the covers with the Indians. We're going to poison the beats. So you think dancing on something that's yours, and we got somebody who looks like you, comes from your hoods, and we're going to sit behind and watch the poison happen. Now you're women who in the Supremes and the Marvelettes and all of these distinguished black female groups, bitches with problems. See, remember that? Bitches with problems. When they sung that song, is the P? Yeah. Is the PUSSY good to you? Remember that song? Put your lips against mine and your tongue in your mouth. And then my hands start to travel in south. I pull out your put it down my throat. I'm loving every bit and I refuse to choke.
Stop.
I know the words. Oh, no. That's not me singing it.
You against it.
You see what I'm saying? No, I'm a history, man. I got all this stuff in my head. Huh?
No.
Got you laughing, right?
You were spitting the rhyme.
Yeah.
Brother, you were spitting the rhyme too good. You liked the record at the time.
Who's that back there talking? Does somebody want to come on in?
Yeah, all right. So, Lance, I would like to preface this by saying that I am not a criminal. I do not plan on being a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
To be a criminal.
I know that. I know that about you, brother.
What I want to teach you, all right. So,
who's talking? What's your name?
Oh, that's Jack.
What's your name? Hey, Jack.
I don't have a name.
You got to have a name, Jack. Just make one up, Jack.
All right. So I don't have a name.
I've already GPS located you anyway, Jack. You're cool though. Go ahead.
All right.
I scared Jack.
So,
go ahead.
Thing about one of the tricks of the trade is you take a car and you call it a bucket. All right. And so what you do is you take this bucket, take out all of the insulation, things like that. Usually you have a specialty shop make it, and what you do is you stuff the drugs in the doors, in under the, behind the seats and the floor mats, different things like that. And the thing about a bucket will have this thing called traps. Now, traps are a device that unlocks when you do certain things to the car, revealing a hidden compartment. So what you would do is for instance, you would take a car to a mechanic shop, he would install some traps on it. Of course, you'd have to be pretty discreet about it, but these traps don't open until you have the blinkers on, the air conditioning on, the car unlocked at the same time, and maybe you have some buttons on the radio pressed a certain way. And then, voila, these compartments and the doors open up.
I've seen those.
Behind the seat open up, and there's your drugs.
Let me run to the bathroom, y'all. I'll be right back, all right? Keep talking.
All right, leave me with Jack.
PB time.
While he's doing criminal drug conspiracy while I'm on the air. Look, Jackie, if you're talking about a criminal, you're going to prefix this that you're not a criminal, and then you're going to describe in detail about, your alleged drug career past. I just like to make a disclaimer right now that I, Brown Beasley, do not know Jack, have never met Jack. I'm a featured guest on the show. And what Jack is talking about, I have no knowledge of whatsoever. Continue, Jack. Go ahead. I have to do that, Jack, because I don't know where you're going with this. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So
I have the right to protect myself.
We got traps.
From your self-incrimination. Mister, don't think that you're a criminal, but you're talking about criminals. Go ahead, Jack. You got the floor.
Okay. So what I've learned from various documentaries and things is that when the police want to catch a drug dealer, what they do is they patrol houses, they monitor the electric bills. They actually have what's it called? It's infrared thermal vision that they can go across.
I had something come up and then a booty out.
Hello?
Yeah. So.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. That was my end. That was my end. I clicked the trap and Lance started talking. Go ahead. I hit the track. I put my finger on. I put my finger on my desk, and I put my elbow on the lamp. Then all of a sudden he started talking. Go ahead. But my bad.
Okay. So some of the things police do to catch people who are dealers, of course, is that they monitor the temperatures of certain houses by driving by with thermal vision. They also monitor a house's electricity intake. And so if your house uses too much electricity, guess what? You're suspicious. You might be a drug dealer. You may have a what's it called? A garden, a weed garden.
Oh, a marijuana grow operation. Why aren't we talking about two really different things here, Jack?
Well, I mean, I figured the viewers would want to learn something, so.
Go ahead, Jack. You're not a criminal, though. Go ahead. No, you're talking about marijuana, and you're talking about something else. Go ahead.
A grow operation. And so, to avoid these things, some people would either, electricity from maybe like a public place or something like that. Or another thing they would do is with their thermal vision, what they could see is they could see smoke coming out the house. And so the smoke will be very hot, and they'll be like, okay, this dude's growing marijuana, and then they raid you. So that's one thing. Another thing that another interesting thing that can be done is drug sniffing dogs. So the interesting thing about drug sniffing dogs is depending on how you pack the drugs or how soon you pack the drugs depends on whether or not the drug sniffing dog will smell the drugs. Okay, so for instance, you have to pack it in with gloves, for one, because if you get any residue on your car or any residue on whatever you're transporting the stuff in, the dog's going to smell it and you're going to get busted. Okay, now what also determines the smell, whether or not a drug sniffing dog can smell your drugs, is the time you pack it and what kind of material you pack it in. So you don't want to pack it in anything that's porous. You probably want to pack it in something like a thick metal container or a thick plastic container that's very airtight. And you want to move it ASAP because after 48 hours, the dog is probably going to smell it, because what happens is that microscopically at a subatomic level, marijuana.
Jack, don't have the authorities come to my door. Somebody's watching this. Some old white lady's like, these niggers are exchanging tricks. Go to LanceScurv's house. No, go ahead and talk, man. I'm just joking. It's me going to be out there in cuffs.
Able to protect my ass from Jack. You got calling in here, giving us the details on how to get away with the crime.
Oh no, keep going, man. Keep going.
All right. So what happens is that at the subatomic level, the marijuana starts to smell. Okay, and with that smell, it at a microscopic level, that smell starts to seep through the material. It doesn't even matter if the material's sealed. It doesn't even matter if the material has no openings on it. It's coming through the actual material at a microscopic level. And so I think what the dogs call this is they call it scent cones. And these scent cones, it's a spiral or tornado type of pattern that the smell. How should I put it? I'm not a fucking scientist, but that the smell.
And I know what you are, Jack, you're making it real clear. You're making it real clear what you are. I mean, I'm glad that you say that you're not, but you have a lot of firsthand information. You start giggling now.
Okay. I'm not a criminal.
Are you high now, Jack?
No, I'm not.
It's okay if you are.
But
well, you know what? Marijuana in California is legal. Your state, I think, is legal in something like 28 states right now. And if you don't mind, Jack, can you smell that?
No.
Don't get the dogs, Jack. I'm about to roll up. But go ahead. You reminded me. You're like making me hungry. So, you're talking about food I would eat, but you're talking about something.
Okay, all right. So what determines if the dogs can smell it is the time you pack it, how thick your material is, whether or not your material is porous, and whether or not you got any material on your car or whatever you're transporting it in. And by the way, you want to pack it with gloves, because if it's on your hands and then you touch the stuff and you put it in there, the dog is going to smell that too. And so what you want to do is you want to move it within a 48 hours. You want to move it with. So what you want to do is when you want to move it within a 48-hour period, because within that, after that 48-hour period.
No, hold on. Disclaimer. Let me make another disclaimer, Jack. I got to just stop you. You can continue on with your story if Lance going to let it.
Oh, go ahead.
Brown Beasley, LanceScurv, the LanceScurv Show, does not know Jack, does not condone any of his activities. He's merely doing this for illustration purposes, and I wish you would stop him. Go ahead.
Okay, so after that 48-hour period, microscopically, subatomically, the scent seeps through the material. It's unavoidable. Everything smells and seeps through the material after some time. And so
turkey bags.
You move it fast enough. If you move it fast enough and you pack it thick enough, guard dogs won't smell it.
Drug dealer 1-on-1.
Move it fast enough and it starts to smell. If you don't move it fast enough and it starts to smell, you get busted. But,
and then guys, they're thinking, do we get a test on this? Man, we got notes.
Facility. Are you calling it from a correctional facility?
No, I'm not.
All right, well, yeah, I would thought maybe you know a lot about getting busted. You seem to know an awful lot about getting busted. Because it can happen. They've got cell phones in prison. Go ahead, Jack.
So, no, that's
have
just
you
a
ever
little bit I know.
Have you ever just taken the weed and keistered it so they couldn't smell it, Jack?
No. No, I haven't.
That's so funny.
Or just eat beans the day before and fart when the sniffing dogs come.
Right.
You see the tail wagging.
All right. So besides thought, let's talk about who the biggest drug dealers are, because the irony of the whole problem with the war on drugs is that the biggest drug dealers are in the suburbs. The most money made on drugs,
of course,
by suburban white kids dealing right out of their house, and they don't even patrol the neighborhoods.
Right.
They don't patrol the neighborhoods. They're not even looking for these guys, and they're selling way more drugs than get sold in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing.
They're probably not out shooting each other either.
Yeah, so a couple of movies you can watch to learn all this is How to Make Money Selling Drugs. It's a controversial documentary, but it's edgy. It's edgy. It tells you about the traps. It tells you about how people deal drugs. But honestly, to me, it's all old advice, and it probably won't work. You'll probably get caught. But if you want to know inside how people pack drugs, make drugs, things like that, watch that documentary. How to Make Money Selling Drugs is what it's called.
Let me interject, Jack. Also,
history.
You go ahead. I just wanted to say one thing about there's a website, while I have it at the tip of my tongue, called Paladin Press. PALADIN, N as in Nancy, Press. PaladinPress.com. They have a lot of survivalist type books. This is for books and stuff, and downloadable literature. How to kill people, how to do this, how to survive with no money. Very interesting website. Years ago, the feds were watching people who bought books from them before the internet was popular. When you had their catalog and you ordered a book, because it's like, why are you trying to learn how to make bombs and do different things? They had a lot of practical, useful information, but they would tell you, if you order from us, you're going to be on somebody's list. And so there were bookstores that ordered these books and they sold it so you can buy it cash. Yeah, but it's still around. And what you're telling me and sharing with me is the kind of stuff that they would have. I'm not saying it exactly, but if you wrote a book, it would be perfect for Paladin Press.
So besides that, that's also another way how people get caught is they'll check your credit card history. And so if you're going, buying a bunch of lamps, buying a bunch of grow formula, buying a bunch of fertilizer, you're going to get caught.
Jack, you know what? I got to interrupt you real quick, Jack. Let me just say this. Which in law school, she said, have fun, be smart. Don't let Jack get you caught up. She's in law school. So she says, it's a good thing you made that disclaimer. I don't know why they're letting him talk on. He could be a federal agent setting you up. She said, you made a disclaimer. Be smart.
No, I
can send you the text. It says, don't let Jack get you caught up. I can't afford a case right now, Jack.
It's the nature of the business. It's the smuggler's blues. Remember Miami Vice?
I guess. Right. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just
telling my age.
Telling me she's a smart
girl. What people will usually do is they'll try to do something like they'll try to withdraw cash and then they'll go across county lines, different towns and different things, and they'll buy stuff from like 3 or 4 separate shops in order to avoid, having any type of paper trail.
Like they did The Wire when they bought the cell phones, the TV show, and he would instruct them, go get 3 phones here, 2 phones here, 3 phones here. But one time the girl said, listen, I ain't running around all goddamn day with all these shops. I want to go to the movies and get my nails done. And she said, just buy all the phones here. That's what got them wiretapped and busted. But go ahead. No, I feel you.
Right, and so that's not even mentioning, you know, burner phones, different things like that. But
Right.
another documentary you can watch is called Cocaine Cowboys Reloaded, and
That's
it goes
good.
through the entire history
By
of how
Griselda Blanco,
Florida was
right in
built.
Miami. Yeah,
That's
that's
Cocaine
actually
Cowboys
very good.
too, but well, I mean, actually, she's in Cocaine Cowboys Reloaded too. But Cocaine Cowboys 2 focuses on Griselda, but actually, Cocaine Cowboys 2 has a lot of fiction in it because he started lying towards the end of the documentary, and he just started making shit up for the documentary. But Cocaine Cowboys Reloaded is accurate, as far as I know, about how Florida was built in the 70s on cocaine, the murders, finding
all the money,
different people.
all the money, exactly.
What the heck is up with the sound effects?
So,
huh?
Here's some.
No, that's the train.
Any of those documentaries?
Oh, okay.
I've seen Cocaine Cowboys, the first one, and Reloaded. What's the one where it talks about Charles Crosby? The one that
y'all are going deep.
That's Cocaine Cowboys too.
Okay, that was good, man.
That's Cocaine Cowboys too. I mean, he lied towards the end. His son is still alive.
I thought I was losing my mind for a second, fellas.
Griselda Blanco.
If you're up, you know, turn your clock back, because I'm looking at my computer. It says 3:12, and I'm looking at my atomic clock. It says 2:12. I'm like, what's going on? I forgot. So if y'all are up, turn back your clocks.
Hold on. Is today spring forward?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Check on this.
Yeah.
It's daylight savings time. So
yes.
It's going to be light again.
Yeah, it will be.
All right.
So we have an extra hour of talk time on the LanceScurv show.
Right.
Okay.
So I mean, like I said, I'm not a criminal, but that's just the bit I know from documentaries and things like that. Another thing is that you got to put new shocks on your car, because if your car's sitting if you got to put new shocks on your car, you got to put new shocks on your car, because if your car's sitting all low, you're just going to get busted.
Yep.
But I mean, your door is going to be all heavy slinging it. But I mean, that's your style, and you want to take those risks. Those are some helpful tips.
I just like reporting on it. I just like reporting on it.
So I mean, that's all I know. That's all I want to say, Lance.
Oh no, there's no limit, brother. You can talk. You chime in. You're here, man. This is the beauty of conversation. That's what it's all about. You know, a thought hits you, jump in. You know, it's very loose.
But
that's how we do it.
None of that really works anymore. My knowledge, none of that with today's technology, none of that really works. I mean, it works to an extent.
It's better to go to school, find yourself a trade, find employment. And let me give you an illustration of that and bring it all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
Look at someone like Fat Cat, who was industrious, hardworking, and determined, and everything. In 5 years, he probably made, let's just say he made $1 million, right? If you stretch that out and look over the 30 years that he's lost in prison.
Right.
Over 30 years.
Right.
Over 30 years that he's lost in prison.
Was it worth it?
It works out. And he's probably works jobs for 14 cents an hour.
Yeah.
While in prison, you program. Yeah. So there's no.
But you know, the thing is,
and they talk about.
I was just going to say, the thing is that now, and forevermore, you just have to be creative in your ways of making money. There's fast money out there. There's always fast money. And if there's not, you can rob the bank and knock somebody in the head and take something. But, you know, like you said, Beasley, so beautifully, is it worth it? You know, we have to be able to think above survival mode and come up with ways, because the atmosphere is ever changing on how to make money. Is if you can get there first with your idea and be there to answer a need. Sometimes we can't see it, but many of us who just say, okay, I have a job, but that's just to get that regular thing. I'm always thinking and scheming. And so, you know, when new markets emerge and new things happen if you can answer a problem or be the solution for a dilemma that nobody can figure out. That's the real way. You know, nobody can stop you from starting a business, getting those tax breaks on a lower level, which I don't understand why more people don't even do that. If we're going to get back to the crack thing, but that's just my thought, that there's money to be made. Your job, you can't count on that. Minimum wage or whatever they pay you, whatever they pay you, whatever they're paying you on a job is minimum wage. Sometimes minimum wage, a job is paying you something, but they're getting way more out of you than what they're giving you. So they're juking you right there. That's just the order. They were there first. They set the structure up. You're coming into their house. But that can't stop you from building your own house and taking a little extra time to build it up. I may not be making much money doing what I do here, but I have a name that folks trust. And it's not about hustling people with a name, but that's out there first. Whatever I do, and I'm known for it, people say, hey, I'll check out Scurv. That connection. And I think it's a shame that many of us in our community don't even strive to have that connection. Because if I connect with you and you connect with me and you find out that I sell shoes, shop. You know, if you're a little short, no problem. Don't come for the hookups. But we need to think beyond. And it's so funny how others think and come up with something to the punch. And many times those people are out of the Black community. And green is green. Green flows everywhere. It's not just about that, but we are suffering so much that if we come and use our mind and think of different things, because I sit here and it's not just about money. It's about answering, for giving solutions, you know, ahead of time, coming up with ideas and being able to sacrifice and work for it. We, you know, the crack generation, they want the high real quick, the crack money that comes quick. We want to emulate that. Microwaves, cell phones, texting. And a lot of us older folks got to that point where we can't wait. We got to get it now. Of course, always have that spirit of wanting to push and get it now. One of my big things was actually getting rest. Knowing when to say no. Knowing when to stop and say, you know what? Tomorrow's another day. I'm 15 days behind on my blog. I've been doing so many shows and so many things here in the studio and learning so much things that I fell behind uploading everything to my site. And the site is my home online, not YouTube. YouTube doesn't belong to me. You see what I mean? Twitter doesn't belong. I don't own that. I don't control Facebook. I utilize that to bring back. That being said, like I said, have something of your own. Don't think of it when things go bad. Oh, I need to start something. Cultivate it. Do something you like. It might be something corny. You know, my friend who I met at Sam Ash, he's on the show. Maybe he got off. Brother Barton. He does his side stuff. He loves music and audio. Excellent man for that. I recommend him to anybody. He knows his stuff. And he keeps up here what goes on here. You know, I have a new toy here that I bought. I'm going to have to sit here and watch it. This is for my samples and commercials, and you know, you tap it, you know, and it works right in directly to the mixer. And when he comes, I have him help me out and we'll expand more. So I still have to invest. I go out in the job and I put aside some money and say, okay, I'm going to invest this. When brothers and sisters donate us something, which I don't come out here and push for that, right? I use it to go back into this so we can have nice discussions this way and raise the level of it. Because we need to huddle. I'm answering, it's not just me, but a lot of people, but we have to answer for what we need. Maybe when someone hears this conversation or another conversation that might touch them, maybe on a spiritual level or an emotional level, it'll stop them from putting a bullet to their head. Big shout out to Sister J from New York. I see there's a number here. I don't know if that's you. But if that's you, the conversation that we had earlier truly uplifted me. Not that I was feeling down, but it was a validation, you know? And this is what we have to do for each other, and sometimes not expect an immediate return, because it doesn't always break down to dollars and cents. We have to invest in each other, you know, instead of sitting there saying, I'm broke. Where's the answer going to come? Just put yourself to work. the heavens will open up and bring you what you need. Sorry for that little rant. I just had to get off a little bit. I'm trying to figure out who this is picking their toes, laying in the bed, mumbling like his name.
Right. I mean, but like, you know, I don't know. The thing about drug dealing is it's not what it used to be, like the rock star days where you make a ton of money.
Kind of you're not a criminal.
I'm just saying the rock star days. You know, from what I know, they're kind of over because, like, you know, a lot of these guys dealing, they're barely just getting by. They're actually taking risks and getting shot at for like a regular day's salary. They could technically go work at McDonald's or Home Depot somewhere and get a better living.
And their girlfriend who works at Walmart has to take her hard-earned money and bail them out. Is that something?
Wow. Right.
It happens so much here in Orlando.
Right. And so the thing is that the only real way they, you know, with all these radars and different things like that, I mean, the only real way they do it is, which they're always inventing new ways, is, you know, the go fast boats, you know, where they load up like 10 boats with cocaine and then they race them. And then when the Coast Guard comes, the boats split off in 10 different directions. And whoever makes it to the coast gets there, and whoever doesn't gets caught and goes to jail. But, you know, there's that way. And then there's also these cheap, rickety ass submarines they're making. It's like just a little canoe. And what they do is they just give the guy a straw to go up to the surface with. And the air out of the straw from the surface.
I've seen that on the movies.
Paddle boats this. Yeah, he paddle boats this little ass submarine with all these drugs strapped to it, and tries to make it to the shore. Another way they do it is they strap it to the bottom.
You've read quite a few books, huh?
What they'll do.
Committed them to memory. You know more about this than I know about the whole Queens era drug gang stuff. But go ahead.
So another way is they strap it to the bottom of a cargo ship, but you know they got hip to that and they started checking the cargo ships. What they'll do is instead of putting it on the cargo ship, they'll latch it on to the bottom of the ship. And so as the ship's going through the water, the drugs are under the water, and then the cargo is above the water on the ship in a regular fashion. But that's about it. That's all I know, really.
Well, yeah, it's a good thing that you don't know too much about this stuff.
No, I appreciate the no, seriously, all the knowledge that's collective and
the tutorial. Do we
say it again?
No, I thought we might owe him something. He's gonna submit us with the bill for his tutorial.
No, it's much appreciated though, because you know you have a lot of these shows out here, and I'm not throwing off on anybody because we get crazy and funny and freaky and comedic here too. But sometimes it's lacking. You want to go to bed titillated on an intellectual level where like, wow, I learned this. There's so many worlds out here. Sometimes we find ourselves just in our little, go to the job, come home, shop in the same supermarket, go to the same house of worship. You know, we don't even go around our own neighborhood, park the car and walk down 3 blocks and see what the houses look like. We zoom past them so fast. You know, so it's nice to stimulate on ways that we're not used to really getting, you know, engaged in. And so now this makes me sleep deeper when I sleep because I'm thinking about different things. What I learned, now I'm going to be looking at bodies of water, seeing if there's straws under there. If there's anybody under there breathing through the straw, right? But more about, you know, the whole crack cocaine thing, Beasley, and folks have been hitting me like, hey, I want to talk about that too, you know. But all this is good.
Go ahead. I'm learning probably stuff that I shouldn't learn, but
no, well, you
hearing from some of the people that were in Queens that witnessed this stuff firsthand, and some of the stories, like the story you shared, as a person that didn't use drugs, and what you witnessed, like, whoa, something's going on here. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, and because of my appearance at the time, on a physical level. I never had problems with the crackheads who were more prone to violence and intimidation.
Wasn't the dude to mess with.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. You know, they might mess with me now as an old fat man, but back then, no, I wasn't playing. And, you know, I was going to do what I had to do, and I didn't bother anybody. But there were times I think, say it again?
Do you know a man by the name of Curtis Spoon?
Wait a second. Curtis Spoon? Scoon.
Scoon. It's a pretty fascinating character, man. I've been reading his Twitter for the longest.
I know I heard the name. You got to remember, down through the years and on social media made it worse. I mean, all my brain cells are filled up with names. So there are not many slots left over.
Let me make it easier for you where he came into the public light. He was the guy that was accused and never charged with Jam Master Jay's murder.
Right. So, you know, that's
very articulate, very sharp dude.
Mm-hmm.
He was a street dude. Quit the street stuff, I guess, from what the way he says. But I've been reading his Twitter feed for years, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to interact with him, but I no longer have Twitter because I got banned for. No, I didn't get banned for life, but Twitter, you know, you could do Twitter all day long and nothing else.
Yeah.
But Curtis Spoon, if you're on Twitter, you might want to follow him and just read if you have it any time.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for him right now.
Into a political conservative, but he knows all of these people.
Wow, maybe we can get him on the show.
He knows all the people they were. I don't know if he would be willing. I mean, I guess you reach out to him.
I have ways. You just have to make people feel relaxed.
I would love to talk to him if I could. I've been reading. I've been lurking on his Twitter page.
I just followed him.
Years and years and years.
This guy has a lot of followers.
From Queens. He's maybe about 6,000 or 7,000 now. Yeah.
Let me see. I just hit the wrong button and knocked him off.
Followers. Well,
I'll tell you in a second.
Is the guy? I'll tell you some more about him.
He's following 276 people, and he has 11,300 followers.
I don't check him. I used to check him every day. I haven't checked him for a while, and I'll catch up. I think he's making movies or something now.
Yeah.
But Curtis Spoon, he's a brilliant dude, man, and he puts a whole
Here's his picture.
Lot of smart in 140. A whole lot of smart in 140 characters. He's from Queens. He's a political conservative. He has knowledge about everything. He's a street guy. They say that he didn't have a job until he was 45. He worked different types of jobs. He was in the street. He did this, he did that.
And I was just telling somebody the other day that New York is a place where you can live good without a job if you know how to survive. And I mean on legal means. Yeah. If you know stuff, if you know how to fix brakes, you know electric, you know carpentry, you know?
He may not agree, but you should reach out to him.
I am.
You should reach out to him. You're from Queens. You've got the platform.
I might know him. I mean, you know, I might know him. Or
he's 50. He's 52. He's 52 or 53. He might know you.
That's what I'm saying. There's enough overlap from that time period. We had to know some of the same people. 6 degrees of separation is probably just 1 or 2. You know.
It's probably 1 degree of separation.
Might not be any separation.
Talk to him.
Right.
He doesn't. He hasn't. Combat Jack, who has like a larger platform than apparently Combat Jack has been after him, and he won't do a podcast. As a fellow person from Queens,
I might get the nod.
You never know; he might give you some play.
Right,
he might give you some play.
Because you know what, Beasley? You know, Beasley.
And I'm older than him.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, but all the people that have come on the show that have a high profile, I lucked out. It wasn't like I've had people come, hey, Lance, want to get on your show? I'm like, okay. Like, wow, how did you pick me? You know, I feel like the plain Jane who never got a guy to look, or, you know, whatever, like, or the dude who never got the girls to look. And all of a sudden, this beautiful woman comes and picks me. I'm going to start reaching out, press releases and all that official stuff. And
just imagine the story where he tells the story. In fact, it's detailed online. I'll find it for you.
Mm-hmm.
and he just tells the story about how all of a sudden he's a suspect in this murder, and he has to go hide out.
Let me tell you something. It's easy, and it was so easy in those days with so many murders and things going on. Because let me tell you something. I had the experience, if not 3 times, 2 times, where because of the worlds that I traveled in, you have your phone number, and people have your phone number, and I've had detectives call me. Do you know so and so?
Anybody's liable to call you.
Right. And you kind of find out that this person was murdered, but they happen to attend a party that you threw 1 time, 2 times, and that's it. They know you more than you know them. And you're like, oh my God. You know?
There are law enforcement agencies and sections in law enforcement agencies that are out solving cold cases. They'll dig around, they'll get some DNA, they'll take DNA, they'll do things and try to match it. Curtis Coon's story would be real fascinating, but what makes him more a compelling figure with this story that we're talking about,
yes,
is that he's the person. Queens Reign Supreme is the book that was written by Ethan Brown that explains all of this. Okay, it's probably the foundation for my knowledge in this stuff. But see, someone, okay, they're calling you out. He was behind the scenes and took chump change and made all the contacts for the interviews, so that Ethan Brown, white boy, wasn't walking up into Queens and getting people to talk to him.
Right.
Schoon did that. Schoon also helped produce, I think, the series on Fat Cat Nicholas, American Gangster, and Supreme. He was like, whatever. He's the production dude, the guy that you talk to. He's a skilled writer. He's let me stop before it seems like I'm some type of groupie or some type of fan, because I'm actually older than him. But there's something about him that I respect. Spoken, he's smart.
Yes, let me tell you, just my mind is really racing right now. You're bringing up memories, speaking about this whole subject is bringing up memories, even though I wasn't in that world. Those 11 cops, January 26, 1989. It was in the 103rd precinct area. 103 precinct, because you know when you say it, it's a certain way you have to say it. I'll just throw it out there. Any cops that are listening, tell me if I'm wrong. But if I said 103rd precinct and I tried to convince you that I was in law enforcement somehow, they're like, no, you're not. Because you have to say the 103. You can't say third with the RD.
Right.
You know, if you, depending on how you say it. From the 103, okay, you're one of us. I was never trying to front like that. All I'm saying is that,
in the Bronx.
Yeah. Now, when I got arrested, they basically said, well, and you got to hear the story. I'm not going to tell the whole story because it was really bull. Those charges were reduced to a misdemeanor, and they said disorderly conduct. But I was basically, like I said earlier, when I was driving through the prostitute drug area to get food, me and my friends to bring back for his mother to cook for the father in the morning time, they pulled me over. They said I was driving no insurance. I told them I just bought this car, and I let the insurance lapse on the other car that was a similar model. So the female cop, Tracy Monty, said, okay, go ahead. Then the other one, Officer Benningen, on my side, smacked the glass. Get out of the car. What's wrong with you? I said, but she just told me I can go. It escalated. I didn't do anything that escalated, but he shoved my head on the car, called for backup. 9 more cops came. 4 more cops came. They bum rushed me, jumped on me. I got up with all of them. I was real strong. I had 4 on my back. I wasn't trying to fight, but I'm not letting you smother me like that. I walked with them to the back of the car. They got me, and I kind of gave in too, because I know that you keep I wasn't resisting, but you keep holding your ground, they're going to keep beating. So they had me in a chokehold, the infamous chokehold, but my neck is skinny now. My neck was like really like boom. Even though I stopped training like 4 years before, I was still pretty, solid. And they had me face down in the chokehold. So I had to really like just my neck and just take my little short breaths. They weren't choking me. They weren't putting me to sleep.
They had you in the Eric Garner.
Yeah, exactly. I know what that's like firsthand. Then at the same time, they're punching me. One officer's on the side, standing just ramming me. And I'm in this chokehold, and all I could do is move my head a little bit to not make the fist go in my eye. I got pictures I'm going to find and upload and put on my site and put it with the, I'm going to do like to put everything together so you can see what I look like. And it's ironic that I had a Public Enemy shirt on that night, right? I told Professor Griffin, I said, man, it's your fault, right? They were choking me, punching me, had my hands behind my back to put the cuffs on, but they were pulling my thumbs up even more. Say it this way, I'm not being lewd. I had some sweats on, some sweat bottoms, right? I didn't have no underwear on. They were grabbing my balls for dear life. I mean, squeezing. So you're getting punched, you're getting choked, your wrists are almost being broke and played with like it's the NBA game, and it's like a, you know, man, pain. And that lasted for about 90 seconds. 90 seconds like that, that's an eternity, y'all. And it had cops around. But anyway, I had to say that to say the other, that what they were doing at that time to innocent people, they overreacted because a lot of them were not trained properly. They were scared and they were, oh, I'm in fear for my life. Then don't be a cop then. And that goes to these cops today. But the judge initially, there was one other judge, but then as the case went on, like I said, it was what they put down: disorderly conduct, driving with no insurance, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and assaulting an officer. That little white woman, Tracy Monty, Officer Tracy Monty, in 1989 at the 103 precinct, all of a sudden, that's the one who told me so beautifully, I can go, I understand why we stopped you. It was she turned up with a limp. And I'm sitting there in the cell at the 103 precinct looking at her, and she turned to me, she said, boy, you sure kicked the hell out of me. And Benjamin was writing the report. He was laughing. Boy, I saw it. You really, and they're lying in the report. And he's talking about the overtime he's getting. And that night was so wonderful because he's going to have all this overtime with paperwork, and he's got the next 3 weeks off. He said, this will help me out with something because I'm going to take my time. And I'm sitting here looking at these guys, and my eyes were shut. Huh? Say it again?
Probably part of I just went and looked up the exact date that Officer Byrne was killed. And
it was 88 sometime, right?
Years.
When was it?
February 26th of 88.
Yeah.
Apparently after that, the police...
11 months. Yeah, the same precinct.
You were probably a victim.
Yeah, of course I was.
Stepped up, heavy-handed police tactics.
They beat up grandmothers, man. Yeah. They were beating up, and also, they were paying them a lot of money. There was a dude in the neighborhood who sold weed most of his life, and he picked up a couple $1 million. Bought a Benz, driving around. Foolish move with the car, but I'm just saying that.
More than that.
Yeah, yeah. And I had no record.
I remember.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I remember. I think, who was the president in 1988? I think it was...
Bush.
President in 1988.
Was it Bush?
Reagan. Bush, excuse me. Bush won.
Right.
Bush won. Let me see here. 84. Bush? No, it was Reagan.
Reagan?
Reagan was still the president. Reagan was the... No.
No, Bush.
It just changed hands. It had just changed hands. Goodness, how do we not know this, man? Clinton was elected in 92. Who was elected in 88? Good grief.
Wasn't it Bush Sr.? Or Clinton? No?
I think it was Bush.
Boy, I'm getting old. I'm like forgetting. It's a big blur for me. They beat the memory out of me.
No. Reagan was president. They beat the memory out. Reagan was president from 80 to 88. Bush beat Mondale.
Right.
Or Mondale or... No, I think Mondale might have been 84. Anyway, I think it was Bush the Bush family. This happens. And for those that believe in conspiracy theories, we could even go as far and venture that they would push something like this along. I mean, it's far-fetched that they would push something like this along in order to institute what we have today. And what we have today are draconian drug laws, and we've had them for years. We have private prisons, we have profits, and we have a way to really kicked up the wind and take the wind from the sail of black people that were, are upwardly mobile.
That's right. Let me just say another interesting.
I don't know if it's true. You know what? I could probably get in more trouble for saying that. I can ask Jack coming on here giving us a tutorial on how to sell weed 1-to-1 and bring it all over and have a straw under the thing. Just a thought.
No, but let me just tell you an interesting little addendum to that story that I just told you about me with the cops. Eventually it got reduced to that disorderly conduct, and they said, well, keep this for a year and we'll get rid of it, which they didn't. And it wasn't that they did that. They snuck in resisting arrest. When I went for corrections, state corrections, passed everything, the psychological, physical, all the tests, got the mail, oh, we can't give you this job and you carry a gun when you have to because you have a resisting arrest charge. And I'm like, they screwed me over still. But I think the judge's name was Carter. And he handled a lot of those cases with the bigger drug dealers, a black man. And he was on the documentary. They showed him a couple times on one of the documentaries about the crack era at that time. I'm like, that's the judge who handled my case. But if you want to see tension,
small world type of stuff.
Yeah, if you want to see tension, go to those like Queens down on Queens Boulevard, the courthouse there, and those DAs, the tension in those courts.
Can I watch it on TV?
Well, maybe there got to be some way you can do it online now. But man, let me tell you something: the tension there.
I'm joking that I don't want to go in a courtroom that is uncomfortable. That's not the place black men want to be.
No, exactly. It's like they hated you. I couldn't believe it. They had a DA that was there, this blonde woman who she would stare at me like I tried her some kind of wayward way. And she would stare, and I'm like, it was a very frightening experience when you didn't live that way. And now if I lived that way where I was doing things in that life, if I was about that life or about that life, then I would expect. But when they did that, they had the maximum of 3 days they can keep you locked up before you see the judge. And they kept me almost that because of the wounds. My eyes were beat shut, right? My lips were beat up and just everything. Huh?
That's in New York City.
Yeah.
Remember the guy that I told you about? I know that we're on the air, but his case is a similar charge. RPJ.
Mm-hmm.
Reginald Jones. That's the gentleman that I told you about that's in Orange County right now. It's a resisting arrest charge with violence on an officer. But when you look at his picture, and his picture's my avatar, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's an imperfect person. I'll put it that way.
Well, we all are, man. I mean,
challenges. He's a bit delusional. No, but look at his face. How are you committing violence on a police officer and you're not beat the fuck up? Pardon my language.
You're right.
And he probably doesn't have any type of. It's a felony. It's probably a miscarriage of justice going on. And you know what? You might be the perfect person because of your experience. I don't even know you don't have a lot of time, but if we could help somebody,
we could make time for that, man. We can make time, and I'm down here, and yeah. I mean, with these social media platforms, we need to be able to make a difference for somebody. You know what I mean? On some kind of way. Because
you know what? I didn't even think about it like that. I just thought about that you're a brother, that you were there.
Right.
You could be a point person.
Right.
People are asking me where to send money. It doesn't take that much money to get. I said, just hold on, wait till he goes to court.
Right.
If I were directed, I don't even want to start a GoFundMe or anything. You could send it directly to Lance. You could say, I'm completely transparent here.
Mm-hmm.
You can send it directly to Lance or directly to Lance. And I think it would also be amazing content for you to get down there and rescue him from the jail, him not knowing who you are. And you say that, Lee and the people from the sector.
Yeah. I mean, I would minimize my, it wouldn't be like, yes, I'm LanceScurv, your savior, whatever. Because,
you're important.
I know, but I'm understated that way.
You are part of the process, and it couldn't. I said, well, I have to get a call back from this guy. It can't and won't happen, at least right away.
Right, I understand.
So you're a pivotal part. You are the point. You are the or we're hoping that you would become the point person. There's people that care about this dude.
Well, I'd like to. Yeah.
And that even though he's imperfect, and I haven't tried to collect anything yet, I'll talk with you out there further.
Right.
We just said a little something.
And we'll put something out there officially. You see my thing? Something like that, I'll ask for.
Maybe we collect enough money. Maybe we can collect enough money to pay his toll bail.
Right. No, but listen, Beasley, that's something. See, I don't mind putting myself out there to help someone. You know what I mean? When it's legit. I have a lot of requests come at me. Crazy stuff, man. I won't even repeat it. Crazy stuff, scam stuff. But you know,
this is pretty straight.
Yeah.
And I'm presenting it as transparent as I can. You know, and this guy's known in the sector, and he's not. And I'll tell you more privately about him and his personality and maybe some of his issues and everything. But no, I think. Look, man.
Yeah, but no. What I'm saying is that that's something. When it's for somebody else, I'll ask. This is what I'm trying to do. But I'm just not like that. Where hey, you gotta give me this, give me that, give me this.
I've got a bunch of people that have asked. It would be a blessing upon all of us to help him.
Yeah, and I would go down there. I would, and even not even to like say.
And a side note.
Yeah.
A side note. It's a feel good story. It's something. It's content. It's a feel good story, and perhaps you could find him something to do somewhere. He's in physical shape.
Right.
He writes well. When I say he writes well, when you see some of those people in that sector write, that everybody can spell words. His punctuation is good. At one point, this kid got a good education.
Right.
The primary education.
But did you see the video that I did with the guy who's addicted to crack in the street? Did you see that video?
I can only watch so much of that.
No, but I'm saying this is real because I was bringing my bus back at the end of the day from work, and I saw him, and I doubled back. I always keep my camera in the bag and stuff, and I interviewed him. And that's the kind of stuff, not to put him down, but I like people to see what the real deal is. And there's a lot of talent and a lot of good people out there that just got a bad turn.
Yeah, I can see that in every city. You talk with them for a while, and I've done that before. In fact, when I was in Los Angeles a few years ago, and I was walking to the 99-cent store, which is right on Alvarado and Wilshire, which is like the heart of Latino immigrant land. Right? And the brother walks up to me. He says, "Brother, can you get a couple of dollars?" I said, "Man, I can give you a couple of dollars. I just need to know that you're not on drugs, man, that you're not using drugs."
Right.
I said, "Man, I am not going to lie to you. I am smoking like a broken stove." I said, "What'd you say?" He said, "I am smoking like a broken stove."
That's crazy.
I was like,
a broken stove.
What you do with the dude? You said you smoke. Can you imagine a broken stove? It must smoke a lot.
Oh, that's bad.
No, I gave him $5.
Yeah. If you keep it real with me, you might get it.
The laugh, man. I got mileage off this laugh. I'm telling the story 5, 6, 7, 8 years later. He said, "I ain't gonna lie to you. I am smoking like a broken stove." Queens was smoking like a broken stove.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were people that were traveling, and probably why this guy built such a good empire, because they probably gave a lot of high quality drugs for a good price.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why Fat Cat and Supreme, and after Supreme went to prison, nephew, who was Prince Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Miller had a different way of doing business. He wasn't as suave and as smooth. He was a straight killer. He's doing like 12 life sentences now.
Could you imagine that?
In fact, a war started off where the Colombians brought them like 5 or 6 kilos or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jack was probably with them. Put it in the tailpipe and put it over. I can't believe that guy. Well, they killed the Colombians.
Jack's still here.
So that's how confident and bold and how gangsterish they were. And the Colombians are the people that give you, Colombian neckties. And that's a whole other story that I'm not going to get into right now.
That shows you how much we really do have to talk about. And remember, after this goes up as an upload on YouTube, people are going to listen to it and they're going to add their 2 cents in their experiences. And yes, we will come back with another show on it for those who want to add on.
Those people would call in, but you've got an audience that watches and reads. And
yeah, we'll participate, and then I'll get other spin-off offers like, hey, I want to talk about this, and then you come back on, and we just keep spinning off of it. I mean, just planting a seed right now. So, you know, I'm cool.
Look, it's pivotal what happened. The murder of Officer Burns, patient that prosecuted crack cocaine crimes, possession of crack cocaine, dealing with crack cocaine. It took the laws and the sentences to the draconian level where it introduced mandatory minimums. Where someone didn't even have to be a big-time dealer like Fat Cat.
Right.
All of a sudden got 10 years for 50 grams of crack, which is probably not that much. Weird. So that alone, the effect of that one case.
Yeah. Folks don't understand that.
Black people, man. I mean, I hear you talk about black people, and I'm with it. So divided.
Yeah.
I'm cynical when it comes in terms of this uniform group because I know that we're not monolithic.
Right.
I also understand and believe and know that there's just something, whether you want to call it the Willie Lynch syndrome, you know, the Willie Lynch syndrome, which even though, you know, been proven to be historically not factual, there's stuff in there that look, you know what happens when we get together sometimes. And you know just through the experiences you've had with all the people that have been involved in your show. Maybe sometimes it's gendered, stuff gets a little bit funny, but we have a hard time trusting one another.
Yeah.
And we have a hard time with a lot of stuff. But this right here, this a direct shoot of this has affected probably just about everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody black. And there's probably not too many people black that don't have someone in their family who was lost, gone, or dead, or in jail because of drugs.
I do. Yeah. My brother. He's alive, but I haven't seen him since
I would stake.
Seen him since 1998. And I'm gonna tell you something that really let me tell you something. I'm gonna hold back tears on this one. The crack got him so bad, right? That back in 94, in April of 94, when my mother passed away, he was nowhere to be found. He was in and out, in and out. You know, she had a stroke in 93 and July of 93. Then she turned around and had another stroke in April of 94. And when she had that stroke, she was just brain dead, right? There's other aspects of that story that pissed me off. How they did me, the hospital, Jamaica Hospital, because I was supposed to be there. I made the decision to pull the plug and they did it and called me and told me they did it, right? That's something else. You know, it took a lot for me to have to go up there and break that man's neck, that Indian man's neck, right? But I was already going through a lot. But check it out. Check it out. This was April, right? There was a lot of debt that I shared with her. That me helping out and doing what I had to do as a son. Last thing she said to me is like, Lance, I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry. Because she felt as though she was a burden to me. And I'm like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. And you raised me. You did so much for me. You could never be a burden to me. So never say that. Then I went on to work because it was a break. I took a break and came and gave it a visit. And then that's when I got the call. Anyway, that was April, May, June, July. I get a call in July from my brother. And, you know, people from back in the day, because my father, his name was Lance Sr., I'm Lance Jr. So they used to call me Lancey. You know, when we were kids, say Lancey, because my mother called, my father and me were out in the front and she said, Lance, we're like, who, which one, right? So I'm Lancey, right? And people from way back, Lance with a Y on the end. Lancey, what's up? So you call me that, I know you from late 60s, early 70s. Oh, what's up, Lancey? And I'm looking at him like he hasn't even been around. So I said, I'm okay. You know, sarcastically. I said, you know what happened, right? Yeah, I know what happened. I'm like, how do you feel? Well, I'm just calling to see if I got anything. I said, yeah, you got something. Well, all right, I'm going to call you and maybe come around and see, you know, I got to get what's due me. And I'm like, you do know that mommy died, right? Oh, yeah, I know. But, you know, I know I got a little something out of that. I'm going to get back with you. Clunk! I was so sad and so angry at the same time. You know what I mean? And so I dealt. You know, he got his little piece of something here and there. Wasn't much. I had to take and go back and pay a lot of things that, you know, I was working with her. He got through free and clear, but it was okay. And I'm walking down 4 years later, 6th Avenue near 28th Street. There's a McDonald's on the corner there. When I went to New York in January, I think that McDonald's is still there. And at the time I was driving a Lincoln Town car for a corporate company, you know, corporate accounts, and you have to wear the suit and stuff every day. And wash, it was my car. And so I was walking around killing time. And what's the chance of me running into this joker who is my brother? And I looked and, you know, I had my feelings still, myself, and avoid drama because we had no connection. And so I ran into him and I said, Gary, oops, that's his name. I put it out there. So what? You know what I mean? I said, Gary. He looked, oh, what's up, man? How you doing? He was the kind of guy, crackhead, who always kept himself sharp. Had that hat tilt to the side, shade, little sideburns, always a crease in the pants, fake teeth shining. I'm like, this joker don't even have a job, and he got a mouthful of fake teeth, and I got a tooth or two missing, and I work and can't get to the dentist and pay. Yeah, I can do that. I'm going to be working on some stuff soon. But he was like, hey, man, you looking good, so-and-so and so-and-so. And I'm looking at him like he's so disconnected from reality. Not that he had to go cry or say sorry. What that drug had him, in one aspect of those drugs, is that it really changes you. You actually become a monster or become something else. And you learn, it's like, okay, I'm going to go around and come and say the same thing. Bernard Hopkins, middleweight champ, light heavyweight champ, got older. He couldn't fight like he used to, but he had enough know-how to execute the moves. His trainer, brother Nassim, Muslim brother, told him, don't try to fight as you are now. Fight off of memory. Just throw the punches the way you know to do, but put yourself in position. You'll do better. If you try to work with old man reflexes, it won't work. Crackheads, they imitate themselves as they were when they were normal, without the crack. But they're not that person anymore when they're so far gone in that. And that's what I learned from personal experience. That they know the things to say to you to stimulate you or to pull out that tear-jerking effect or reminiscent. Hey, man, remember we used to do so-and-so? And you get warm and fuzzy because you think you have this person back. You see what I mean? But in actually, wait a second. Somebody saying something?
I have a shitty life.
Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to lock the conference.
Yeah, Jack's having his own.
No, that's not Jack. That's not Jack. That was somebody else from Maryland who never spoke, but I muted them because they had that noise going on. So when they try to call back in, they can't call back in. So if you want to call in and you're in the chat room and we know each other, let me know and I'll open it up. But I just want to say that they work off of memory. And they're like a stranger who can put on the mask of that person you knew. And they have access to the memories and how to reach you, what foods you like, what makes you cry, what makes you laugh. And they use that and they manipulate you to take you to that place where you'll drop your guard because you know that they are that crack monster, but they fooled you once again because you always hope to get that loved one back, whether it's a brother, a sister, a mother, cousin, whatever. So they know how to snake their way and manipulate your spirit.
Stop. You're hitting home. You're right on point. You know what? You're so on point, and I can think about it. You're really so on point because you know the person before.
Right.
And you want them to get back to who they were. And all of a sudden they turn into a liar. And they become very convincing. You know, they become very convincing that they're not doing it, but you see their life in shambles where they can't get it together. Everybody has ups and downs when it comes to money.
Right.
But someone that just loses everything, man, that's heartbreaking. And some of them can be so convincing and so persuasive, and then they flip the game on you as well. Yeah, the pathology of a drug addict is something else, man.
Yeah,
They really don't give a shit about anybody else.
They really don't.
No,
right.
You hit home with the stuff that you're saying.
Thank you, man. It's experience.
I would like to chime in I would like to chime in right quickly and say, you know, that the point that I was making earlier about black people not sticking together, things like that, that just goes back to the point
unlocked
of, you know,
go ahead.
That black people, they kind of need to have we kind of, as black people, we kind of have to have a civil war because there's too many useless black people standing around. Too many black people that don't want to be right. Too many.
We got a time. Are you a Tommy supporter? You listen to Tommy Sotomayor? Sound like he's just like taking over your spirit. Rebuke it. Okay.
No, I'm not a Tommy Sotomayor supporter. Thank you very much.
Well, all right. That's the kind of bullshit that he talks about. Go ahead.
No, I mean, this is Professor.
Sorry, you're touching on some sensitive stuff, but go ahead and do your thing, and I'll try to be polite.
All right, so black people need to have a civil war. Some people you just got to cut off and let them go and let them drown because obviously, I mean, white people are about to kill us, obviously, and those of us. And some people just need to be left to the slaughter because they don't want to get it together. They don't want to do right. You try to tell them right. You try to give them the answer, and they don't want the answer. You know, in fact, they'll act a damn fool and act like that you didn't even. So they'll try to convince you that you're wrong. You know, but. You know, these people, you're gonna have to just cut them off and let them drown because you can really do for them.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it's almost like it's almost like being in the movie Night of the Living Dead or Dawn of the Dead, and your loved one became a zombie. They're dead now, but you see their body, and they're coming after you to eat you up. And your emotions, you're thinking like, this is my mother, it's my father, it's my brother, my sister. But they're not that anymore. And you got to take that gun, you know, and shoot them between the eyes or take something blunt and hit them in the head with the force to kill them, even though they're already dead. So those emotions that are swirling, they know how to manipulate those like a chef in the kitchen with the different flavors before he creates that masterpiece meal. They know how to do this time and time again. And I've watched it.
Can we make a distinction here, Lance?
Yes.
Can we make a distinction here?
Yeah, talk to me, brother.
You're calling for one person, one individual, a family member who's on drugs. You're calling for a way to stop them from getting off drugs. Jack is calling for a black civil war, where black people are killing each other, where I guess blacks that are successful socioeconomically will attack or whatever, or are going to fight and ruin and get rid of black of a lower socioeconomic level.
I did not say that.
Saying. All right, well, you know, that's basically what it comes down to. That's basically what it comes down to. The statistics of crime and problems and out of wedlock birth and every other statistic you can think about where blacks don't score well in is more than likely with the lower socioeconomic class of black people. So you're not saying that directly, but in case you didn't know it, you're saying it definitely by code.
No. Okay. What I'm saying.
I heard exactly what you're saying. I've been listening to you real close.
No, I mean that's what Professor Black Truth said. Black people, you have too many black people don't. All right, we already been over that. But what I am saying, Professor Black Truth.
Who the hell is Professor Black Truth? Some online wacko?
No,
he's
you
actually
should check
good.
him out.
No, all right.
He's good.
So basically, what he's saying
It's
is
Van
that
Sanity.
Vansanity, how are you, sister?
Hey, what's up, Lance? Lance. I'm like excited.
Saving it.
I'm very excited that you're here.
Man, I'll go ahead.
Van Glorious. Vansanity.
Yeah, I stumbled across Professor Black Truth too. He just put out a movie, Gentrified, with him and the Black Authority. I don't know who these people are, honestly, but I feel like talking and the things that he's actually doing.
Right.
He's about mobilization. And I feel like everyone inside the chat should check him out. And that's my story.
Oh, most definitely.
Following.
Always support those who are doing the right thing. You know what I mean? And putting the work in. You know, there are a lot of talking heads out here.
Calling for a black. If somebody's calling for a black civil war, that's the right thing.
What I'm saying is that some people you're going to have to cut off, or else you're going to drown.
Look, that's common sense.
And they're going to drag you down with them.
That's common sense. Anybody knows it's common sense that you can't throw good money after bad, and some people are lost causes. Okay, you can help them, but you can't. You're not
I think you're assuming too much.
That's common sense. Online doctors. And I'm sorry to get excited because I run into so many of them. You know, like in the Black conscious community, and everybody gives themselves a fantastic title. And you know, you guys subscribe to him, and you say he's Dr. Black Truth, the doctor. Okay, and I don't know him from Adam, but there's so many other quacks and frauds like him that you people buy into with their rhetoric and their profit-making damn schemes.
I think you should check him out before you say
I don't know him, and I don't need to check him out because he's not going to change my life because I'm not in support of any civil war with black people. And I don't need him to tell me that there's people that are beyond redemption or beyond help. You know what? And I'm going to choose to look at it a different way. I'm going to pray for those people. I'm going to hope that they're able to find the light. But I'm not going to listen to this guy. You know what? Maybe I will listen to him. I swear to God, I wonder if some of you people, I don't mean to insult you, but there's so many
I don't believe
people
that
out
he means
there.
like civil war as in actually fight. He's just saying that, you know, there's just going to be some people are just going to get left behind because we have to start calling out.
That's common sense. We know that. Just prepare yourself that you're not one of them. Okay. Prepare yourself. Have a trade. Do your best not to be one of them. I'm sorry for getting so excited. It's something I feel passionate about.
Okay. So what I'm hearing,
and I feel for younger people how you're misled, and I don't know how old you guys are.
I mean, listen, I don't want you to make it seem as if my age makes it how I'm led or not led.
You know what? I don't know how old you are, ma'am, and I'm not trying to offend you.
What does my age have to do with anything?
Let me tell you why. Because we're more naive, and we're more. Not only were we more naive, but we're more idealistic.
Trust me, I'm not idealistic. I see white degeneracy for what it is. Okay, I will let you finish.
Let's not make it an argument, yo. Let's just, you know, kind of have a laid back vibe on concepts.
I'm a passionate person.
Yeah, no, I.
Well, let us speak. Let us speak, Beasley.
No, you go ahead.
Come on, Van. Talk to us.
No, I'm listening.
Let her go ahead. It's my bad.
No.
Why don't you guys find somebody?
Listen, this is what I want to say. You know, you guys with Lance, we all talk about, you know, Black consciousness and tapping into the collective.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's happening.
Yeah. That's
happening. And I feel like age doesn't, you know, determine what you know or what you have experienced.
Right.
It's your experience.
Oh, of course it does. How can you say something like that? How can you say the experiences of a 25-year-old?
Let me jump in on that, Beasley. Time on this earth doesn't determine the wisdom accrued from one's experiences, because we have a lot of 60-year-old fools out here, and we have some who may be 20 years old wisdom because they've saturated and absorbed and learned. And I understand what you're saying, Beasley. Chances are that one from that's 60 years old really should have that wisdom as opposed to the one that's 20, right? But it may not be, because that one who's 20, of course, may be better when they're 60, but they still have more than that particular person who didn't learn from their lessons. So even in this day and age of the information age, there's so many self-educated people who have old souls who they may pick up a smartphone or go on the computer, and their younger brains soak up more and they understand without having to have experienced something. And then some of us, and I'm not saying you, Beasley, or me, but so many of us have become so encrusted and tainted and filters clogged and unable to absorb, to even know what time it is in the living history that we're in right now. And I'm bedazzled because I'm one who receives a lot of communications. For me tonight and all my live shows that I do, basically it's party time. I can just sit here and look at the chat room, talk with people live. But my real work is when I'm on that bus and people who listen to the show live or recorded, they come to me in the middle of the night. I might be here transferring files and I get a text message from somebody in a different country and they want to call me. We talk. I talk more off of the show than I do on the show. And it gives me a tremendous insight to let me know that there is a level of consciousness. And like I said earlier, with the universe, no matter what religion, morality that one follows, there's a thing across the board of balance. And although the mainstream media will have us see the bad things or want to rule us with fear, there's a fearless consciousness now coming into balance. We're going into a period of consciousness, and this is why they push the ratchet behavior, the Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube craziness on us, which there is good in that. But the soldiers who are really about rising up, and I'm not afraid to say rising up, because I'm not speaking of rising up and getting some weapon and putting a bullet in somebody's head, which might be necessary at a time if my life is threatened that way. But for us to be who we are. See, it's like a baseball game, and all the other players had their chance at bat. And I'm up next, or we're up next in this game. And we're fighting a very evil, demonic opponent on the other team. The whole other team is evil. And we've been down a few points. And maybe I might be one of the best players there to knock it out the park. So strategically, the bases are loaded. And a lot hangs in the air through my actions. And we as Black people have been created in a special way to endure so much pain and suffering that coal has been made a diamond now. And we are needed now in this world that's spiraling out of control to bring it back into balance. And so now it's our time up at bat. And the evil fans in the stands who really are for the other team, they're screaming at us and trying to distract us and trying to intimidate us, which comes through the TV set and the things that we see online on a negative level. And we sit there in front of that picture, and the batter, who I say might be me, but representative of Black people, we're not here just to be about Black people. We're here to save humanity. But that evil one behind it makes it a race thing. And those, yes, we evident on the surface it is. But like Dr. Ramona Brockett said the other night, and Brother E. Leon can sign off on that, it's evil. Because even on our own so-called team, we got sellout members of our own team who look like us, but they're really ready to bring us down because they work for the other team and figure they can get their trinkets or some status or some position. So here we are, ready to bring all the bases are loaded. And I'm going to knock this ball out the park. But they don't want us to knock it out the park. So we have all these deadly STDs, but sex is pushed on us, on our kids from young. I mean, let's be real. Let me tell you something I never told the world. You know, young boys masturbate. I did. Any little thing you can get as visual stimulation. There was an old Spiegel catalog where ladies had bras and panties on. What are you doing, Lance? I ain't doing nothing. I just tell it. But look at it now. When our youngsters feel those urges, they can go on the computer and see the real thing and be turned out and distracted. They're not even thinking about their schoolwork. Older men are looking at these young girls and they know how to play the game now years before because now they're exposed to stuff. Our men are becoming effeminate. See, bases are loaded, y'all. And we're at bat right now. And for somebody else to keep us asleep and miss our chance at bat, it keeps their score up and our score down. But it's not just the black against white. It's good against evil because good white folks want us to knock the ball out the park. And that the spiritual people of this world right now, we're gifted. You ever look at a Korean or a Chinese person and see how thick their legs are? A black man and see how wide his back is when he's developed. See, physically, we have different characteristics, and this is my opinion. But I think spiritually, we also have different characteristics, and I do believe that black people have a higher level and higher capacity. You don't pick a midget to play on a basketball team and expect that team to win. So now, in the whole human family, with all of this evil going on, the people with the higher spiritual levels are called to play and go at bat and bring it on home. So anybody who's righteous, who wants to see the human family survive, wants to see these particular team members who are black, high levels of melanin, quality, just like the height on the basketball player. He don't even have to jump to dunk the ball. Well, we don't have to even try hard to see through BS because when we are right, away from the poisons, heroin, crack, alcohol, excessive porn or porn, addicted to masturbating, addicted to sex, addicted to gossip, addicted to foolishness, addicted to the illusions that they put on our mind to give us like cheap filler to keep us from our mission. Anybody in the human family, no matter who you are, if you're Asian or if you're white, whatever you are, you want to see us knock the ball out of the park because we're fighting for the whole human family. But some of us are too stupid to know that. I see it for what it is. Just like the Asian man who wrote a comment on the video that I made about the Asian man who kicked the black female. Why do you have to make it about race? Why do you have to so and so? I didn't argue with him. I said, here, call me. Here's my number. Maybe we can have this dialogue on a live show or recorded show, and I'll make you see my point of view because I'll take time with you. I was going to get something out of this, and maybe you'll get something out of this, and we're not going to have a screaming match. That's how you have to handle it. We have to be long-suffering now because the game is almost over. And we will be the winner if we stay connected to what's right. Not take no BS. I'm not saying take some racist so-and-so threatening your life or your quality of life because I ain't going to take it. But I'm going to call it out as it is. But we have to understand what time it is and what must be done. Sorry about the rant. I don't know if I left y'all or y'all fell asleep. I just had to say that. So right now, time doesn't really matter. As far as our time on the earth and understanding, if you speak truth and you're 15, I'm good with you. If you're a fool and 75 years old, we don't have nothing in common. I saw a young man in the street, he had to be 22 years old. Young guy, well-dressed, had cologne on, pants up, carried himself proper. There was another young lady who walked by. And yes, she was extremely developed and kept herself in very good shape. You could tell, But for most in the street, they would have the lust factor going on. So I'm sitting there, and, you know, I say to myself, or prejudging the man, I said, okay, let me see how long it is before she walks by and he turns around to look at the gluteus maximus. There were some other guys who had to be in their late 60s sitting down. Grandfather types. They were the ones that turned around. Man, if I was younger, boy, I'd tear that up. And it was that 22-year-old, his approximate age. He walked over to him and said, man, you guys are too old for this. If you have a feeling to release yourself, for yourself. That girl could be your granddaughter. Why would you look at her that way? I was like, whoa. And they were shamed, as they should be. Yes, you see a well-developed, I saw her for what she was, not just the physical, but I saw the dignity that she carried herself with. She was very well built. Maybe if I was that age and single, I'd say, hey, I like the way you built. You know what I mean? But you have to see things and understand what you're seeing. That's not for me. That's for someone one day. Her physical beauty and hopefully the inner beauty. So we develop, and I can talk about old escapades from back in the day, but my head is not there. So going into a new zone right now, although I can still talk to the fellas down around the block. Hey, Lance, man, remember so-and-so? And I'm like, okay, some of these guys, they're not going past this level. I'll engage them a little bit and show them that kind of love. At the end of the day, like, listen, man, you know, I got a whole lot going. I'm not really with that no more, but it was nice laughing with you, man. Much love. You don't have to make anybody feel bad. But you don't let anybody hold you back when you become aware even more. So just like with Sister J from New York City, you called me. You gave me that wonderful conversation. Like in math class, when you learn about fractions, and you don't know about fractions right away, right? And the teacher now makes it easy for you, you know, 2/4 plus 1/4. You go, teacher, 3/4. You come back the next day, you jacked up. You look up on the board and think it's easy. Okay, she puts up on the board 1/3 plus 3/4, 3/4. Plus 3/20. And you're like, oh, you ain't teach us about that. And she said, well, try to figure it out before I tell you. What I'm saying is that we have to be able to find the common denominator with all people to make them understand. So sometimes people speak to me and I know they don't understand what it's like to walk in my shoes, and I'll take time and give them a teachable moment, just the way I would want someone else to give me time and give me that teachable moment. And when you do that, you're planting a seed, because now when they leave you and go off into the world, they have an understanding, instead of me saying, like with the guy, if I was to come at him, you were Asian and all you Asians, I said many Asians treat us this way and act this way. I didn't say all. So he took the time to write and say, well, you shouldn't say this, he didn't understand me, so I'm gonna give him a teachable moment. And right now, amongst us, whether we call ourselves atheist, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, or whatever we call ourselves, we need to sit down and have teachable moments, because just like they spray for mosquitoes and say us for mosquitoes is really just to poison us, planes flying around spraying, why they care about us? Spraying for mosquitoes. Ain't no Zika virus going on out here. They put that on the TV. What happened to, the African thing, man? What happened to Ebola? What happened to Ebola? We running around looking at people, you might have Ebola. What happened? You don't hear about it no more. Scare tactics. So we can't let these distractions take us away, because there'll always be the boogeyman. Go over there by that side, they'll put the boogeyman on this side. Boom! And we run right to the side they want us to run to. Like the mother who had the kid in the backyard and never wanted to come inside on time. She got tired of screaming, come on inside, it's bedtime. Come on inside, it's bedtime. She got smart. She said, you can stay outside a little while longer, but I really hope and pray that red-eyed monster that's 8 feet tall doesn't grab you like he's been grabbing all the kids, never to be seen again. I hope he doesn't do this. And it would break my heart Mommy, I'm scared. What you say about the monster? I'm coming in. You got to use your brains, because we're reacting off of emotions with each other and the divisiveness, and I'm not throwing off on you, Beasley, or even Nicole or anyone, but that age thing. We didn't make ourselves. I didn't know I was going to arrive at the earth in 1963 on April 8th, 5:34 in the morning. I had no choice over that. But we have to understand that there's a lineage with us that we got to view and understand that things are evolving, and that a sister like Nicole, she's in position to reach people that we couldn't reach, because there'll be some people say, oh, those old geezers don't know what they're talking about. So if we sit and exchange in a certain way where we can absorb each other, and there's a continuum, like that transmission that is tuned up and transmission fluid is full, and we shift, and it's a smooth shift. So what we convey to her, she takes and she changes it over to the common denominator, to the people that she can reach. And our old behind message that people don't want to hear because they're younger, she can go now and in an evolved state convey the good parts of what we have to say, plus what she has to say. And guess what? Like those roaches that keep coming back, you get the decon and you spray the roach. I ain't got no roaches in here. I'm just trying to make it something that we all can understand. Roaches, it just all of a sudden they get like Dracula and cross, and the antennas are fly, and they dead. But guess what? There's some roach off to the side that didn't get directly sprayed at. Sniffed the fumes, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Now he goes out in the air and eats and whatever, and he builds a resistance to that. Now he drops some eggs, and now we have stronger roaches that are here. So now the next generation of us spray that roach and with the same decon. And that roach goes, what's that, cologne? That smells pretty good. Hit me right here. That smells nice, and walks away, right? So that's the kind of poisons that we have coming at us, stronger and stronger. So we've got to get stronger and stronger and stop fighting over what religion we are in. That's just a different path, right? We all take different paths to the same truth. It's the same truth eventually. You go up on a mountain. I'm on one side of the mountain, you on the other side of the mountain. We're on a cell phone talking about what the mountain looked like, and we swear we're on different mountains until we climb up, see? And we get to the top and say, oh my God, this was the same mountain. You in California trying to get to Texas, and I'm in New York trying to get to Texas. The directions are going to be the same. Whatever that highway is that goes across from Texas all the way over to Florida, that's what you got to take. I mean, California to Texas, that's what you have to take. Someone else will say, well, hit 95 a little bit and come over some other highway, different directions. But guess what? You're going to end up at the same place. What place are we going to end up as Black people? When look, if we weren't crap, the world wouldn't come so hard at us. We're so instrumental. We have been used as the junkyard for society. Junkyard. You know what a junkyard is, when you have a part that you need off of your brand new nice car, but one hubcap is off, or you need a knob. You go to the dirty junkyard and just take that one piece off. Whatever they need from us, they come get from us to sustain them. It's me saying this. It's racist in practice. So we got to be kept on that junkyard for when they need us, for pleasure. Going down to the hood, you got some Black gals down there with some fat backsides, and they'll suck a golf ball through a water hose. Takes the beat up car, the station wagon, and goes and does what he has to do. You're building your company, go to the Black neighborhood and get the strong bucks. Pay them a little more than what they're used to and build up your thing. And when you have what you have, get rid of them again. Oh, you'll have to let you go, we're fired. So front lines of the wars. All these wars that we become American, we die off, and so what? Corporate America has advanced. Go on the jobs and go there and master everything. They'll never give you the promotion. But guess what? You're going to train that person who doesn't know jack, and they're going to be your manager in 4 months. And even when they're your manager, you know more than them, and every time there's a problem, they still come to you, but they're the one getting paid. So what's up with that? So we got to know how we're being played. I know I'm talking too much. It's late. I can flow. I feel like flowing. But we just have to communicate with each other and know that we're part of the same team. The foot can't fuss with the elbow. Y'all know the story. Well, if I'm eyes, and if I'm not here, you all are gonna fall. You won't know where to walk. Well, I'm the foot. You won't get nowhere if you don't have me. Well, foot, I beg your pardon. I'm the leg, and your foot can't do nothing if I can't move you. Steps in and says, listen, if I shut down, the whole body dies. So there's no, we can say there's a more important part here and there, but we have to work in unison. And we have so much distractions right now pulling us apart on a level of wanting to have that worldly status, wanting to have the nicest handbag, wanting to have that position on the job, or I'm over the choir in the church. Why do we have to have all this external stuff? Right now, I'm about to turn 54. I'm trying to strip. Look, where I used to be a male stripper when I was 18, 19, 21, 22 years old, I'm trying to be a person who strips away these scabs that I got. This mentality that I have, I don't have it now, but I never had it really, but I don't want it on me. I don't want the world on me no more. I'm trying to go out in the woods, get a little piece of land, grow my fruit. I'll keep the internet. We'll do these shows. I don't want no more of this. I don't even want a new car no more. If I can roll with that little 96 Corolla I got out there, I'm good. As long as it works, I'm not getting nothing else. You see what I'm saying? I appreciate the little things. And I appreciate connecting with everybody here. And in 5 seconds, I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, Joe.
Hello, Lance?
Yes. Talk to me.
Yeah, I've been agreeing with everything you've been saying all night long.
Who am I speaking to?
Anywho,
give me any name.
From Maryland?
Yeah, I see the number from Maryland. But just give me a placeholder name that I can call you.
Baltimore, Maryland. 4110-776.
No, don't you like to give your number. I know your number. No, don't. Everybody can hear your number. My number. It's okay. You don't have to. I'm just seeing your name. I see your number. I don't want you getting prank phone calls because this is going to be on YouTube forever. Talk to me.
My name's Mellow Summer.
Say it one more time.
Mellow Summer.
Okay, I'll just call you Mellow.
Okay. Anywho, I want to talk about why no one from the Ronald Reagan administration went to jail for the crack era. Because I'm from Baltimore, and the crack era came through and just destroying people, wipe people out like a plague.
Okay, so, hold. Say it again. Say it again.
No one from the Ronald Reagan administration ever went to jail for crack cocaine.
Oh.
So I'm from Baltimore City, and crack just came by and wiped us out like a plague.
Well, I know Beasley and Jack really have a lot to say about that. Carlos, you need you here, brother, man. We talking about the crack era, man. But go ahead, and I know Beasley and Jack are weighing on that, and we're gonna go back and rewind it because Beasley, Carlos is gonna have a lot to say. I know he does about that. But go ahead and answer him back why the politicians and people in power in the Reagan era never had to pay the price for what they did.
Didn't Reagan use crack cocaine? Didn't bring it into the CIA to basically kill his right-wing paramilitary squads in Latin America? Have you read Michael C. Rupert's books on when he exposed the CIA at Lafayette High School back in 1996, showing they shipping cocaine into California? From California, it just spread out the country, still throughout the country. So originally, only rich white people were doing cocaine back in the 70s. Then you got crack
Right.
in the early 80s. And then it just became everywhere. It spread like a plague.
Go ahead and answer that. I know Beasley or Jack, I know you're good with that, with those facts and stuff. I'm a general kind of guy. We get a lot of pauses. Yo, Carlos.
Okay. All right. Is why don't politicians go to jail for starting the war on drugs?
Why didn't the Ronald Reagan people who were working in the Ronald Reagan administration go to jail for deliberately bringing crack cocaine into this country? Cocaine and from Central and South America, and basically flooding the inner cities with cocaine, and just destroying black neighborhoods.
So from my understanding, I know nothing about Ronald Reagan, but from my understanding, the whole Iran versus what was it called? Something versus Contra. Yeah, Iran Contra. That whole thing was used to fund buying weapons for the war on drugs or some type of campaign. If I remember correctly, I believe it was the war on drugs. The war on drugs had to be. I think it was the war on drugs. But, the war on drugs. Now that I think about it, the war on drugs was funded by drug money. So
the Golden Triangle.
So Vietnam, I mean, that's why he essentially didn't go to jail because basically, all right, they don't go to jail because basically what they do is they play both ends. They bring the drugs in and then they arrest the fall guy. So, I mean, to me, it's a simple answer. I don't know about Ronald Reagan or anything like that. It's because the politicians play both ends. Plus, don't you know, like a lot of these banks and different things, a lot of them actually money, but they don't say anything about it. A lot of the money in banks comes from illegal activity, but the banks never get called on it for taking that money. And that money is actually filtered through the system today and still is in the system today. So, I mean, I don't know about that exact situation, but in general, to answer your question, it's because they play both ends. Hello?
I can hear you. Because what they did was seriously dirty. And they worked with a ton like Freeway Ricky Ross. He was working with the government. The government was working with him. They used to call him and tell him when the LAPD was going to raid his stash houses. In the end, he got set up. But I'm wondering why none of them ever went to jail for what they did.
I phrased that wrong. Since it was Iran Contra, I believe it was. They were using the drugs to fund the war in the Middle East. Now that I think about it, that's what it was. But other than that, it's the same answer. They play both ends. I mean, a lot of what they don't tell you about the war in Iraq and different things is like how the soldiers were patrolling poppy fields, using it to make opium, and they were selling the opium over here to make some very shady businessmen very rich. So, I mean, it's not just shady businessmen. It eventually gets into legal hands and gets into legal businesses.
Did you know, but none of you guys knew that, the U.S. and British military are guarding the poppy fields, and that 90% of the world's heroin comes from Afghanistan. U.S.-backed puppet, Hamid Karzai, former president of Afghanistan, his brother was the second biggest drug dealer in the entire country. So we're guarding the poppy fields that are basically infecting our communities over in Afghanistan. Before it was Vietnam. Ever heard of the drug dealer Frank Lucas? He disappeared.
Yes, I have.
He's still alive, but they said that he had a lot of government help. That we would put the drugs underneath the dead soldiers in the coffins and bring them over to Vietnam. That's where he was.
That's slick.
Heroin from. Denzel Washington played him in a movie.
Right.
They showed it in the movie too.
Right, but see, the thing is that the thing about like people like Frank Lucas and Mr. Untouchable, Nicky Barnes, I believe. No, who is Mr. Untouchable? Is that Nicky Barnes? But anyway, a lot of these drug dealers, what they do is they never show you the ones that got away, because I believe there were a few that got away. I don't know their names specifically, but there were a few who had very successful drug businesses, and till this day, but they don't make movies about them because, you know, the movie doesn't end with the law coming down on them. So they want to make sure that the message is out that you do crime, you do time, but there have been a few people that got away.
So he's one of the gangsters of legend.
Right. I mean, I used to be into all that gangster stuff, but you know, I don't know. It gets old.
I was wondering, because of the disparity in drug sentencing laws, why doesn't the government just basically equal the same amount of time you get the powder and the same amount of time you get for crack cocaine? There are a lot of black men in prison right now who are doing life sentences only for a few grams of cocaine. Why don't the government just simply equal these sentencing laws for both powder and crack?
Okay, I'm trying to hear you, but you're kind of mumbling, so you
got to project a little more.
So I'm having a hard time understanding.
I was wondering why the government won't equal the sentencing time for both powder and crack cocaine. Because there are a lot of black men doing life sentences for selling just a few grams of cocaine, and there are people who got out onto your sentences for selling kilos of cocaine. Why don't they equalize the time they get?
Because white drugs get less time than black drugs. And all right, so basically what they do is they break the sentences up by and does each drug. So like, for instance, cocaine, you get less time than crack cocaine, because crack cocaine is something black people do. Cocaine is a rich white person's drug. So what they do is they give you lighter sentences for cocaine, but for crack, you get heavy sentences, and mandatory minimums is part of that. So mandatory minimum makes sure that people get long sentences for drugs they do.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I add something to that? It's Jan again.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, sweetheart.
All right. So also the mandatory sentences is also important to the industrial complex. The mandatory sentences make sure that the prisons are filled. And our prisoners are being used for like slave labor right now at this very moment. So it's a really messed up situation, the whole system.
Yeah, and even in Jason Black's movie Gentrified, he says that white people are most of the arrests, but the thing is that the people who actually get convicted, black people are most of the convictions, even though black people are only 5%, either like around 5 to 8% of this population of a small town, but they're half of the arrests in that town when we're only 5 to 8% of the population in that town, while white people, they're like at least 70 to 75% of the arrests, but only compared to the population of black people, even though the population of black people is much smaller, it's 50-50 for white people and black people. So they're disproportionately arresting black people while they let white people off.
That's
as a form of population control. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't really think it's a form of population control as to say a form of black control, black people control. I mean, white people get caught up in the slum, but at the end of the day, whatever, ideology you subscribe to, the powers that be, the government, whatever, we know that they'll sacrifice their own to achieve
not as much as they'll target us, though. I mean, they're only willing to sacrifice themselves. They're only willing, from my experience, they're only willing to sacrifice themselves to an extent. I mean, they'll let them kill each other. I mean, they'll let white people kill other white people if it furthers white supremacy. So, to my knowledge, they only let that happen to an extent, but I mean, you just can't. I don't know if they're really just sacrificing themselves as a whole per se.
No, not as a whole.
But then again, they are sick.
Yeah, I should agree to that. Like right now, what's not being spoken about is how white people are dying. Really dying. One of the causes meth. They're all strung out, meth and opioids. And right now, there's this new drug. It's called Pink. It goes by Pink, but its classification is like U44770, I believe. If you Google it, it's 5 times stronger than meth. If you touch it, you could die.
I heard about that.
The white people, they're using it, and like it's a big burden on these towns because the EMTs, when they go out there, they're not properly equipped, because for meth it takes like 2, I don't know what they call it, but it's like those injector things where they used to revive, not like revive or like give, like, you know, someone who's like tweaking a boost.
Right.
Like,
right.
So,
it's one of those injector pins, right?
Yeah. So
that's what I'm
like
assuming.
For meth, it takes like 1 or 2. And that's usually what the ambulance carries. But if they're on Pink, it takes 5. So
right.
The ambulances have to be equipped for that. Then, because white people are dying so quickly, poor white people, they're extending the state burial funds for people who can't, like, you know, afford to pay to, you know, bury their children. And like the state has like depleted. Like, I think this was in, man, I would have to look up the article. I could send that. I could definitely look it up and put it into the chat. But the point is that, you know, this war, and then if you look in the news and you read up about it, the way that they're wording this, it's like, oh no, this is an epidemic. This is not a war. These people, they need help. But when Black people are in crack, lock them up. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. I don't believe they're going to send the help that these white people need, and I'm not going to say I'm happy or sad about it, only because if they're going to help these people, the legislation, unless they're just going to say, no, we're only helping white people, which I wouldn't be surprised at that either. So,
I mean, the thing is that I think they're probably going to spend the money because white people have the tax dollars to support that. And white people have all the money, as we know it, and all the resources. So I think they're willing to spend those resources. But as far as the drugs go, you know, if you eat cocaine, it's lethal, right? So instead of sniffing cocaine, by the way, they have to water down cocaine, because pure cocaine by itself is pretty lethal, even if you sniff it. But watered down cocaine, if you eat it, it's still lethal, because what you do is, by eating it, you get 10 times the dose than if you sniffed it. So
you have a lot of crackheads on their way to Colombia now after hearing that.
I'm just saying, don't eat cocaine.
Just give me the plain fare, man. You won't have to see me ever again. Dead in the field somewhere.
No. Where I was going was it depends on how the drug is taken, and that determines what type of effect it has and how strong it is. Because, you know, it has to hit the bloodstream a certain way. So, I mean, how is Pink taken? Hello?
hello?
Yeah, I was asking how is pink taken, because the way you take a drug can also affect how strong it is, because it has to hit your bloodstream in a certain way.
Well, it says in the articles, if you Google it, you could just type in pink drug and a whole bunch of articles come out. They're saying that just like absorption by skin can kill you. So, and it's also saying like it's like mixed. Like they don't, like people who take pink mix it with their other drugs. So
you got to water that down, because, like I said, it's lethal. A lot of drugs, some drugs are lethal if they're just pure drug, just too much.
And they're ordering it from China, like online.
Is it illegal? Wait, I mean, it has to be illegal, right?
So now it's illegal. So now the government is trying to. Well, Utah is one of the states that come up. They're trying to crack down, but I guess they can't track the shipments fast enough. Something, I don't know. I just stumbled across these articles today. I felt it was important to mention, because I do know white people love meth.
I mean, but see, the thing is that, I mean, you can get high hundreds of ways. You can get high. I mean, you can probably just find them all online. I don't know the ways exactly, but there's a ton of legal shit you can do to get high, there's DMT. I mean, DMT is a chemical that, in my belief, it takes you to another dimension. But what it is DMT is the chemical you make when you sleep at night. So by taking it artificially, what you do is you induce this sleep state where you then start seeing entities, hallucinating, and you're awake, but you're in this dreamlike state where everything is just it's transforming around you. It's like I heard one guy describe that. He said, he took some DMT and he was driving down the street, and then the entire road turned into rose petals.
Oh God!
And he started seeing.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Carlos.
Yeah.
Come on in, Carlos. Folks have been waiting for you. And Beasley, you're here. You want to hear some real stuff? Come back on in. I know you've been quiet, but Carlos is here. He can detail a lot of things back from. Sorry to cut you, Jack, but Carlos is here, and I want him to say a few things also. Beasley, I want you to come on in and ask Carlos some questions, but come on in and talk, because when we started out speaking about the crack era, that old back in the day stuff that you can tell that in a unique way that not many people can share. So come on in, Carlos.
See, I don't know what this pink thing is. That's some stuff that these people in the suburbs, in the rural area probably mess with. That's not inner city like crack. But when you guys were talking about people going to jail for certain things, I can speak for New York City. The reason why a lot of people went to jail in New York in the 70s and the 80s with the dope and the crack is that Harlem was one of the main spots to buy dope. When it was killing, when blacks was overdosing and using it, it wasn't a big deal. But when the governor Rockefeller, when his niece overdosed over some dope out of Harlem, that's when they started giving out major time. Just recently, a lot of people have been released from these New York prisons that's been in jail longer than people who were convicted of homicides, because it touched a white person. That family had a big name, the Rockefellers. Everybody knows who the Rockefellers are.
Yeah.
He's the same governor when that riot broke out when we were kids in 71 in Attica that said go in there and kill everybody. Even the correction officers got killed.
Mm-hmm.
Just to take that back.
By the police. By the police, they were killed. They were shot by the police. The inmates didn't kill anyone. I read the book by read the book about the Attica uprising. I can't think of the gentleman's name right now. Yeah, that's.
But see, when it touches certain white people like meth and these other funny drugs that I never heard of, that's for those people in the country. People in the city don't mess with meth. They either do dope. The majority do weed. Well, I can speak for New York.
And it's coming to New York. It's in Los Angeles. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
See, but let me tell you, Los Angeles and New York is two different birds.
And people are people and they like to get high. People are people and they like to get high. And if you introduce a drug to the area and people start using it, they like to get high, they're going to go ahead and get high of it. That's not true anymore. What you're saying, at least here, and it'll happen there as well. But go ahead. My thoughts it would.
We got two parts of New York. We got the state of New York, which don't count because they do dumb shit. The people, let me tell you.
Let it all hang out, Carlos.
The people in New York City, they want to get high. We understand. But see, most people use that get high to escape from their normal everyday life. When you live in these four boroughs, because forget Staten Island, that don't count. I always say that. These people, there's so much to do here that you don't got to get high. You don't got to escape when you can go like, this is maybe about 6 weeks ago. It's cold up here. It's 20-something degrees up here right now. This was a night. It probably was about 19 degrees. Me and a friend of mine, she was giving me a ride home. We get to Merrick and Liberty, which is a major intersection.
Mm-hmm.
And because we from New York, we see so much shit, we really don't, nothing really excites us.
Right.
And she goes, look, in the center medium, right, with his pants and his drawers down to his ankles, dancing. Like how they dance in football when they score. And then he's going up to cars to ask for money. So she goes, look at his dick, because it's freezing outside. And I'm laughing. I was like, God damn, he got a lot of pubic hair. So we laughed. And then we drove, and then we said, let's go back and record him. But by the time we got back, he was panhandling and he had his pants up. See, now people who don't live in New York City like, that's a lie. No, it's not.
Right, it's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
LA, see, when you said about LA,
told me, look at his, she didn't tell me, look at his dick, I'd have elbowed her and look at the other way. But go ahead.
Nah, see, because that shit doesn't excite me. I'm like, yeah, so what? His dick is frozen. So, see, when you live in New York, you've seen it all. Arts here. Those other little cities, like people in the South,
everything starts in Los Angeles and it moves its way it moves its way towards New York, and you're going to see black people and all the other ethnicities using methamphetamine. Nah,
not in these four boroughs.
I don't believe that.
No way.
In the four boroughs and in the white borough and in Staten Island as well, and you'll see it.
Yeah, but see, Staten Island doesn't count. I told you that. Staten Island doesn't count. Everybody in Staten Island is either, listen, no, it doesn't. Staten Island is a borough where all the police live in Staten Island so they can stay away from the other places. All the mobsters live in Staten Island. And all the only difference
between me and you, that you're New York native, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, is that I'm probably more familiar with New York than you're familiar with Los Angeles. That's what I'm saying.
But see, let me tell you this. Los Angeles is a 5-inch dick, and New York is a 12-inch dick. All right? Now you get where I'm going? Los Angeles
is
the place that, listen, I don't know where you're from.
Any other analogy besides dick? How about New York is a place where more people use public transportation and interact with each other than people walking down the street? And Los Angeles, it's a car culture and just about everybody's in their car.
Why is that?
Because I just can't do these dick analogies with you.
No, I'm saying why is
you know what? Maybe I'm tired because I'm just certainly argumentative. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and listen. I'm sorry to be like this.
Oh, no, but he's the man you want to talk to, Beasley, because he got some serious stories. He can, you know, straight up.
Let me talk. I apologize.
We grew up together from 8 years old, man. So trust me when I tell you.
Listen.
I got you, and I'm not trying to give him a hard time, but, you know, there's got to be a better way to look at things besides, you know, there's actually another way.
No, but just go ahead, Carlos.
My bad. Maybe that's my homophobia, Carlos. I'm sorry. I've had my turn.
Let me ask you.
That's my homophobia. Don't take it against me. Go ahead.
No. Where are you from?
You all by myself. You can put me in the closet, I get a little cranky, start arguing by myself. So.
No. I said, which city are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles. Where do you think? But I lived in New York City as a kid. My parents are from New York. I'm familiar with New York.
That's like me saying I lived in Chinatown. That doesn't make me Chinese. See, let me explain something.
What the fuck are you talking about? Everything Chinese. I'm familiar with New York. I'm familiar with all 5 boroughs. I've got cousins and relatives in all 5 boroughs. My parents are from New York. My grandparents are from New York. I just happen to be born in Los Angeles. I'm very familiar with New York.
How long have you?
I may not know New York as well as you, and all I'm saying is I know New York better than you know Los Angeles.
I know, but what you think is more ahead of the times, New York or Los Angeles? Let's be for real.
And it's probably on par. It's probably on par. But as far as a lot of times, and they're both huge cities that are responsible. Look. It's happening in New York. It's happening in Los Angeles. It's happening in Chicago. It's happening in San Francisco. It ain't happening in Des Moines, Iowa, or wherever the hell Jack is from. So I'm not going to argue with you.
But where do you think it started at?
What started? Different things start different places. When it comes,
listen,
movies are made.
Go ahead, and then I'm going to speak. And then I'm gonna make
let you go ahead. We're just both representing our homes as which is more influential, and depending on which thing's more influential, when they're both influential places. So
all right. What? Let's.
I'm not gonna. But
I'm gonna show you why Los Angeles.
I'm a city boy. I get what you're saying. So I'm with you what you're saying, but I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna be funny when I make this point.
Don't let
12 o'clock.
Listen. Don't start talking about dicks again.
No. I just said that to be funny. Listen. Let me
start talking about dicks again. I'm gonna hang up.
No. Listen. Let me make a point. Go ahead, bro. It's 5:02 in New York, right?
Exactly, and it's too late to be talking about dicks.
No, we're not talking about this. Listen, it's 5:02.
I hope not.
All right, listen.
Right, I got you. Go ahead.
It's 5:03 a.m. in New York. What time is it in LA?
It's 3 hours behind. I'm up in Northern California.
That's it. I don't gotta say no more. You said you're 3 hours behind.
You're a New Yorker, and you're not offended by somebody that challenges you. I like New Yorkers. They're like, what are you talking about? Fuck you. How you doing? Come on and be my friend. Give me a hug. You know, maybe not give me a hug. Don't touch me. But New Yorkers are not easily offended.
Classic show in the making. You're right.
No, fuck yous are exchanged. It's not necessarily a deal breaker. We can work this one out. It's like, all right, fuck you.
But
forget about it. Go ahead. No dicks.
You just made no dicks. All right. Don't bring it up no more. Listen.
You the one that's doing it. Go ahead.
Listen.
Frozen dick.
What I just
5-inch dicks and 10-inch dicks. Nobody has a 10-inch dick.
I have a 10-inch dick. But anyway, listen.
All right.
You brought it up. Now listen to me. You just made my point.
Hold on. Are you? When I said to me,
this is funny, y'all.
You better stop.
No. Oh my God.
All right. The fuck you telling me? How do you? Never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Listen.
No, come on.
You made my point when I said it's 5:03 in New York, and you said you're 3 hours behind. Do you get my point? LA is always going to be behind. The East always comes before the West.
Get off of your hang-up about where you think it's behind. It's 77. I'm not in LA. I'm in Northern California. LA used to do 78 degrees day where you're out there with frozen dick. So call it what you want. I've lived both places. The weather's nice.
Degrees over here. LA people can't deal with 25. See, we got the best.
I have dealt with 25.
You dealt with it, but if you came here today, me and you would stand out in the cold, and you'd be like, "Yo, I'm tapping out."
What the fuck? I'm taking my dick inside and keeping it warm.
What? Oh my God.
I gotta take this one section out and make it its own YouTube video, y'all. Let's just keep rolling with it, man. This is funny. This is straight, man, classic.
I'm glad that you got your pride, and I hope that you're a Mets fan instead of a Yankees fan.
I like them both. Anything New York, I like the Knicks. They're never gonna win, but I still like the Knicks.
That's another story. That's yeah.
See, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example about how some New Yorkers are. They don't like the New York teams because they don't win. It's hard to get things over here. You got a lot of New York fans they were like Laker fans. Oh, we like the Lakers. No, you don't. You like them because they were fucking winning. Now that they don't win,
right.
You don't see people
everybody loves a winner.
See, I'm always going to be a winner. I don't got to ride with the winner when I am a winner.
Right.
See, it's just like people that say, oh, New York is the biggest city. No, it's not. Until you've been in New York, you won't realize that this city is so small. We just got a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Land
right. Well, that's what they mean. They don't mean area-wise. They mean population-wise. In Manhattan, when you're in Manhattan, you feel like you're where civilization, like I'm here with humanity.
I just like New York.
Yeah, you feel that way. You feel like, wow, I'm familiar with New York. You know, my uncle lived, who's a jazz musician, famous jazz musician, a well-known jazz musician, lived right on 19th and Park Central, not Park Avenue South. Is it Park Avenue South? Yeah, it's Park Avenue South, right over there by Union Square. I went to PS 163. I used to go to the babysitters where my mother's friend lived in 97th. My father went to the Regent School years ago, man. You could tell me a lot more about New York. I've been to after-hour spots in the Bronx, 98. I used to go to those damn peep shows before Giuliani cut them down. Come on, man. I love New York. I've been in New York in years.
You've been to Show World, man?
With New York.
You've been to Show World?
What's best, Carlos, is being able to go within both places and appreciate the things that are in both places. How about that?
See me? I've never been a fan to go to other people's cities because it's like, what you want to see that I haven't seen already?
Man, you know what? You remind me of some of the people from these cities that think that civilization doesn't exist outside of their city.
But this is the most realest place you're ever going to be.
And people don't say
people don't.
They're so real they couldn't even over their own. Let me tell you something. When I used to go to LA, used to get all the publicity for all the crazy shit that would happen in the hood. I'd go to New York in 88 and 89. They say, "Yo, what's going on with the brothers, man?" I said, "Man, you know they was doing what they do. Gang activity. Gang activity is a real thing." They said they will never bring that Crip and blood shit out here. I said, I don't know what they'll do. Look at this. You guys couldn't even think of your own culture. You have gangs. You have, with all the culture and all the history in New York City, all over New York City, you've got groups that are imitating, Los Angeles gangs, using Los Angeles neighborhoods, the 60s, the 90s, the 30s, the 40s. What do you got to say about that?
Generational. It's them young kids.
Chicago, New York. So if New York is so great, how come they can't even find their own gangs? Back when you were a kid, there was the Savage Clubs. There were all these other groups. But here it is. You have New York youth that are so captured like everybody else. about the street culture of Los Angeles that they can't even think of their own damn names. And I'm about to throw the mic down, Carlos. I just 360'd on you.
You ready? You ready? I'm gonna hit you hard right now.
I made a hell of a point right there.
All right.
I'm gonna hit you real hard.
Before
you ready?
Okay, before
you ready?
Well, point, you should think yourself out. Go ahead. You fucking with the pro. Go ahead.
Before you do that, can you please clarify what do you mean by New York is the realest place there is versus other places? Are the people honest, or is it real as in it's dangerous? I mean, what do you mean by New York?
Honest. Brutally honest. Somebody will look at you and be like, "You're an ugly motherfucker." In other places, they won't say that. That's what I mean, brutally honest. Like me, I walk up to a chick and like, "Damn, you got a fat ass," and you know what she say? I know, and keep it moving. If you did that in some other city, they'd be like, "Who the fuck? I'm calling the police on you." We don't like the police here. Point blank, period. Now, as far as this gang shit, I'm going to put you onto some shit that you'll never know about. You know why they got Bloods and Crips in New York? Do you know? Can I get a vowel? All right. I'm going to tell you something. For those who don't know, that Blood shit started in jails in New York. Okay? That's what these guys did in jail that was weak and couldn't stand on their own 2 feet. So they joined these gangs so they could keep their manhood in one piece. All right? Then that shit spilled out into the street once these guys got released from jail. Because those were the young guys coming in and they figured, oh my God, I'm in jail. This is going to happen to me. So they started that gang shit, which is a copy of California. And I'm going to tell you, the copy is never better than the original. And those gangs out there, that's their culture. These gangs out here are young kids that went to prison at a young age and wanted to stay a boy while they were still in there. So they spilled out into the streets. So, but you don't know that because you're not from New York and you've never been in prison before. Got it? Why is it so quiet?
For response, I mean, I have something to say too that adds to that. Like, I feel like it's unfair to sit here and say, well, who did it first? Because at the end of the day, our melanin keeps us all connected. We could tap into that. The gang started way before prison. How about the Black Panthers and how Black men used to arm themselves and patrol our own neighborhoods? So who's to say that, you know, the Black men in prison didn't say, yo, we need to band together to protect ourselves? I feel like it's unfair to discount Black men in any of the 50 states and whatever they may do, that they wouldn't, you know, band together on their own. It doesn't matter who created it first, because like I said, you know, just to reiterate, we're part of the collective conscious and we can all tap into these things because group affiliation just seems more natural than to, you know, it's a protective thing as opposed to, you know, trying to stand on your own.
You seem like somebody that never seen nobody get shot or killed. I could tell you from some small town, probably. Not from a big city.
I'm from Southside.
You from Southside?
Yes, I know exactly what I'm saying. I've seen people.
You sound like my first ex-wife.
Carlos.
You sound real corporate.
Life was going to call in, but he's on a long distance call. He said to say hi and to say what's up. Fifth, understand us, brother?
Oh, okay. What's up, man?
Yeah, no, he's not on the line. Maybe he's listening, but he just texted me to say that, you know.
So hold on.
And he said I can give you.
The lady.
Yeah, go ahead.
The lady that's talking, you said you from Southside? She reminds me of Robin.
Guy Brewer.
For real.
I'm in the hood. Like, I'm here. I grew up.
You still in the hood? Nah.
Yep, I'm hood. Yes, I am. Haven't left.
I'm gonna come. Listen, I'm gonna come see you today because I live on 118th Road, right off of Merrick.
We could do that.
And I vouch for him, sweetheart. I vouch for him. That's my boy from 71.
I talk a lot, but you want to know what's so funny? I'm not from Southside. I'm from Richmond Hill. But I act like I'm from Brownsville sometimes. But when you speak to me on a certain level, you think I'm from Wall Street.
For real.
See, I'm the guy that, listen, this is funny. I'm the guy that you would let me watch your kids. And you're like, he's good. I've really got a lot of trust in this guy. He's taking care of my kids. Me and my husband, we going out to eat. He's the babysitter. Then you and my husband will call and be like, somebody's bothering us at the parking lot. And I'll be, if I can't make it, I'm going to send somebody there that's going to make sure the person that's bothering you won't bother you again. But that's the type of person I am. Like my first wife, she's from Beasley Projects. She's so stuck on not wanting to be from Beasley Projects. Fuck where you came from. It's where you at.
Yep.
That. And I hope I don't offend nobody. She went to the white man's side now. Don't think because she can work right with you as a black guy that it's going to work with a white guy. Let me tell you, the only difference between a black guy and a white guy is the color. Niggas is fucked up. Niggas come in all different colors. A white guy will cater to you at first, and then the first time you cross him, you fucking black nigga bitch. Don't never get it twisted. And my wife, she's going to find out the hard way. She don't speak to nobody no more because she went to the white side. Bitch, you from Beasley. Don't never forget that shit. You were wearing $9 shoes from Mays. Now that you wearing these expensive shoes, it don't make a difference. You still a little black bitch. The guy from LA might be cool. I never lived there. But this is where I'm from. And I'm going to rep this shit harder than most people. That's just me. And though right now, he's still in New York. Trust me.
Yep. I'm just down the road right now.
A friend of ours just moved back to New York. And she was down in Atlanta for 3 years. And I'm going to talk bad about Atlanta. Fuck Atlanta. Atlanta is a haven for gay motherfuckers. And I don't care if you're gay. But like she said she'll meet a guy in Atlanta in whatever that Mills Mall. And they would talk to her. She's real nice looking. Then she said 2 hours later in the mall, she'll see the same guy up in the guy's face. So Atlanta's fucked up. New York is fucked up. But Atlanta's fucked up. These people in the South, they always portray that, oh, we're so pure and we go to church. They full of shit. I don't believe in church. You got people that's fucking little boys Saturday night and then go to church Sunday.
Hell yeah.
I don't go to church because I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I slept with people's wives, people's mothers, sisters. I shot at people. I've been to jail. I cheated on every woman that I've been with. So I don't go to church. Because those people that go to church, they did the same shit I did. But they act like, oh, I'm cleansed. That's like saying that you're gay, then you take a shower, and you're not gay no more. It don't work like that.
Right. For real. I just sent you his number, Carlos.
I got it.
Good.
I seen him a few months ago. He seen me on the corner, and this is what he said: "You still drinking orange juice?"
Yeah, he would have called him. He's on a long distance call right now. So no, but in the beginning when we started out speaking on the topic about crack cocaine and Queens and the origins, and Brother Beasley had, he does a lot of research, and he stated that, well, he wasn't their firsthand experience, but we were kind of talking some stories and things that we observed and whatever, and that I really wasn't in that, but we grew up around it, and we both have stories and stuff, but try to tell people what it was like, whether it's 83, 84, 85, 86 coming up, you know, when crack really hit. Drop some public names if you can and experiences and different things, because a lot of folks want to really understand what that time was like, and it'll never be another time like that. That was like, the way I said it, it was a shift. It was a tragic time, but it was also a special time. You know, only in places like New York at that time. Remember the time of the Georgia Diner? Me, you, and Fat Ty?
Yeah.
And you know, with that being the backdrop, remember we had the pickup truck that we just drove, and we, you know, the neighborhood drove it. You know, just scrap and one deer and the people, you know, Margaret running out the house naked, and share with us some stories. Just paint a picture and be as gritty as you possibly can. I'm going to run to the bathroom to get rid of my old man bladder, and I'll be right back. But y'all, I'll be right back. So I'm going to hit that fridge too.
Like the research and actually being there is two different things. Everybody wanted to make money at the expense of other people's downfall. That's just the way the world is. It's always going to be like that. And to me, the white people started that shit with taking over for the weak, so on and so forth. But nobody forced nobody to use that stuff. Crack, to me, was something that came about because a lot of inner city people couldn't afford the cocaine. So they gave them a cheap high, and it messed them up because whatever was in it had them chasing that stuff. You had women that were sleeping with men that they would never sleep with. You had men that were stealing that would never steal. They would take a TV out their mother's house to get high. And I don't fault the people who were selling it because they took advantage of a bad situation. Me, I've never sold crack. I've never used crack. I'm against it, but I got a lot of nerves because I was doing other crimes. But when it's all said and done, for people who've never been in parts of Brooklyn or the South Jamaica area in Queens where that shit hit hard, it's hard for you to understand unless you actually see it. It's like when people say, oh, my cousin lives in Queens, but you don't. So you can't speak on Queens. Like the young lady that just said that she's from the Jamaica area, she can speak on it because she was from there. For somebody that lives in another part of the city like Bed-Stuy, they can't talk about, oh, what it's like to live over here. Oh, because my cousin lives over there. No, your cousin lived there. You didn't live there. So when people say, like I ran into people when I was living down south, my brother said, oh, they're from New York. They go, oh, you from New York? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, where you from? They said Rochester. That don't count. People who live down here, Rochester don't count. That's what it is. Rochester is some country shit, just like Buffalo is country.
Right there, because I went to school in Buffalo.
Buffalo's corny.
No, okay.
It's real corny up there.
Listen,
everybody thinks they're a pimp, and they wear Jerry curls still.
Listen, yeah, they're stuck in like the 90s. I don't know what world they live in, but the people like of Buffalo, like if you want to see discrimination, and Buffalo is the place to go. These people, they're really hard like criminals. Some of them, like my ex-boyfriend, he went like. There's like North Campus where like where the white people live, and then South Campus where it was like a beautiful campus right in the middle of the hood. And, you know, they have like, you know, real estate, you know, investors or whatever who owned homes and who would rent them out to students. So what would end up happening is people who lived on South Campus would end up getting robbed by stick-up boys on their way walking home because, you know, students, we have like textbooks and laptops in our bag. So one night, my ex-boyfriend and his friends, they were walking to their house after like getting food, and they ended up getting stuck up. So we ended up finding them because like I was waiting for him and he had a key. So I drove over there, and they're all standing in the middle of the living room like, yo, we got robbed. Like, so did you call the police? And we're like, oh, his roommate was like, oh, no, because snitches get stitches. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? You were robbed. You're not a criminal. That doesn't apply to you. So I got them all in the car because they were being stupid, and we went to the police station. And we filed a report, and when we were coming back, we seen these criminals chilling on the porch. They lived like 2 blocks away. So we ended up driving back to the police station, and the cops, you know, they all went over there, caught 4 of the guys instead of 5, and turned out these kids were all under 18.
Wow.
There was a 14-year-old. There was a 14-year-old who and a 16-year-old who had a warrant out for his arrest for stealing a car, killing 2 people while in the car, and then shooting a police officer at 16 years old in Buffalo. So like, you know, I feel like coming to the city and seeing that in Buffalo, and just seeing a whole lot of other stuff in Buffalo that I would never see in New York City, gave me, I guess, a new kind of found respect. You know, people who live out in quote unquote country, because yeah, their experience is different, but they go through it nonetheless. There's some things going on up there, and I've experienced it firsthand myself with these police. Just being a college student at that. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Buffalo's still, hey miss, Buffalo's still corny.
Hey, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, you know, there's people, you know, out there, like real shooters out in Buffalo and out in Rochester and out in these places, because these places are so destitute. They really are.
Ain't lying.
They're destitute. Like the hood in Buffalo, hell no. I'll live in the hood in this city. I would not live in the hood in Buffalo. Absolutely not. I'm afraid.
They're sad. It's real sad. Out of all the cities in New York, the one that's, to me, that's the more fastest is Syracuse. Buffalo and Rochester, they seem like they from Alabama somewhere. It's like, Syracuse reminds me of like New York's little brother. Same outlook, same setup. The buildings ain't as tall, but the people are more outgoing. And they're not wearing jerry curls.
Wow. In 2017, jerry curls.
Hey, let me tell you.
With the name,
I'm gonna tell you why.
The finger waves, the side ponytails.
Let me tell you what those cities upstate is like. Those cities upstate, they country because a lot of Southern people who don't want to come to New York City, they want to come to New York to make a little bit better money, they feel more comfortable in those smaller cities. That's why it's so country. You go to Buffalo, Rochester, they like real behind. There's some ignorant people up there. They're not too bright. They remind me of people in certain southern states that think they know everything and don't know shit. So I'm just prejudiced. That's it. Motherfucking shit. And they still mad that the Giants beat them in the Super Bowl. They're not going to get over that.
Well, the Buffalo Bills, they were doing well for a while. I didn't even know Buffalo had a team until I went up there in 2008.
Oh, so you're not a sports fan?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they got a hockey team. They got a baseball team. And for those who don't know, because they're not old like me, they had a basketball team. Buffalo team is now Clippers, because they left and went to San Diego. Then they moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. Because Buffalo, when you got a pro team in your city, that means your city is real marketable. You don't see Rochester with a team, even though Rochester makes more money than Buffalo. Because Kodak is up there. They got more stuff that's going to make money compared to Buffalo. But Buffalo just has more people, so they feel, yeah, they got the football and hockey team. That's it. Like New York City, you got 2 of everything. A lot of places don't have that. Chicago has it, and LA has it. Only the big cities have that. But yeah, Buffalo's not too marketable as far as to make money. There's places when they want to rehab from New York, don't think they don't got drugs in Buffalo.
It makes sense.
A girl from my neighborhood, so I'm not going to put a name out there.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to know who it is because she's bow-legged.
Mm-hmm.
She had a bout with getting high, so she went to Albany. Have you ever been to Albany? Albany is like Pittsburgh. It looks dark in the daytime. It's like, what are we going to do?
It's true. Like a Godzilla movie set, overcast.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this shit's whack up here. People who ain't never been but to Albany. Like when I was down south, the people in Charleston, they think they know every fucking thing. And anybody gets offended with this one, too fucking bad. Only them dumb Southern niggas would have let a white boy come into church that no white person has ever been in and kill them. And then they go, we're going to pray for him. Fuck him and his fucking family.
I agree.
And then they tell me when I was down there, they said, y'all boys, whoa, not a boy. Y'all boys from New York cause us problems down here. Why? Because we speak our mind?
That's right.
Like the cop told me one time, he said, this is what happened. I'm going to tell y'all the whole story. I had to cash my check. I was broke. They gave me my check, and I had to make a run to Columbia, which is an hour and a half from Charleston. I'm on a tractor trailer, and I'm taking scrap metal to the big mill in Columbia. So I got off the highway to go cash the check at the Walmart because I was broke. I was leaving the parking lot because a lot of people do this. They'll see a truck and they'll try to get hit by the truck so they can get insurance money. So the lady, while I was making a wide turn, she came up on my side and I didn't see her. So my back axles hit her Expedition and it broke the passenger light and it cracked the back window, her side back window. So I told the lady, I said, miss, I'm off the route. I don't want to get in trouble at my job or lose my job. I give you $400. The light is going to be brand new 75. You can get it at the junk yard. I said, that window will probably be $100. You're going to have a lot of money left over. I showed her the money. She said, fuck your job, boy. And I flipped. I tried to grab her through the fucking window. She jumped in the passenger seat. And she called the cops. I'm calling the police, boy. So, I'm sitting there. Cop comes. He goes to her first. She's ranting and raving. Typical Southern nigga. Going to the white man like he could walk on water. Only way a white man could walk on water is if the water is frozen. And we could do the same shit. But nobody walks on water while it's wet. So anyway, she's ranting and raving. He comes over to me. He said, you have an attitude. That's right. And when he heard the way I spoke, you seen him go into that I'm used to tying niggas to the tree type shit. And I'm looking at him like, I'm in a place where we tie y'all to the tree. So we going back and forth. He said, you seem like you got an attitude, boy. I said, boy. I said, let me tell you something, cracker. He said, what did you say? I said, you was a cracker. Y'all niggas down there. He said, what? He said, do you realize you talking to a South Carolina police officer? And I said, do you realize I'm a nigga from New York that shot at law enforcement? I don't give a fuck about your little town. He said, don't you realize you'll end up in a place like Libre? I said, y'all niggas down here scared of that jail. I've been in real jail. Fuck leave. He said, you need to go stand over there by yourself till I get this paperwork right. I said, all right. Now the girl, she's beefing, and she's giving me the look like, I'm going to get you fucked up. I'm a nigga that people call to get fucked up. I don't call you to help me. You call me to help you. So I looked at her in a mode that I don't like to be in, and I went in the truck. I said, just calm down. I said, this silly bitch don't know where I'm willing to take this, because I put my hand on a woman in a heartbeat. Fuck all that. Oh, women, you shouldn't. I will whip your ass if you cross me. If your little 5-year-old son crosses me, I'm going to beat his little ass too. So when it's all said and done, we bickering back and forth. She gets on the phone. Next thing I know, some fat black dude comes over there. And see, I'm dark skinned, but them niggas look like Coca-Cola black. Everybody in the South, everybody in Charleston got a gut. Even the women got guts. So anyway, he pulls up and she's pointing at me. He's giving me the look like, I'm going to fuck you up. And I'm looking at him like, you don't even know where I'm from. I went in the truck and I got a razor blade and I put it in my mouth. And they were still jaw jacking, and the cop was writing up the report. I took my tongue and pulled the razor blade out and put it in my hand, and I showed them. And with my mouth, I said, when he leaves, I'm going to cut both of y'all in your face. And he gave them their paperwork. Them niggas ran like Kunta Kinte when he was running from that. I told my mother the story. My mother said, you can't treat these people the same way you deal with people in New York. Like they from New York, they will get treated like they from New York. Because the people in the South, they say, how come we say good morning and you don't say it? I said, because we don't say that up there. We don't say that. People don't talk to each other in the morning in New York. Good morning. Good morning. I remember somebody said good morning. This lady said, what's so good about this morning? In the morning, first of all, people don't even willing to get up in the morning, first of all. So for you to say good morning and you don't know me, get the fuck out my face with that corny sucker ball shit. So, like I said, I'm harsh for all the other cities. Other people move and go to other places because they want. A lot of people that go to these small southern towns, those are the New Yorkers, or they go upstate to the small town. Those are the New Yorkers that couldn't make it in New York because they had drug problems. I know I can speak for people that I know that relocated and they doing good. Ice, he's doing good.
Right.
Lance, he's in Orlando. He's doing good. But then I know my cousin from Manhattan that thinks he's so fucking cool. He was getting high in New York. He act like they don't sell crack in South Carolina. You're 52 years old. You owe over $50,000 on back child support. You're still getting high. He told me, he said, oh, the reason why, cuz that he thinks he's slick because he's from Manhattan. Manhattan motherfuckers ain't shit. He goes, yo, cuz, the reason why I don't get no jobs is because I got a big criminal background and I ripped him a new ass. I said, let me tell you something, you fucking crackhead. Sometimes 15 days, 4 months here. I said, I've been in a fucking box longer than you. You've never been to a prison. For people who ain't never been locked up, there's a difference between jail and prison. And I told him, you don't got a job because you got a fucking drug habit. I said, I came home in 2006 and went to my old job the next day and got hired back. What does that say? For these niggas that be out here talking about, oh, they don't hire me because I got a record. No, they don't hire you because you don't got nothing to bring to the table. You got to bring shit to the table. I told a girlfriend of mine, I can't say her name, but I barked on her the other day. I called her all kind of bum bitch. I said, when are you going to get a fucking job? So you got a husband, cheating on him, you should just leave. She said, you cheated on your wife. I said, but I was happy in my relationship. I just fucked them other chicks because they want to fuck the nigga and not fucking your man because you're not happy in your relationship. Leave, bitch. But don't hang around me, because me and you don't fuck no more. But you like hanging around me, because I took you to places that them niggas on the block will never know about. How the fuck you live in New York? But a lot of people in New York, let me tell you, for those that's from the 5 boroughs, I don't give a fuck if you get mad. There's people. I'm going to tell you why. Because we got the most of everything. So we always going to be the most of everything. The dirtiest place, the dumbest place, the most crime. These motherfuckers, if you ask somebody in New York, where's the Empire State Building? I don't know. Where's the Statue of Liberty? Ain't that in Jersey?
Yeah, some will think that. Some never left the borough.
We know where that is.
Say that again?
I said we know where the Statue of Liberty is. Stop. But you did shed some light on it.
You know. My man Lance knows. My man Life knows. But them niggas that be on the block, they don't know. I'm going to tell you, this woman goes to... No, listen. This woman goes to Macy's on Herald Square for years and didn't know that the Empire State Building was right there. I'm going to tell you why. Because New Yorkers, we don't look up. There's no need to look up. We walk, we do. She comes out the train station. When you come up those stairs, I'm going to give you a real graphic visual. When you come up the steps, you're facing west. You come out on the southwest corner. So you walk down to Macy's, which will be on your right-hand side. When you're coming back, you're walking east. When you get to the subway, you go down the steps. If you were to just look up, you see the building is right there. But we don't look up. That's how tourists get robbed in New York, because they point up from here. And people who see, I pay attention to a lot. I'm like, I'm going to show you everybody that's not from the city. They look how you say it. Because they white? Nah. Because even the black ones are going to point up. And once they point up, somebody's going to bump into you and take your wallet. That's just how it is.
Yeah, but I wanted to mention that you did shed light on that fact that, a lot of people don't know where the Empire State Building is or the Statue of Liberty. So I remember in the 90s when I was in elementary school, there was a New York State.
Whoa, you was in an elementary school in the 90s?
Yeah.
You're young.
Yeah, I am young.
Oh, you're so young.
But what does it have to do with anything? I thought we already, went over, this.
No, I don't.
Oh, no, he came onto the show late. He came onto the show late after my little rant.
The only reason why I got up is I had to go to the bathroom, and then I saw my phone was lit up. And I seen somebody sent me a message, and he sent me a message. Other than that, I sleep because I got to get up to go to the gym at 7 o'clock.
Okay, but
go on, sweetheart, talk.
In the 90s, there was a New York. I don't know if it was New York State or New York City. I know it's New York City, definitely an initiative to get these students to see these places. It was like New York history, and you ended up going on a trip to the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building just to be able to say you've seen it. So, I mean, a lot of, I know, they'll say, yeah, I've been to the Statue of Liberty, but that was only one time in the 5th grade. It was a trip. That's the answer you'll get. So we know where it is.
Yeah, but see, when you say we, that's a certain we.
Yeah. But don't say all New Yorkers don't know. Just no, maybe half of us know. The other half, we don't know. The other half probably doesn't know.
See, when you said you was in Buffalo, you know how many people in New York didn't leave Queens?
Right.
Oh, I know. Yeah. They'll tell you, when I was getting ready to go away to college, why are you going all the way to Buffalo? I'm like, because I want to. I don't want to be here anymore. It's time for me to see something else. And I'll tell you one thing, being in Buffalo, I don't say I got a lot out of it educational wise, from the institution that I attended. But I definitely did learn a lot about society and white people and just, where I live, because in New York, I guess growing up in the 90s, my perspective is a little bit different. You know, they kind of push this whole, you know, not really equality, but, you know, everybody together. And, you know, New York City is a melting pot. So it's not like, you know, I'm bound to have other friends. Like me, growing up in New York, I didn't have just Black friends. I had Spanish friends. I had Chinese friends. But going away and moving away from, you know, the urban centers definitely taught me a lot about America in general.
See, that's good. You're not afraid to see new things. A lot of people here, everybody's a tough dude in New York, a tough girl, but they're afraid to and see other stuff.
Right.
That's good. That's good that you moved around. Because a lot of people I know, if you ask them where's a street in Queens, they're like, I don't know where that's at, because they don't leave their area. And they don't pay attention to stuff. Me, I see something, I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I'm not afraid to go places and leave the neighborhood. You still in New York, Miss?
Am I still in? Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
So don't tell me exactly, but you still in Queens?
I thought, yes, I'm here in Queens. I'm in Southside.
Wow.
Right, I'm going to go upstairs right now and yell out the window. Let me ask you, you take the bus to work?
Yeah, I take the bus. My old site, I used to work out, like I'm a manager at a group home. So my old site was, let's see, how can I explain it? Hillside and Forest Hills. Not Forest Hills, Francis Lewis Boulevard, and you go up Francis Lewis Boulevard, and it ends up turning into like a little Jewville, where all the Jewish and the rich Indian people live.
Oh, and so you're talking about going towards the Grand Central?
Yeah, that's where my old site was. That was where my old site was. My new site is on Atlantic and Woodhaven, Atlantic Avenue and Woodhaven.
Oh,
over there.
Let me tell you the funny part. You're going to laugh. When you said Hillside and Francis Lewis, so that's, I'm going to tell this for the people who eat. That's by Gabby.
Gabby.
Okay. All right. Now, Woodhaven and Atlantic, that's a lot of transvestites around that area. They got a strip joint over there called Protocol, but from me, knowing the street, they got a lot of transvestites in there stripping like they're women. But anyway.
It's crazy.
Go ahead. I answered the question. Those were the two sites I went to, and I take the bus. I take the depending on where I'm coming from. Like if I'm coming from like my parents' house, I'll take like the 111. If I'm coming from my cousin's house, I'm coming on the 5 or the 85, and then I hop on the 24.
Yeah, see, I used to take the 85 or the 5 to go to work, and then I go to the gym, and then from the gym I get on the 29 bus. But listen, this how you know, for those people who don't know, this how you know she's an official Queens person, because she knows Gabby's. All right? Now I'm going to ask you this question and take seconds to answer it. You ready, miss?
Okay, I'm ready.
What's the name of the best pizza shop in Queens?
Margaritas.
That's how you know she's for real.
For real.
Margaritas.
Now I'm gonna tell you.
She passed the test.
Margaritas.
That was the place to be. What you call it? I remember we growing up. We didn't have much, so school shopping was like the only time we were like really on the app to go to like cookies and get new uniforms and stuff. And we'd stop at Margaritas after, and we'd have to wait outside because the seating is too limited.
He's for real.
Yep.
But let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you this, Miss, and you're gonna laugh. I've been going to margaritas since I was 13. I found out about margaritas when I started high school. So that just tells you I might be older than your parents. I was going to margaritas when they still had the train. See, you don't know that the train used to run up in the
Yes.
Yeah,
I started the show out talking about that. Carlos, you remember?
What?
Carlos, you remember on Liberty Avenue, if we kept going down Liberty past Sutphin and we started to go up past the junkyards, the mafia junkyards, and no, see, but you weren't out there, so I can't even ask you this question. You won. We were there from 78, and I remember they had a huge behind water tank right there on the left side. Right when you go up Liberty Avenue, you pass 150th Street, you go a few blocks down more, right where York College is set up now, the graveyard and everything. They had a huge water tank that looked like it was probably, I'd say about 10 or 12 stories high. A huge water tank, and they took it down. Yeah, and you know New York Fried at one point was White Castle. I don't know if you remember that. Yes, with my own eyes. Now, mind you, you know, I'm 5 years old in 68, 69, 6 years old. When you came in 71, I was 8 years old. So we know each other from 8 years old. 54 next month. That means, you know, do the math, people, 46 years.
That's a long time.
It's a long, exactly. And we're black men in America who can say that we've known each other and been brothers for 46 years. You know my parents, I know your parents. I know what they sound like, what they look like. You know what mine sound like, what they look like. And again, may I publicly give you the condolences again. Your mother passed, you know, I cried. I shed my little tears, you know. We're all close, but we take it on the chin. Look at the resiliency and the strength that Carlos has to be able to be so real and tell jokes and be light after taking such a loss. It shows you something about the character of a man who doesn't even say, well, I'm religious and I go to church and I do this and do that. If ever there's a friend and somebody who understands, and I know I'm hard to understand sometimes because I'm a weird dude with my lack of sense of time, you know, but you can't find a better friend than Carlos. He will bust somebody's ass for you if you're loyal to him. And if you cross him, he will bust your ass. You know what I mean? But then if he loves you, he'll always give you the benefit of the doubt.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And
let me tell you something.
You never have to guess with him.
Since you brought my mother part up, right?
Yeah.
People call me, oh, are you okay? I'm going to tell you this. And some people, because they don't understand, they was like, oh, you sound cruel. It was best that she passed away. She just
right
too much on her shoulders.
And I understand. And so I completely agree with you. Yeah.
So now we're going to see where my sister's at.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, she admitted something to me, and I knew it all along. When I went down for the funeral, I didn't speak to her. I didn't ride in the car with them. People, family members, them dummies that go to church for 5 hours on Saturday. It was like, that's your sister, boy. And y'all need this sister. 2 of y'all left. No, there's only one of us left. I'm here by myself. I could do by myself. I said, because she's not family. That's why I ain't getting a car. But when it's all said and done, she came over to me. And she said it all. Why you ain't speaking to me? I said, because the shit you did to this family. He's like, yo, I love you. Let me tell you, that bitch smiles for the cameras.
Yeah.
You see the people, they smiling for the camera, and then once they off the air, they be like, oh, man, I'm tired of this shit. I don't do that. And she came, and I said, look, I want to ask you something. I'm not going to ask you again. I said, what did you do to my car? And she throws her boyfriend under the bus. She goes, he put sand in your motor. I said, I knew it. But I know my sister sanctioned him to do that.
Of course.
Nothing on his own.
Because she's conniving. And I can say that because I know that. You know from back in the day, she had that streak in her. And it's not like, oh, he's talking bad about his sister. She's evil incarnate, and I know that. So trust me. And Carlos Lance so close, he knows I can say those things and get away with it. And I'm not slandering nobody. But she would take your finger when she was a little girl and rub it on the side of the concrete of the house until blood come out. And she was so sadistic. She making this noise. It's like, what is wrong with her? My finger looked like those fake fingers they give you, chopped off fingers for Halloween that looked like it had blood in it, but it was real. Yeah.
Somebody asked me today. It was like, they said, I know you, and I don't really know your sister. They say, but do you think that it's all on her? I said, no. I said, the reason why we don't get along, she can't stand that I'm the only one that stands up to her.
Mm-hmm.
This person tells me, this friend of mine tells me, oh, you just treat her like that because you think because you're the oldest, you know more. Just because you're the oldest don't mean you know more. Because I'll tell you like this. You and your brother, he was the oldest.
Right.
He didn't know more.
He was a knucklehead, crackhead, heroin, you know.
But when it's all said and done, from what has gone on in life, my sister caused my mother to lose a house that my father bought.
Right. Credit and all this stuff. And
she stole my insurance money.
Well, look, both of our mothers were enablers. Your mother was the sweetest person in the world along with my mother, but they had a soft spot. She had a soft spot for your sister, your younger sister, because you know your other sister who passed on, I'm not going to say the name right now, you know, she's the sweetest one. And we often had this conversation questioning how is it that the evil sister can outlive the sweet sister? Because, you know, Jay was the sweetest person in the whole world. I mean, her whole demeanor, everything, man. It's like, why? You ask why. Everything is a purpose and we don't know. But dag, how is it that this one here lives so long? And maybe people say you're out of order for asking that, but you know I know, brother. He's popping drugs every single day. I'm going to be 54. He was born in 52. So guess what? He's going to be what now? 65 this year. He should have been retired. Wow. Brilliant as he is. Big F up. You know the antics and things that he's done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And people just don't understand from my side that kind of, they're not close, but they're at a distance. They say, why are you so, reach out to him and so and so. And at times in my heart, I say, you know what? He did all this stuff, and I still wish I could talk to him before one of us leaves. And then sometimes I get up in a rage, like, to heck with him. He deserves all he gets.
You want to know what's the sad part? When you let that other side of you get involved, that other side usually causes you pain in the end. Because there's a lot of times that I let my sister back in because of my mother.
Right.
Oh, you got to talk to her. And then you let her in, and next thing you know,
you regret it.
Again.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why, like, I'm going through a problem with a person. This girl told me, if you're going to be friends with them two light-skinned bitches, then you don't need to be friends with me no more. Don't give me no ultimatum, yo.
Right.
Don't ever do that.
Right.
So I'm going to still be friends with the other one. See, but this is going to make y'all laugh. She's feeling ways because me and her dealt with each other.
Right.
She won't admit she still got feelings for me. I tell her I got feelings for you. I don't got feelings for you. I said, all right, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
She's mad because she said, I don't believe you got me to drive you to that girl's house so you could spend the night with her. You're my friend. I did it for you. You asked me to take you to a nigga's house, and I did it, knowing that you married. Oh, but I didn't do nothing over there. Let me tell you something. Most people that spend the night at the opposite sex house, they did something.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case. Go over there in the daytime.
Right.
Don't front on me. I've seen it all. Let me tell you what this chick had the nerve to do. She went to she went to a friend of mine's behind my back. And he showed me the proof. He said, yo, I don't want to tell you. I just want to show you before I tell you so you can believe.
Show and prove.
One night, and he showed me about 40 to an hour's worth of text messages. Yo, this nigga's out of control. He threatened to kill. I think he's gonna do something to my husband. And blah blah blah. You gotta talk to him.
Why would she do something like that?
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna make a funny example. Me and you know each other for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden you start drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I come by your house and you're like, yo, come on in. Yo, what the fuck are you doing?
Right.
Oh man, ain't nothing. And I'm like, now, if I care for you,
right,
I'm gonna try to get you off of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But if I don't, then I'm gonna let you fall to the wayside. My example is, if me and you was in a relationship, me and a woman is in a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of how we got into that relationship, and I moved from New York, and they felt ways,
Mm-hmm.
and then they found other people to hang with. But whenever I came to New York, we hung together, but we never was physical no more.
Right.
So it's almost 7 years since we've been physical.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hang with me every day of the week. You see, now I'm at the point where I got to get away from this. Because I told this person, I said, when I get my own apartment,
Mm-hmm.
I can't let you know where I live.
Right.
Why not? I said, because you're dealing with whatever you're dealing with right now, but you want your cake and eat it too, which is like a stupid saying. Because everybody should want their cake and eat it too. Because I don't want the cake and let you eat the cake. But it's a fucked up saying. But it's like, you got a husband that you don't fuck. You got a friend that you fuck. But I'm your best friend that does everything with you that your side nigga won't do and that your husband don't do.
Right.
So we got to reevaluate this relationship. Like the other day, we got in an argument over $10. He asked me.
Only her.
Let me tell you why this is funny. Is the young lady still there?
Yeah, she's still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
And I want you. I know you'll be able to see this. This person doesn't like me. She said, I can't stand you. You ain't shit, and you're boring to be with, and your jokes are corny. And you think you're smart because you know the answers on Jeopardy. I don't. You think you're smart because you think you're smart because you went to Thomas Edison. Whatever. But if I'm not the nicest person to be around, why are you always making up an excuse for me to come around? Here's one excuse. Now that I got my car, I don't need her to give me a ride. So she feels ways behind that.
Mm-hmm.
I need it. Plus, she don't know where I can go now. All right? So I get off of work. I be tired, man.
Right.
I go to work. You sleeping late because you don't got no job. So anyway, I leave my job, which is on Fox Boulevard in 130th. I make a right on Fox, and I go towards the Van Wyck. I'm going home. I'm allowed to go straight home.
Right.
I get a phone call. It's this person. I'm like, yo, what's up? So where you at right now? I said, I'm going over the bridge on Fox. Oh, that's fucked up. But they just gave me their phone number recently. They said, why didn't you call me to get something from the store? Like, what? In my head. Like, all you gotta do is walk 1/10 of a block and you're at the store. I said, what do you need from the store? Oh, no, forget it. It's all right. I'll just walk because I don't feel like taking the car out. Why would you take the car out to go from the Van Wyck to 136? So anyway, it's all said and done, I said, I'll go to the store for you. What do you want? Because I know you don't want to come back out. Oh, no, it's all right. I'm like, yo, what do you want? I could turn the car got a steering wheel. I can turn this 6-pack of beer, and I give you $10 when you get here. Let me tell you what that beer was about. For the lady that's on the phone, that was just an excuse for me to come over there.
How old were you? This happened.
This happened last week.
You're old people. These are aren't these the games that like old people play?
No.
I remember Lance was talking about this on one of his other shows. Like older women have to do like a little bit more. So maybe that was just like her way. I mean, I don't know. Lance could speak more on that, but
I'm gonna tell you what that's not an older woman's doing. You know what woman does that? Matter of fact, I can't even say a woman. You know who does that? A 15-year-old.
But she's not 15, but a 15-year-old does that, right?
Yeah.
Right. See, like, let me tell you, if I was an insecure person and me and you was cool, but then I always talk about, oh, I don't like her, but your actions speak different, and I don't want you to come by my house, but then I'll tell you some bullshit. Like, I'll be like, I'm gonna just call you Mary. I'm like, I'll call you like, Mary, what's up? You like, nothing much, what's up? I'm like, yo, I don't mean to bother you, but you busy? And I'm like, nah, why, what happened? Oh, my mother wants to ask you a question. Wouldn't you just put your mother on the phone?
No,
right?
I wouldn't. I would have to introduce that because that would make my mother feel better.
But see, that's what you would do. We talking about this person. This person is different than you.
Well,
I don't even know you, and I know you're different than her. She's older than you, but that doesn't make her grown.
Right.
You're grown.
Yeah.
See, let me give you an example of not being grown. This was years ago. My second wife's birthday is in September. This woman that I'm talking about, her birthday is 5 days after my wife's birthday. My ex-wife, my first ex-wife, birthday is in April. Now here's the story. I'm lying. Hold on, I got the story wrong. It's my birthday. So my second wife, we were still together. She took me to City Island. Okay? A few days later, my friend took me to City Island. In general conversation to my ex-wife, she said, what you been up to? I said, oh, I was at City Island twice. She said, well, who? I told her. She said, oh, I'm jealous. I want to go. I'm going to take you out. So in a matter of 12 days, I was at Sammy's 3 days. I got treated by each woman. All right? All three of them I slept with. But two of them, one was an ex, one was a wife, and the other one's a best friend. When the best friend found out that I went before with the other one and after with the other one, she told me, oh, if I knew you went with those bitches, I said, I don't know bitches. If I know you went out with them and they treated you, I would have never took you. I want my money back.
Wow.
I want your money back.
What's wrong with her?
So me being me, you know what I did, right?
What did you do?
I pulled my pants leg up and reached in my sock and pulled out a bunch of money and gave her $100 back. Here's your money. And then she looked at me like, oh, shit. Like, she took it, but she didn't really want to take it.
Right.
And I told her, I said, yeah, this $100 don't mean shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, because at the end of the week, you don't know where your next $100 is. I know mine on Friday every week. So I've dealt with, let me tell you, I don't have no kids, Mitch. Friends are like my kids.
Mm-hmm.
This one is my special needs kid. This kid needs more attention than my other kids. I could let my other kids go and they could just do whatever they got to do. But this kid, I got to hold her hand. Because I don't want her to walk out in the street and get hit by a car. But it's come to a time where you're going to have to learn how to cross that street.
By yourself.
So the other day when me and her got into it, I called her all kind of bitch and bum bitch and did you finish school bitch.
But remember, you know, they got to know how her mouth is. I mean, it's like, you know, she flies off one.
She told me one time. Let me tell you what she told me one time. She told me one time, y'all niggas be thinking you're tough because I'm a female. I said, you can't classify you in the same class with us because there's no need to be tough with you. So she told me, she said, y'all niggas lucky I don't got a dick.
What?
I make y'all suck it, right? And she said, you be the first one to suck my dick. So I laughed. That doesn't bother me. See, another guy would have punched her in the face.
Right.
So I came back. She threw a punch, and I came back with a combination. I said,
exactly.
I said, you know what? If you was a guy and you did have a dick, it would be small, just like your pussy is. Now she's mad. Don't be mad. Please don't be mad. He said, I don't fuck with dudes. Any dude that I feel that got homo ways, or if they dick ain't big, I don't fuck with them. So she tells me, we arguing one time. She goes, yeah, I heard when you was in jail, you was raping dudes. I'm like, seriously? If that's the case, you would have never slept with me.
Right.
So then I hit her with this shit, and it pissed her off. Tell you something, I don't like to bring this up, but you used to go to visit your husband with my cum still up in you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. What?
It's the truth. How she deal with that?
When I battled, for people who've seen that movie 8 Mile, went up against that kid at the end, he put all his shit out there, and now the guy didn't have nothing to come back at him with.
Uh-huh.
That's how I am. That was certain shit I'm not going to tell because other people was going to get hurt. But I took that. I said, what little bit you have, you can't stand to lose it.
That's right.
I don't stand to lose. I don't got no kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't got no chick. I can do what I want. You got a title as a wife,
right,
but you're not happy. I said, I'm happy.
Yeah, where you want to be?
I don't got a chick.
Right.
I said, let me tell you something. When I started messing with you, I had 11 girlfriends. And I stopped with all of them for you.
Right.
So don't never think that I can't get high again. I could relapse at any time and start messing with a bunch of chicks. I don't got time for that. I need to get my money situation right first.
That's real.
She told me one time, she told the girl, how your pussy get wet and your pockets are dry? I'm like, oh, that's a good one.
Ooh, that's a t-shirt right there.
Yeah, a good one. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I got to make a meme out of that and put it up on Instagram.
Yo, she had the nerve to call me yesterday, and I did her the same way. See, I'm a tit-for-tat guy when you try to tit-for-tat me. When she goes around people that she can't talk, she gets off the phone. But other than that, she'll want to stay on the phone for 8-9 hours. So the other day, she told me to hold on, and the holding on, the phone cut off. And I know she did it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to call her back. So today, when she called me after she did whatever she did last night, she asked me a question. She said, did y'all go to the Jackson Hole? I said, yeah. She said, oh, but you didn't call and tell me. I said, because you got off the phone and I didn't want to call you when you was around people that you couldn't talk because you'd have sent me to the voicemail.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't know where I was at. So I talked to her. She's like, oh, you in the car? I said, yeah, I'm in the car. So she don't know where I'm going.
Right.
I could just be sitting in the car. So I'm driving, and I'm going to Brooklyn, D.C. these other two girls. And when I got there, and the girl was like, "No, come inside."
Right.
On the text. When I got out the car, this is what I hit her with. I said, "Yo, I'll call you back." You heard me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'll call you back.
Yeah.
When I tell her I'm going to call back, I'm not going to call back. She knows it, and that burns her. But if you don't care about me, why would that burn you? Like right now, if I spoke to your brother, and he said, "Yo, I'm going to call you back in 10 minutes," and he doesn't call me back, I won't be mad because me and him never been cool like that.
Right, right.
Now, people say they grown, but they not grown. You got to be grown for everything. Like she said, she said, "You got niggas in the street shook, but you cry." And you right, I cry. If it's something that bothers me, I'm going to cry.
Right. I know that, and you know that about me.
Today, let me tell you what this little girl said to me today, and I caught myself. Took these two kids, a friend of ours that lives in the next block.
Yeah, when I spoke to you earlier, those ones you had, right?
Right. I took these two girls. I said, "Yo, let's go to eat. Where you want to go?" You know, typical kid shit. They want to McDonald's. All right. We go down Linden Boulevard to right before you get in the Queens to that McDonald's.
Yeah.
Tell them, get whatever you want.
The one you used to go to, and you'd go down by the drag strip.
Thank you. This shit got me feeling sad right now. So, one kid is about to turn 17, and the other one, she just turned 7. So the older one goes, "Thank you," and the little one goes, "Thank you," and then she said some shit that hit fucking hard.
What'd she say?
Take a punch from a man, but she said, "Thank you, Daddy."
Wow.
Yo, that shit fucked me up.
Wow.
Because they call me their uncle.
Right.
So I told her, I said, you know I'm not your father. She said, "I know, but I just want to call you that."
Wow.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That was a blockbuster.
Yeah.
And see, the mother didn't tell her who her father is. I don't even know if she knows who the father is. And that's sad, the father.
Right.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
He's like, "You gonna come back around here?"
Oh, wow.
Not today, but I'm gonna come around. But that shit, oh man.
But you know what though? But her attaching herself to you would save her from attaching herself to someone who comes around with the bad intentions of violating them. You know what I mean? You're a reference point. And if she bonds with you, even on that light level, which is a real heavy level, she'll know what the male energy is like. A good male energy, protective, because you're a very protective person. And that would keep her from being taken off by a fraud. You know what I mean? So that's real cool, you know? But I understand that that had to hit you hard.
And I told the mother, see, the mother don't have no guys
maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
No, it won't. Pay it no mind. No, it said that, but I kind of lose control over it. But in the past, now if it does, you know, if it cuts off, it cuts off. But from what I've known, my synchronization into the equipment, I just kind of lose control of it. Now, if it does, it'll cut me off, and I have to call back my own conference, right? And y'all will keep on going. So let's just see. But keep going. I'm going to monitor everything here.
Yeah, so, that shit, I'm like, oh, man, this little kid. But I remember when I first met the kid a few years ago.
Yeah, it cut off at the conference. I got to join it up and call back. Give me a second, y'all. He's talking. He doesn't even know I got cut off.
Please wait for the organizer to join the conference. If you are the organizer, press 2. This conference is being recorded by the organizer.
You still hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. It did cut off, but it cut me. It cut off how I got this rigged up. You know what I mean? But we're good now.
Hey, where's the young lady at?
I'm here. I'm still listening.
Oh, okay. You sound like you work on Wall Street.
Right.
Are you a small person?
I'm regular size. I'm
regular size?
I'm built like a melanated queen. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
so, a melanated queen.
Yes. That comes in an array of shapes and sizes, but I'm not fat.
All right, look, I'm not gonna ask you your shape size, but how tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Oh, you little.
Okay.
Look, miss, don't take this the wrong way. You just sound so adorable. No, listen.
What happened?
You know what I want to do?
What?
If I meet you, I'm gonna pick you up and feed you a baby bottle. You sound so innocent.
He'll do it too.
No, we're not gonna.
Well, she just sounds so nice.
Right.
I mean, I'm from New York City. I'm from Southside. Let's not get it twisted. We could turn it on and off. We have to. You have to be able to know. Code switch.
So let me ask you a question. If for some reason I've seen you and we met up, do I got to bring a metal detector?
Well, let's just put it this way. I don't walk unarmed, so.
Oh God, I can't talk to her. She sounds rough. Ooh.
They don't walk unarmed, and my mom says I should smile more, but this is New York City, and it's just kind of like, you have to walk a certain way. You have to look a certain way. So
of course. We understand that.
Yeah.
See, when you smile, people, they hate you. See, I smile on the inside because people ain't happy for your good fortune.
Uh-huh.
Like people to see me smiling at my job, that's different. Even why you smile, I said, because you don't know where I just came from. They're like, okay.
So,
gotta smile.
Huh?
It's good to smile, but you can't smile around everybody.
That's right.
Yeah, no. You can't. But what I wanted to mention too is the incoming gentrification. I was just on Jamaica Ave earlier. I went to Food Fest. I wanted some bourbon chicken. And
where you went?
The Food Fest.
Where's that at?
It's like.
Oh, matter of fact, it's between Parsons and 160th, right? That little alley.
It's a food court. It's the food court.
Making me homesick.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. My little cousin took me there one time. I didn't even know that was there.
Yeah, no.
And they usually got like a Indian-looking man that's selling fruits right there as soon as you walk off the sidewalk, right?
People are always selling stuff on the sidewalk. They'll sell suitcases, deodorant. So, what was I going to say? They're putting up a Starbucks.
That's it. There goes the neighborhood.
Yep, the Starbucks. And the Starbucks, actually, I called this like maybe about a year or two ago when they opened the Starbucks by Sutphin in the railroad by the courthouse.
By Sutphin. Oh, my God. Sutphin, where I used to hustle the dollar van. Well, you know about the dollar vans there?
Are you asking me? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, 20 years ago, I was a notorious Sir Lance on Sutphin Boulevard. Tell him, Carlos.
That was the dollar van that everybody wanted to ride it.
For telling me that last time we spoke, Lance.
Yeah, right. He beat up a lot of people up there. That guy, you damn near threw him through the bus stop. But go ahead, Van.
They opened opened the Starbucks there first, and I'm thinking, like, why would they open it all the way over there? I mean, I guess the courthouse, but it would make better sense to open it closer to the railroad, like, you know, because where the railroad is on Stupson, and I think that's Archer. It was like right there, and all those blocks. But I was just like, oh, maybe they're just testing it out to see what kind of profits they could make. And I guess it was a good test run. And now, literally, the storefront is up. Starbucks, I see it's not open yet. But I don't know. Southside, we're going to have to brace ourselves. But, like, I was telling Lance the last time I called, this was like a couple of weeks ago, that, you know, Queens is going to fare a lot better than the Bronx and Manhattan and even Brooklyn, because Queens, a lot of people own their homes. So I'm just interested to see how all of this is going to play out.
But from what I hear, you know, Carlos and Van, Angelo, our friend Angelo, he sent me a link, and they tore down that bank there, I believe, on Archer and Sutphin, the one that was on the corner there, right by the Long Island Railroad. They're gonna make a high rise right there.
Let me tell you what they did. First it was the bank, then they made it to Dwayne Reed. Now they ripped it down.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna build. It might be a hotel, maybe. I don't know. Let me tell you, you know they got a hotel between 150th and Liberty.
I heard. You told me. That's crazy.
I'm like, and see, people don't see that those junkyards, little by little, they closing them.
Yep.
They getting rid of that shit.
Yep.
40 projects, they're going to get rid of those people too. And then they're going to charge real rent for that shit. People don't see it.
They're doing the same thing down here.
You on Rockaway Boulevard and 142nd Street, and you see white people walking, like, where the fuck did they come from? They live over there.
Yeah, I mean,
black people.
Wow, white people are moving in, definitely. I see them all over the place. I've seen an Asian family, 2 Asian families here as well. But the point is that a lot of black people do own their homes in Queens. So it's not like even Laurelton, Rosedale. They're like, those are nothing, a lot of immigrant, like, you know, first generation families who like just saved up money and just bought property.
Well, you know what? They'll work on the area. We think in terms of months and years. I'm not saying we actually do, but those who are orchestrating the gentrification, they think in terms of decades. And they will destabilize a neighborhood so shrewdly, like a controlled demolition, and you think everything's okay. You know, they may not aim toward the people who own the homes now, but they'll aim toward those children who are to inherit the homes. See, they have time and they plan long in advance. And while we feel secure in the neighborhood, you know, they'll think up ways of raising the taxes. They'll allow the drugs to get in there. They'll use the mainstream media, so-called mainstream media, to demonize a neighborhood. They're going to attack a neighborhood in so many different ways, and each one way they do it seems harmless. But collectively, you know, it's deadly. It's like you can crush an ant, but if you fall asleep and have 1,000 fire ants bite your leg, you're through. You know what I mean? So that's what they do. And they will use immigrants also to come into an area, and before they come in, they'll do that. You see what they want that area to do, the same thing here in Orlando and all over the country. You know, they'll let the drugs go in and let the kids who are growing up who may inherit those properties get records, get locked up, get killed, you see? Or just have a bad record where they can't hold down a job or they can't get a job unless they did their own thing. And many may not have the mindset to do so, you know? And
you can still get a job, but these people who can't get these jobs because they don't got nothing. Let me tell you, transit will hire you if you killed your grandmother. People don't go out for these jobs. It's so bad up here now. My cousin, he's a bus driver. For a driver, transit will hire you from 60 and under. Who hires you at 60? But that's what they do. They need workers. How many buses is out here, and there's still not enough people to drive? Every time you look, I see the bus saying training bus. They got like 8, 9 people on the bus.
Yeah.
Training to drive.
Yeah.
They need drivers.
Really bad. Tell them to give me a good route. I'll come up there for a year and work. Get some New York money.
Yeah, that should be crazy up here. You be the bus. Because you know the bus driver got to sit behind the glass door now, right?
Yeah, because of the things going on, the spitting and stabbing and stuff. I could imagine the people say, wait a second, weren't you the dollar van driver 20 years ago?
That's when I'll be sitting in the back of the bus. I'll be like, yes, he is. Yeah, I'm getting dressed as I'm speaking to y'all because I got to leave out of here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap this down too in probably 5 minutes. This has been classic. I got to go back and listen to the part where you're speaking about with Beasley. And he's like, oh, no more dicks. That made my night. That was funny.
I just made that shit to be a joke, and he took that shit somewhere else.
But he knew it was a joke after a while. But the way he reacted, that was classic. And man, it was enjoyable, man.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What did you call this lady?
The young lady on the phone now. Van Sanity.
Funny, because we call a friend of mine's Van because they live on the highway. She lives on the highway in the house, not on the highway like homeless.
Right.
No, I don't. Neither.
Okay. My name is Carlos, and I know your name is Van. One day, you probably will ride right past me and be like, look at that dude. And you won't even know. Like, that's Lance's friend. I'll tell you what to look for. I look short, but I'm not. I'm always in a car. If you want to kill me, all you got to do on a warm day, go to 135th and Liberty. I'll be on the corner. And I drive in a black truck that nobody knows. I blew the horn at this kid, and he threw his hands up like, what the fuck? And then I pulled up and put the window down. He was like, yo, man, I never expect to see you in this. I'm like, shh. I ride through the neighborhood, and they don't even know it's me. They be like, they'll look at the truck. They don't know I'm in the shit. So I'm like really under the radar. And like I told this girl, when I get my own place, the only way you could come is if I blindfold you or spray that shit in your face like Batman used to.
For real.
I see her causing me a problem.
Uh-huh.
You want to pop up. Like she threatened this other girl that I used to talk to. And I remember, did you remember you made a call for me to this girl?
A three-way?
And you was asking about books. Yeah, you called about the books because she works for the publishing company. And when she realized it was me,
right,
she said, don't call me no more. That was because of that girl.
Oh, man.
Out of my phone and told the girl, stay away from him or I'll fuck you up.
Oh, man, that's foul.
A real good girl.
Oh, man.
She's like, don't call me no more. She said, that girl you introduced me to, she called and threatened me. I'm like, what? And then when I asked her, I said, yo, how did you get that girl's number? She said, I took it out your phone.
Dang.
Sure, you wasn't dealing with her no more. I'm like,
dang.
I don't know. Hey, Miss, I'm gonna call you Miss Southside.
Okay, cool. I'll take that.
Get dressed and meet me in the gym at 7:00.
Yeah, that's not happening. I'm going to bed.
That's where I'm going right now. Buy margaritas to blink.
Oh,
she said that's not happening. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I got to do some editing and upload some stuff. We went through the night. I'm just doing this stuff now, but I felt so behind. I feel like half a month behind on my blog. I had the material, but I want to do a certain. Then I got to paint in here tomorrow. I got to put some YouTube logos on the wall. I want to lay out in the sun for a little bit, but I'm not going to wake up till late. But it's going to be a zombie day, so I'm going to wake up probably in the early afternoon, but I'm going to zone out and have some fun in here, get things together and touch up all my stuff. But I'll be finally caught up and knock out a whole bunch of videos, little short ones today. We're going to schedule a show for next Saturday, but we will do more live shows like Friday night sometime, during the week, in the morning sometime, but always on Saturday. I'm trying to catch up with so many other things. So there will be a lot of content put out there. And I want to hear from everybody. For those who are listening right now, they want to hit me on the email. The notifications have not been going through on YouTube. So hit me at scurvmedia@gmail.com and put notifications in the top. And in the email, give me your email address and I'll create a list and I will send out my own notifications when things are up, because the alphabet boys don't dig Scurv too much and they don't want the people to listen to what we have to share. It's not about me, but it's the truth that we bring. I'll also download the LanceScurv app, the Google Play Store, the App Store, and the Amazon Store. Hit me up anytime. Another announcement I'm going to make, I'm going to keep drilling it out there and putting it out there. I got 3 phone numbers now. I'm going to whittle it down to 1. I didn't have time to do it today, but I've decided on what number I'm going to keep. They all still work. When I knock it out, the one I will keep is 407-590-0755. I have that on a dual SIM card phone right now, so don't call me on that now. Call me on the ones that I'm working with you on. But when I do, I'll switch it up, get a different phone, and I'm going to work with the 1. I'm going to make that announcement and blast it all over the place, right? Subscribe to the channel. Everybody tonight, it was wonderful, and I had a ball. Anybody want to say anything before we go? Going once. Yes. Van Sanity Wick. I like that. I like that. Wow. And Suze, how you doing, Suze? I'm going to give you a call later on today, too. We got to catch up. I'm going to catch up with everybody. And Carlos, we're going to talk later on. You know I'm going to sleep deep. I'm calling like 3, 4 in the afternoon. It's about, oh, good morning. Yeah, yeah. But this is one of those good old-fashioned long ones. Huh?
Let me tell you something funny real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I was eating steak and shrimp, right, last night, and I fell asleep. So the bone still had some meat on it.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what I'm going to do with the bone?
What?
There's a little girl,
Uh-huh.
got a dog. I'm saving it. I'm going to give it to the dog. See, I even look out for the dog. There's a nice amount of meat on that shit. He'll enjoy it, that fucking mutt.
No, but you know, he'll protect you from the cats out there.
You know, I live in a house that got dogs, right?
That's a funny man. Before you leave, tell the people for a minute about you and dogs. You know, I know.
I'm afraid of them.
This guy has been in fights, shootouts, prison, jail, possible confrontations that didn't manifest, but he never backed down. And it doesn't have to be a big dog. That's the funny part.
You know how much? Let me tell you, it's 2 of them. You know how much these dogs weigh?
How much?
$120 a piece.
So, God, dog. God.
You look it up. The name of the dogs are cane corsos.
Wow.
They're huge. But yeah, I got them under control.
Wow.
The one day I let
you know that sounds like a mafia hitman. Premiering Friday, the series on HBO, Cane Corso.
Yeah, I know, right? That shit is crazy.
For real.
That shit is really crazy. But yeah, I'm getting dressed as I'm speaking to you because I'll be running out this door in a minute.
Yeah.
So I could get to. I know the whole schedule to the gym and who's going to come and who's not going to come.
Mm-hmm.
But I get there, I'm outside.
Wow.
Go inside. I could get on there's one on the what they call it, the Scott machine.
Yeah.
I do my benching on that.
Yeah, that's
I work on that. I'll be on that for about a half hour,
mm-hmm.
and then this other guy comes in.
Work some dumbbells in with that too.
Yeah, I do the dumbbells after.
There you go. That's the best way. You know why?
Because now you're getting a better stretch, right?
You're getting a better stretch and a better contraction. And not just that, but you have to balance each dumbbell individually. Top of the movement. With the Scott machine, you don't have to really balance it, but you can beat down the muscle without much thought because it's controlling the movement. You know, one size fits all. But at the top of the movement, your hands are still apart. When you bring it together, you get a better squeeze in your chest. So the dumbbells, it comes way down and go up. And the coordination is okay. People think, well, I can bench 300, so I can use 150-pound dumbbells. It's not always possible that way. You know what I mean? Because now you might use less, but the stretch and having to use your brain to balance, you're firing more into the muscle. So that's a little trick. And what you're doing that way is called pre-exhaust. You're using, you know, this machine to beat down the chest, and then you're coming with the dumbbells afterward to really, you take your time and focus and squeeze. You'll be good. See those striations in the middle of the chest. Male cleavage. All right, before I start getting into the bodybuilding stuff, let me go and hit your workout, man. Enjoy it. And I'm going to talk to you. Conversation I was supposed to call you back on. And, you know, we're going to catch up. That'll be the super duper private conversation. Boy, that's going to be juicy. And to everybody on the line, thank you so much for tuning in with us. Huh?
I got mad shit that I'm scheming on right now.
Oh, I know you are. We got to catch up.
I'm going to tell you about it. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you about it as soon as you get off the line.
All right. Hit me up. There you are. All right.
What, the 407, right?
Anyone. Or the 321. No, but no, the 407. Hit me on the 407. I got a more bigger charge on. Oh, no, you know what? Let me cut it on. Hold on. Give me a second. I just hit the button, so give me, 90 seconds. This is slow to come on. This old foreign phone here from Venezuela. But I'm going to end the show, y'all. I'm going to hit the chat room because it's going to be up for a little while. And I'm going to end it. We're going to chat for a few minutes. I'm going to hit the stack. What's this? Chicken beads, dumbbells. Yeah, right? Anyway, Carlos, hit me up in a few. And give me a little chance for this phone to come on. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We had a ball. It was classic. A lot of laughs, one of those long ones. You can pop it in when you're going from state to state on one of the long drives because, was it 5:42? We started at 12:30, but really it's like 6:42. So we stayed on for like 6 hours. 6 hours and like 13 minutes or something like that. 12 minutes. Anyway, I'm going to cut this off, everybody. You all have a good night. It's like I got 3 monkeys on my back and they're knocking me down wanting to sleep. I'm going to grab a little bite to eat, little veggie burger or whatever, and talk to Carlos, and I'm probably going to pop on tomorrow for a little hour, so make up a little topic. So look out for that. But hit me with that email so I can put you on my notifications, okay? You all have a good night. Take care. Bye-bye. Hit me with Carlos.